there's mental health, there's children that grow up in violence, there's drugs, there's a lot of shit that affects these cities, and that's why, like, investing in the community is a thing. Health, care, freaking, like, job placement, job training. There's a lot of things that can be done with funding that that's not being done in these cities, or they are doing, but it's just not enough.
I agree with you totally, Patty, but I've been a Memphian all my life, and I know for a fact. I haven't done the research, but I will do it. But I really don't believe. If anybody can prove me wrong, please put it in the chat. Memphis crime has not been lower than it has been in the last 25 years. I know that for a fact.
We actually did it.
No, wait. Did you put it in the chat so I can research it? Because I'm going to do the research myself. I really don't believe it's been lower than in the last 20.
So I actually looked this up because they were talking about it at Patty's group, and it actually has dropped a little bit.
And I just don't believe it.
I got it. Babe, we're always going to see crime, right? And we're always going to be upset about what happened to our neighbor, this person and that person. But crime has lowered. Overall.
Yeah,
that's the whole reason that he's coming here. He would be getting all of these orders and all of the National Guard and arranging all this stuff.
Christine, is it really? Christine, I hear you. Yeah, so I hear you. So I was just going to say, it is, like Patty said, it's a red state, Republican governor, but no coincidence that the mayor is, that's his pattern. Right, sending National Guard to cities with Democratic mayors that are Dems, but this is the first, I think, right, the first state that is, of course, he's gung ho because he's a Republican governor. So it's interesting that and obviously the governor overrides the mayor with the National Guard, but it seems again continuing to send into Democratic cities that are And I hear you about mayors, the crime going down. Christine, you were saying you think the crime has not gone down, and I get it. When you're living there, it's hard to see past, the trees through the forest. But it's, like DC, there was all kinds of data that disproved Trump's claim that crime hadn't been down, even though I think multiple sources said it was down like 30% or so. But I don't know, interesting. I think this is the first state where the state governor is Republican, but the mayor is Democratic is a Democrat.
Oh, if everyone could join, that would be great.
The National Guard.
No, actually, we are not the first state. It was D.C., the first state, and then Memphis, then Chicago.
D.C. is not a state.
He actually called
D.C. is not a state.
Chicago.
I said
that's under the president's jurisdiction.
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. is not a state.
Right, it's under the president's jurisdiction. That's why he was well in his jurisdiction. Unlike when he tried to do it for the ice raids in California, Newsom stood up and pushed back, and the National Guard had to retreat.
But to be fair to Christine, though, yes, it's dropped. I looked it up. 23% was what I said. I don't have the article up, but that's what I said earlier. But it's still one of the highest in the country, so it's still overall high.
But there's investments too. But if you look at the stats, that Memphis is actually one of the lowest paying cities in the United States as well.
But it's at a 25. It's at a 25. Actually, it's not that it's just dropped. It's the lowest it's been in 25 years. Yeah, and that's I just want to finish my statement, and then everybody could comment. Okay, gotcha. You can say that when I'm done. It says, and I just put if I didn't put the link in the chat, I will, but it's several sources that say Memphis crime drops to a historic 25-year low across major categories. So, murder is one of the categories, aggravated assaults. So, yeah, this is well documented. I think that we keep thinking that, or I don't know if y'all think that there's going to be no crime or whatever. As long as you live in a large metropolis, there's going to be some crime. And like Patty said, there are socioeconomic factors that attribute to that. So they have to do that part too. But it is at a 25-year low by all accounts.
I'm glad y'all did the research, but it's not low enough. So my national news, breaking news is that President Trump has signed a memorandum to send the national troops.
So a memorandum does not activate the National Guard. I hate to tell you that, sis.
What?
That's not how that works.
Well, they are coming. He signed.
Yeah, because you're governor.
But no, they've already said that they are coming.
And your governor. Just hear me out, sis.
Right.
A memorandum does not activate National Guard troops. That's not how this works. Your governor has already agreed with what Trump is doing, and he is the one that is activating your guard, not President Trump.
Well,
It just looks good on paper and it sounds great.
Whoever is activating it.
Right, I'm not denying that.
I wasn't saying Trump or whoever. I was just saying the National Guards are coming to Memphis. Whoever activated it.
Right, so check this out. This is where I don't agree with it, and I think a lot of people in this room don't agree with it.
You can
putting a Band-Aid on
want. They still coming.
Just hear me out, okay? When you put a Band-Aid, when they fucking leave, do you think the crime leaves? That's why you gotta invest in the community. Like, we gotta stop pretending that fucking having police officers or having National Guard around for fucking 30 days is gonna solve anything. It's not gonna solve shit.
It's not gonna be for 30 days. They said however long it takes. 2 weeks.
Okay, so
right.
Guess what that means for you? Guess what that means for you as a Guess what that means for you?
Coming to Memphis. What
no, I'm not against. I'm against them.
You sound like you
This is what I'm against. I'm against them not investing in the community, sis. That's what I'm not
for. What I was going to say, if you let me finish, of course they not
You
going to put a
interrupted me
Band-Aid on
when I
the
was
problem.
explaining something.
No, I was going to say.
Okay, so go ahead and keep going because you are. I'm gonna go ahead and let you.
Don't look like you were going to ever finish, but.
No, I'm explaining to you what you don't
not going to
understand.
finish. I'm the one from Memphis. You don't know about this city.
No, I'm telling you about.
No, you don't know about Memphis. You never been here. You probably never been to Memphis. You jumped on the mic too quick when I got the mic. What are you trying to do? Prove me wrong?
Let these old.
No, you want to prove.
Christine,
You want to
Christine,
prove me
respectfully.
wrong. But what I wanted to finish saying.
Go ahead, go.
Let me finish, because every time I start to talk, before I can even get out my breaking news, Patty jumps on the mic. What's your problem? I'm the man here. I'm the one brought the news.
You don't want me to actually talk like that.
Let me just finish what I was going to say.
Miss Christina, please. Miss Christina, just go ahead and
let me just say, she said that it's only going to be a Band-Aid. No, it's not going to be a Band-Aid. If you research what they incorporated and the development project that they instituted or carried out in DC is going to be the same project that they're going to bring to Memphis. And it's not going to be a Band-Aid. They're going to incorporate new policies, regulations, and things like that. So when they do leave, they said it's going to take if it takes 2 weeks or 2 years, they're going to go street by street over the whole city. So, yes, I'm excited about it. I'm a Memphian, and I am excited about it, and they do need to come to Memphis.
So Miss Christine, let me say something real quick.
Tell this broad what you know.
Listen, ma'am, I'm not broad. I'm 100%.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about you, broad.
And a lady. I'm not a damn broad.
Okay, let me tell you something, Hudbugger. Check this out. You check this out. It costs money. It costs the state taxpayers money to activate the National Guard. Check this out. You really don't even know how much they get paid.
Look,
so number one, depending on their rank, they gotta get paid by rank. On top of that, they gotta get paid travel pay. Plus, they get per diem. Per diem. It's not a fucking. It's not cheap.
What is your problem? You got something?
Don't you think that every fucking state would have their fucking National Guard fucking activated if it was cheap? It's fucking expensive. The same fucking money
Don't
that
have
the
a
state
heart
is gonna fucking pay from taxpayers, they can invest in the goddamn community. That's all I'm saying, you fucking clown. So want you to act like a nigga, I'm a proud nigga. Because you don't give a fuck about nobody. You have a problem with your fucking clown ass, blonde wig, fucking cheeseburger. Sit the fuck down, bitch.
Man,
Hey, let me
all
say
I
this.
wanted to do was
Miss Christine,
break the news, and Patty has a problem.
No, she doesn't. You said a whole lot. I want to say this. You're making this claim. There's a lot of things you said, but I'm gonna be quick about it. So this thing that you seem to be so happy about happening in Memphis, he did the same shit in California. What do you think changed here in LA and California? And California, Los Angeles is a much larger metropolitan city than Memphis, Tennessee. I can guarantee you that. So what do you think that changed?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Oh, okay, that's great. Okay, so great. So you should mute up. You mute up so I can tell you what
Come
happened.
on, Christine. We let you talk. Let him
So I can tell you what happened. No wonder that people. Christine.
Lisa's trying to get in there. Hang on.
Dang, the room has been open for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you asked her a question. Miss Christine, are you good to answer that question, or you just answer?
Well,
You already
tried to answer the question.
No, she.
If everybody would just be quiet and listen, I didn't mean to put the room in such a uproar about it.
No, I love you know me.
So Lisa.
All I said was I'm from Memphis. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm proud to be from Memphis.
Listen, and I'm happy for you.
What was your question, man?
You got grown ass
What was
older
your
people coming on the
question?
fucking stage talking crazy.
Yeah.
Invest in education.
Now,
And Lisa, she did answer the question.
I want to know the question.
Answer it all.
Okay, I wanna try to explain something.
Wait,
to you.
culturally, let her answer so we can not seem like, Go ahead, Miss Christine. Miss Christine from Memphis. Let them know, honey.
What
on.
I'm trying to understand, what is the question?
No, she did. So Lisa,
Yeah,
respectfully, she did answer the question. I asked Miss Christine. I said, I said, LA is a much larger metropolitan city. When Trump sent the National Guard here, what do you think happened? Her response was, I don't know. I don't live in LA. So I was about to proceed to tell her what did happen. And how it changed, and how his theatrics changed, what it changed in the city of Los Angeles. That's what I was about to get to. So let me start there. Miss Christine, it did absolutely nothing. Crime has been down in LA like it's been down in other places, but that's not to say that crime does not exist in LA. What I'm saying is, listening to you, there's this notion that you believe that there should be 0% crime in the city of Memphis. That's a great goal to pursue, but will that ever happen? Probably not, because of the systemic problems that Memphis, as well as a lot of other cities, have with low economic and disadvantaged folks. And so the hope and the goal is to improve it. But guess what? Donald Trump came in here with the National Guard a month or so ago, and it changed nothing in LA. Guess what? Crime still happened in the city of LA. So the theatrics were just what they were. They were theatrics. And unfortunately, that's the same thing that he's going to go do in your beautiful city of Memphis that you love and respect. What Patty was also trying to convey to you, there's a lot of other things that ill that city that you talk about so much, like the low medium income and education and other public services that impact the community. So until they get those fixed, which he claims he's going to do, and I bet my top and bottom dollar that he won't do, Memphis will continue to be the city that it is, riddled with crime.
So y'all are putting things on her that she never said.
Okay, hold on.
Mother,
can you hold on? I was about to talk. Please don't.
Fine, I'll go after.
Oh my God.
Can I
Go ahead, sir.
I ain't even got to talk
First
to
of
you.
all, you don't know. Every city is different. You don't know what's going to happen once the national troops come to Memphis and they incorporate those new policies and regulations, whatever they have to offer. And, I've never been a negative-minded person. And all of that you just spewed out was just negativity. I'm hoping and I'm praying that when the National Guards arrive here in Memphis, things are going to improve. And that's what I'm looking forward to. So why don't y'all just change the subject? Because I'm tired of talking about this.
Okay, cool.
I
You
ain't
don't
even
talk
brought
about
this up on the stage.
All right, thank you.
Once you all make me feel
Okay,
that,
cool.
let them talk about
Damn,
but
we heard you.
I refuse to take in this.
You just keep on talking. What is with y'all?
The only thing negative around this
Oh. Well, this is what saddens me, is that my people are so gullible. We have witness after witness of people that look like you in
My
other major
people
cities that have said this ain't gonna work. They tried it in the 90s in New York, and we know how it happened. We know how it went down. We know how it affected our community. But it's a large American city. They not all that much different. So you take one model, you implement it in Chicago, Atlanta, Memphis, whatever. It's not going to be too much different. What they're going to do is over police, over incarcerate, and overkill the young black population there. That's how they've done it. And if you don't see that, and you don't want to take heed and listen to all of the people that are from these cities that it's been implemented in, then I mean, okay, you have your opinion. I understand that, and I respect it. But you have to understand that this is not a new plan. It may have a new bow on it. They may describe it different, but it's been implemented before, and it wasn't good for people that look like you or me.
Yeah, can I say something quick?
Did y'all already say
Go ahead.
Real quick. Let me say
Let get them going, say.
What? I thought I was next. The fuck?
Bro, hold on. So first off, I just want to say something real quick. You want him to come for crime with a National Guard, but like the mayor already said, well, not the mayor, statistics say that it's 25-year low in crime. So what exactly is the National Guard doing but disarming our black folks and taking our guns so we won't be ready for war? Like he said, they gonna kill us. They gonna lynch us like they been doing, you feel me? So it's fuck.
All right, so I was gonna say real quick, y'all are putting the Miss Poor Christina getting gangbanged in here without her consent, right? Like, she is someone who's saying, hey, my city has a crime problem, and I'm open to considering this to help fix the problem. What is wrong with that fucking statement, right? What she's saying is like, oh, I'm open to the idea, and I think, like, part of the problem is y'all want to shove your ideas and viewpoints down people's throats so hard, you're not even willing to consider. She's saying, my city's unsafe, my city needs help. What is wrong with saying that out loud? If she's open to help, y'all need to listen.
So maybe you need to listen more, Mother, because
shut the fuck up.
Hold on.
You shut the fuck up.
Oh, God.
Hold on.
Stop
Mother,
it.
maybe
Eat my ass.
Stop.
Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh.
So check this out, Mother. Maybe you need to listen more because I was trying to be patient with the cheeseburger at first, right? What happened was I said, look, I get it. Crime looks bad in your city, but we're not talking about something that's not factual. Just having the fucking National Guard there costs the taxpayers a lot of money. When the state activates it, where it comes from state taxpayers. This is not the federal government paying. This is the state taxes. That money could have been invested in the community. The things that they need for the community is for the long run, not for the short term. Even if they were there for 2 years, what the fuck is 2 to do? Are they going to kill everybody that they think is poor and it could be a problem in the future? Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're looking for? Is that what you're looking for? Are we looking for fucking real solutions where kids that grew up in violent homes, they have some kind of access to mental treatment, or mothers that don't have, like these mothers that didn't learn and make their statistic and their young moms help? Like, what are we looking for? Are we looking for violence? Is that what we want? Fucking a destruction of a community because they happen to grow up poor and they need the help?
So my question.
So that's what I was trying to explain to this goddamn cheeseburger. But instead, she wants to say, bring the fucking National Guard, have police these people, get them the fuck out my community. This is not only her community.
So my question.
I want to respond to Mother, because Mother.
And I forgot about you, ON. You trying to compare Memphis to fucking Los Angeles is a ridiculous comparison. They have totally different cultures.
I wasn't trying to do that,
They have
Mother.
different geographies, different scales, right? So this analysis that didn't work in LA, it's going to be the same situation in Memphis. I find to be quite odd.
Well, first of all, had you fucking listened,
and there's fucking
you would have understood
animosity
this.
towards the
Nobody
National
was
Guard
comparing
in Los Angeles, right?
Shut the fuck up.
So you can get mad, but I compare them.
I'm not getting mad. You're a clown. This is what, if you shut the fuck up and listen, maybe you'll learn something.
Eat my ass.
What I was merely saying is this. Guess what? The same thing was trying LA. Guess what? LA has crime. LA has the same systemic problems that Memphis does. It did nothing. The other point I wanted to make is this: you want to say that why we're not listening, why we don't want the best. I don't even live in Memphis. I've never fucking been to Memphis. But guess what? That doesn't take away the fact that guess what? The thing I want in my community, I want in other communities but those communities have any problems that this one does. The only real difference is sizes. But you're sitting here saying, oh, well, we're trying to force something down her throat. No, we're not. What we're saying is this. Guess what? Donald Trump was the president in 2016, 2017. What was the crime rate in Memphis? Was he trying to do something then? How about this fucking governor in the state of Tennessee? For him to say, "Oh, I need the National Guard to come," that just displays his incompetence. Why wasn't? And he gets federal funding. Why isn't he taking any of that federal funding and trying to help the city of Memphis, Tennessee?
And Christine, I would like for you to ask Mother, who is telling you, ask him, one, if he's black. Two, how many black communities has he been around? Three, is he around the black community where he lives? Four, if he hangs around black people on a daily basis. See, this is the problem. You get outsiders who have no idea about what's coming that want to pretend like they play like the angel and setting you right up. Mother don't know shit about black people. Don't know shit about. I'm a black person. Excuse me.
Excuse me. You're 25% European.
Don't interrupt.
Do
not
I'll let you talk, Big 60. So this is what happens. You get these, randos who are not black. Now we're black.
You're not black. You're
Miss Christine. We're black. So I'm really trying to hold it with you. Just chill. All right.
Disrespectful and then expect people not to.
Bitch, if you shut your motherfucking crack ass up,
fuck up.
Your motherfucking dirty ass.
Mother, relax. You guys take a deep breath.
No, now I'm gonna be disrespectful. So you get Mexican punks.
Okay.
You get a Mexican punk from Ohio.
Oh yeah, you want to be disrespecting people and then they gotta stay on mute while you talk shit to them.
Okay,
well,
I'm
bitch,
just saying you guys.
who gets his butt impregnated by Republicans?
You're the bottom here who has been ran through all over Atlanta.
You gotta stop playing with me. You better shut the fuck up.
You know half of Atlanta has fucked you.
Okay, you guys.
Mother, hold on. Mother, I'm gonna ask you one time, bitch, you can meet me and I will fuck you up, ho. I keep telling you that.
Blah, blah, blah. We're
I will fuck your dirty white queen ass up.
If you touch me, you're going to jail.
No, bitch, and I don't mind. I'll do a night for you. I'll do a night for stomping a bitch like you out. I don't mind. I got the money to get myself out.
Come on, y'all.
Anyway, like I was saying to Christine.
Right. Focus. Don't play that.
Yeah, because
I'm about to block. I'm about to bitch ass to put you out.
The room is being
Half of the prison cell will run right through you. You'll enjoy it.
Hold on.
See, this is the thing. You keep letting these crack ass queens disrespect me, and when I black the fuck out.
Okay, I know the room. I just want to make this announcement. Thank you, Ray, for channeling me. I guess the room is being streamed again. It was streamed last night, so I'm gonna try to play some music low in the background so you guys know what's going on. But this is something I just cannot keep trying to solve with this guy. So I'm being told the room is being streamed on YouTube. So you guys, your speech, I would, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying it. Infinity.
All it's getting streamed, motherfucker. You're dirty.
You wish you could. You're never gonna fuck me.
Fuck you.
Way out of your league.
Everything I can so the stream can get shut.
Shut up, cracker.
Alright,
I don't approve of being recorded. Hello.
Yeah,
I don't either.
Hey, we got.
I'm still getting
Me either.
I told y'all what
Infinity,
to
you're
do.
in the Infinity or whatever. You're in the audience. Why would you say some stuff like that? I mean, everybody cares that they're not consented to be streamed on YouTube. All right, thank you, Infinity.
I didn't give John Kipmore any permission to use my likeness, voice, anything. No. Do not be recording me.
I told y'all how to handle that. I back channeled y'all.
We've done it.
Back channel me.
This is not our
and see if
first
it's different.
rodeo. We've been doing this for a minute. And obviously, if you're gonna say what you're gonna say, because it didn't happen the first time, it didn't stop the second time, nor the third time, or the fourth time. Go look at his library of stolen goods. He's stalking us, y'all.
It's a way.
We're afraid for our life.
We won't be going on much longer.
No. His response.
There's a certain way you gotta report it. It's like you gotta report it with the right,
You can't report the anonymous.
Yeah, his response was, "This is America. He can do what he want to do." He's in the room and he got put on blast for shit. And he was like, "He's not gonna stop. He's gonna continue doing what he want to do."
I'm afraid of him.
I can do what I want to do. It's called my freedom of speech. It's called my First Amendment right protected under the
People
Constitution.
are very afraid. Like, I think we should get an order of protection or something. His phone number is out there. His name is out there, and we at least know he's in Illinois. So maybe he can be reported. I'm scared I'm stopped. He can kill me.
Darling, we're not gonna kill you. We love you. You're our number one segment. Our top theatrical performers.
away from government intrusion. So today,
I'm running for
Texas
Congress
University
in the
student was
14th
arrested
district.
after a video showing a woman
16th district.
Charlie
Whoops.
Kirk murdered
Against Darren LaHood.
went viral and caught the attention of election officials. The video shows a
Go to
woman
JohnForCongress.com.
is dead as she bounces up and down in a dancing motion on the school's campus in Lubbock, Texas. The individual recording and the woman can be heard exchanging words, to which the man refers to her as evil. Texas Governor Greg Abbott responded to the video, which had received millions of views as of Monday morning, writing on social media, "Definitely picked the wrong school to taunt the death of Charlie Kirk. Thanks, Texas Tech." And another post with a picture of the woman being handcuffed by police, Abbott wrote, "This is what happens to the person who was mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination at Texas Tech. Fuck around and find out." Carmen Giselle Booker, 18, was arrested Friday. A school spokesperson told News Nation she is no longer enrolled at the university, following reports that she was expelled. "Any behavior that denigrates victims of violence is reprehensible, has no place on our campus, and is not aligned with our values," the spokesperson wrote. Federal law prevents Texas Tech University from commenting on individual student conduct matters. "We take all reported violations seriously and address them under the university's policy and law. We at Texas Tech are proud of our values and are not afraid to stand up for them. Strive for honor evermore. Long live the Matadors," Corey Campbell, chairman of the University Board of Regents, wrote on social media. Kirk, a conservative activist and the ally of Donald Trump, was fatally shot on a campus event Wednesday at Utah Valley State University. He has received an outpour of support nationwide, and criticism of his political stances and positive remarks about his death have been met with repercussions. Companies such as Delta Airlines, Office Depot have adjusted their social media policies in response to Kirk's death, and local and state agencies have fired employees over social media comments. My question is, do you guys feel like this is a violation of the Constitution, number one? And number two, what do you feel like this young lady should do?
Okay, so you just changed the whole entire subject, but let's go there so we can circle back to Memphis. So you guys, he asked the question to the room. So you guys who are willing and able and wanna go ahead and answer his questions so we can get back to Memphis.
Mother Bacteria, I invited you back up.
If it's a policy, a lot of schools, not only schools, businesses have social media policies, and if you don't follow social media policy, then you may have fucked yourself. But then at the same time, I do think that when people I don't like seeing on social media where they're like, I've seen comments where like people have actually said Trump's next. Like, this is like weird. Like I don't like, why would you want somebody else to die next? This is crazy. I don't agree with that shit at all. I'd be like, it's just not cool. Y'all are that's terroristic threats. When y'all do that shit, that's weird. And I ain't with that.
No, I'm not. Yeah, let's do this before we continue on. Let's make this public statement announcement. We in the 420 do not condone any murder, death, or assassination. We don't champion. We don't support it. We don't love it. None of that. Okay? So somebody was murdered, and that's all I'm gonna say. Okay? Yeah, so just y'all just we're in a new space. This is a new place. And we have to be, unfortunately, you do what you want to do. Nobody's here to try to be your parents and tell you how to live your life and what to say. In a country where free speech is written into the Constitution. So you guys just do it at high res. You guys just do whatever you guys feel for yourself.
Joe, how bad do you think
is
George
safe and okay,
smells?
because we want you to be back. We want you to come back to the 420. But we're in a new. This is a whole new space. The United States is not the United States anymore. Your rights, your civil rights, your everything is being walked on. It's being dog walked, and the dog took a shit on it, and then they rolled it up and used it as paper. So just be aware. You know where you work. You know what you do. You know whatever. Because you got people in here ready to call ICE on you. Why would you think that they wouldn't call? What's his name up there? Who was on the show today? Y'all knew who I'm talking about, and just cause you some grief. This clubhouse is not a safe place either. Trust and fucking believe. Got people on here who wish you no good. So with that, welcome to the 420. Please ping in your friends, your enemies, and your family. We're going to have a good, uneventful, informative room tonight, okay? And we're going to shut down early tonight. It won't be now. It won't be 2 hours from now, 3 hours or 4 or 5, but it definitely won't be 11. 100. Okay. Hey, guys, everybody, welcome who just came up. Sid, Briz, Sai, get them gone. So get them gone. You live in Memphis as well. How do you feel about? I've heard these bits and pieces coming out your mouth. How do you feel about what's happening in your town?
Shit, I told you already. Shit, it's some bullshit. Like,
no, I heard bits and pieces.
It ain't
You've been cut
like,
off, sir.
You can hear me?
I can hear you now, but they were talking over you. You weren't involved in that melee? So go ahead, get them good, get them gone.
Now I'm saying it's a bullshit. Like, damn, bro. Like, we done got to this point where these folks finna come do this bullshit. Like, bro never said, like, the mayor already said, he said he did not approve of this shit. And fuck the governor and the mayor. Like, Trump ain't even called.
Joe, how bad do you think
George
Steiner
tell
smells?
what's going on. You feel me? So, I feel like it's just come in here and fuck with us for real, show us what he finna do. Give us a little warning. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm ready for the shit. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm ready.
I just wanted to jump in and to add that I was the one that brought the breaking news. I'm sure everybody had already heard about it, though. But I want everyone to know that I'm not naive, naive to think that even though the National Guards are coming to Memphis, that if we're going to go down to zero crime, that's unrealistic. But I am excited about the National Guards coming to Memphis. I still am excited, even though I come in this room, I get called out my name, and that's something I do not stoop that low as a lady to call anybody out of their name. I didn't call anybody out of their name in this entire room, but I got called out of my name. But that right there, when a person stoop that low, I just don't have words for. I don't have no respect for that type of mentality or that kind of a person at all. But back to Memphis, I am very excited about National Guards coming in.
Okay, can I just ask some questions? Because you got Get Him Good, or he's gone. Okay, Get Him Gone, and yourself, and you guys on polar different sides of this. So for you, since you're born and raised, right, in Memphis?
Yes.
Okay, for you and your experience, are you saying that overall, are you just speaking of pockets in Memphis? Are you speaking of in Memphis overall? Because we had somebody in here. Well, I'm sorry, we had someone in the sister room earlier. I don't know if you know Q. He was in there talking about regardless of the stats, there's still a lot of crime crime in Memphis and that the stats are incorrect. Are you saying this in pockets? Are you saying it's all of Memphis? Is it where you live? Is it across town?
Well, you know, the inner city has always, in every state, going to be a higher crime rate. And that's the same way here in Memphis. There are certain areas, of course, that the suburbans, there's the urban, and there's the what you call the ghetto and the poor poverty areas. Of course, it's going to be higher in those areas, but even the most privileged areas here, which is considered Collierville and Germantown, they suffer with crime in their areas too. But it's not nearly as high as it is in the inner cities. But overall, Memphis has a very high rate of crime. And over the years, it has increased tremendously. As growing up as a young girl here in Memphis, I remember when we used to, leave our doors unlocked and all those kind of things. But now, crime has increased drastically, and of course, I mean, I'm hearing all these people's stats, but I have not done any research. I don't have the data to show where, I mean, what the numbers are. But me here in the Memphis area, listening to people that live in every area of town, my church members going to my family members, and people are being killed and robbed, and all kinds of things are happening in Memphis. So yes, I'm excited about National Guard coming to Memphis, and I really am grateful that President Trump has signed a memorandum to come here. So that's all I wanted to say. Of course, I'm not naive enough to think that the crime rate is going to go down.
All right, Christine.
That's impossible.
Well, yeah, and that's just
let him get him gone, and Christine
So
have
you
the
saying that
conversation
him
because they both
bringing-
live in the same state. Go ahead, get him.
You saying him bringing the National Guard gonna help Memphis? Okay, and that's some bullshit. Cause I'm gonna tell you why. If they invest in more public transport so people can get to their jobs and people can go places, that's why Memphis suffer with poverty, because people don't have, like, we don't have nothing. Like, there's nothing out here, you feel me? It ain't shit. Like, if we improve the education system, like, so it can be lower crime and literacy rates, then shit will be good. Invest in infrastructure, fix the roads, put money in Mud Island. Like, we have shit to do here. There's not shit to do downtown. Like, it's not shit. They don't give a fuck. Like, I'm telling you, think the National Guard come here, like, just to, like, help the city? Fuck no. They come here to bash it. They come here to do us dirty. And you think that this crime is bad? You think this shit is bad? They just said 25 years. Like, yes, like, it would have made sense him coming, shit, 6 months ago, a year ago, you feel me? But he coming now on some bullshit at the wrong time. Shit, we getting shit together now. What's the point, you feel me? Like, come on now.
The way I feel about it, get them gone. There can always be some improvement. And if he is coming here with the National Guards, me, like I said before, I'm always thinking on the positive side of everything, all aspects of life. I've always been a positive person. So, of course, I'm not going to feed into all this negativity. I live here in Memphis, and I'm praying and hoping that when the National Guards get here, whatever they implement here, or whatever the regulation, or whatever they the policies that they're going to incorporate, of course they're not going to just come here and go up and down the street and police. They're going to develop new policies, new ways of doing things. They are going to be working with the police force. They're going to be incorporating new rules and regulations and things like that. That does take time. It's not going to be, he said, if it takes 2 weeks to 2 years. So yes, I'm very excited about it. And Memphis and Chicago, everywhere can stand some improvement. So for them for President Trump to want to come here and improve this city, I'm excited about it, and I don't care what else anybody say in here about Memphis, or what. Even you get them gone. How long have you been in Memphis?
I was born and raised in Memphis. Born and raised in Fraser. You know what that's.
Yeah, I know what Fraser one of the highest rate crime areas.
Exactly.
I lived in Fraser for a
Exactly, and I'm telling you that whatever Fraser had going on back in the day, when niggas was pistol popping and niggas was rocking, yeah, bro, this shit ain't going on no more. You seen that Orange Mound shooting when 9 people died, mass shooting. Nobody got charged with it. That was 2 years ago. Why Trump ain't come in? I mean, that was a year ago. Why Trump ain't coming in? Why he ain't pull up then? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, Trump ain't really, like, he ain't trying to come help us. Like, if he was trying to help us, he'll be telling these folks, come on, put a better education in our system so we can start off to a good path, you feel me? Because kids automatically start off with drugs, guns, because they ain't got no education, you feel me? Like, I'm telling you, our education system so fucked up. I just graduated last year, you feel me? I just graduated Southwind High School. When I tell you, like, ain't no high schools coming like Memphis high schools, I'm telling you, like, this shit really fucked up out here.
You said
y'all think crime.
You say why he didn't come 2 years ago? He wasn't even in office 2 years ago.
I said, why Trump? First off, this the thing. You talk about the Orange Mound shooting. Yeah, I said 2 years ago. But what about this? 6 other people just got shot at a block party on Tate Street, South Memphis.
Trying to do.
South Memphis. That was when Trump was president. He didn't say nothing about it.
Well, it takes time to get all these things implemented. He's trying to get here.
Your governor activates your National Guard. What do y'all not understand?
Right,
So,
Christine.
Your president, it's your governor.
Right,
when your president activates the National Guard, there has to be legal justification. What he used for DC, which is totally different, it's not a state. He used public safety. What he used for California was immigration, like some kind of national security with immigration. It's your governor. It's your goddamn governor that's activating your National Guard. Stop saying Trump. There's no goddamn insurrection. So if your governor today is saying he needs them, why didn't he need them last year?
Super weird.
Continue to say
y'all don't understand how the military work.
I say
he does not
understand.
Y'all don't, Christine. Christine, you're talking. Okay, hold on.
Go ahead, Rez. Sure, please. Please go ahead.
Y'all, okay, please, because Patty is pissed and I know why she's pissed.
I don't give a damn.
Christine, I know that's the problem, Christine. You never give a damn.
You don't know me. How you gonna say never?
Because
all right, ladies, Christine, respectfully. Christine. Rez, hang on. Rez, give me 2 seconds. Thank you, Christine. So nobody interrupted you. Respectfully, please let Rez go, and then you can respond. But it's very unpleasant when both people are talking for the audience to understand anything that's being said. So respectfully, please let her finish, and then you can go. Go ahead, Rez.
Okay, Christine, I've had a discourse with you in this several times. I have, okay? And you get a little out of pocket.
I never met you before. So don't make up shit. This lady has never spoken. This lady has never spoken.
Ma'am, I've had a discourse
never talked to me before.
Yes, I have.
You never talked to me.
Okay, so
Anyway.
let's say that it's not Christine that you've spoken to, so.
Hell, I don't even know you.
Okay, she's not gonna say it no more, Christine.
She was mistaken. Please just don't interrupt her. Maybe she was mistaken, but just let her get her point of view.
Okay.
It's a lot of
All right,
people on the app.
so get them good, gone. You absolutely amazing point. And I really appreciate you and what you said, young man, because the is investment in the communities, right? They spent in the infrastructure, which has never been done in Memphis and needed to be done in Memphis. Memphis needs infrastructure in school. It needs better transportation so people can get back and forth to work. But activating the National Guard is not the answer. And there's no such thing as building a policy with law enforcement. The National Guard cannot be used as law enforcement, period, like blankets in the Constitution. The National Guard is Title 32. And just like Patty said, he used different reasonings. And the governor is the only one that can act the National Guard. In D.C., he activated them because he doesn't have statehood. So he could federally get away with it. He did it in California for a little while. But guess what happened? They went to federal court, and he was overturned. Okay? And Newsom won that case. He had no right to do that. So they had to withdraw it. This is what I'm talking about. And they're going to have to fight in what you call it. But the problem is, it's a red state. So the governor's not going to fight, unfortunately. That's going to be the problem. So unless somebody jumps up and fights, you're not going to have a fight. The National Guard's going to have a presence, but they're not going to be able to do anything. The most they're going to do is clean up your yard, sweetheart. They're going to walk around. They're going to look cute for about 5 seconds, and then they're going to go back, and it's not going to change your crime rate.
That's
the problem. That's
you know, a lot of people. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Go
ahead. Go ahead.
But there is a lot of people in these towns, and we've heard it like every time we talk about it, from Chicago to DC to LA. There are a lot of people in these communities who are welcoming this response. Can we say yay? Can we say amen?
I get it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
but it's a false sense of hope.
That's true, and we're gonna get those
the cavalry's
people in
coming.
here, though.
It's the problem. It's the but it's the oh my God, the cavalry's. It's this false sense of security that people have. They think the National Guard's gonna ride in on their horses. They're gonna come and save the day, and they're gonna change something. And they don't have jurisdiction, and they don't have any way to change any policy. And it is crazy to me that people are falling for the banana in the tailpipe. That's problematic. I'm going on mute.
Okay, so I just, not trying to take any side. Okay, you next, Sandra. I see you. Not any side, but I know, remember when? And I'm not trying to take any side. Don't you guys start jumping me. I remember when the crime bill went down. Some of these people they see. I don't know what it is. I guess they're in their situation. They're in their community, and they're trying to say, well, God dang, maybe that is gone down. Maybe crime has gone. Maybe this won't last, or whatever the case may be. They just see relief. So I don't live in Memphis. I don't live in Chicago. I don't live in DC. But when you have people who live there, I'm just gonna give them the spit vent about where they live, because no one lives under my roof, and you guys can't tell me when I say the fucking pipes is leaking and whatever, and you got speak on it. But let them be able to speak, say what they need to say. These two, get them, and Christine live in this place. Get them has one perspective. Christine has another. In every state you go to, because we played, and I'm landing, Sandra. We played clip after, and I don't have a side. I have an opinion, but I don't have it. We played clip after clip after clip of people in Chicago, and they have a wonderful mayor, and they have an excellent governor. But them people in Chicago, they was talking about, hold the fuck up. My neighborhood look like this. My neighborhood look like that. We don't even like this motherfucking mayor. I mean, it was just crazy. And his approval rates, and I know nothing about his mayor in Chicago. No, I do nothing about your governor. His approval rate was double when I looked it up. First it was single digits, and then it said double digits. I'm just saying, you guys, not taking sides, I have an opinion. We're going to have the conversation, because you're going to get people in here, live there, and some that don't, that's going to be saying, yay, man, bring them in. And it's at their own peril, because I don't live there. So if I did live there, I wouldn't want the National Guard, because you guys heard me say I feel comfortable having any type of militarization of my community. But to me, in New York City, in Manhattan, down in Lower Manhattan, close to the bridge, I let other people who live in these cities speak on this. And I'm glad you're educating Miss Christine. Maybe she didn't know some of the things that you guys have offered up. Thank you so much for bringing these facts into the room. And she might see it a little bit differently once we finish with the conversation. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And the next person up is Miss Sandra. Go ahead, Miss Sandra.
Thank you, Lisa. One of the things that Get 'em God said the things that they need is to help with the kids, to have some things for the kids to do, after school programs and stuff like that. The money that Memphis is going to have to pay, Memphis citizens are going to have to pay for the National Guard is astrofucking-nominal. That money that they're getting ready to pay could be going into making some changes in the city. So I don't think she realizes that she needs to look into how much those men and women get paid. Each one, they could bring in 2,000, they could bring in 3,000, 4,000. Y'all gonna have to pay for that. You guys. So I don't know if she realizes that. And in DC, and I know Memphis is hot. The black-owned businesses in DC, when Trump brought the National Guard, literally shut down. The restaurants, the clubs, they weren't doing anything wrong. They weren't shooting up the block, but the people wouldn't come. So the tourism, Memphis is the tourist town. The tourism went to shit. Didn't nobody want to go to DC with the National Guard walking around, even if all of them was picking up trash in the damn park? They didn't want to be there. So it shut the city down. So now the restaurants and shit, they closed. Guess what? Trump's cronies, his little rich friends, I bet you they're going to buy that shit up real cheap and open up white restaurants. So the black restaurants are probably on. And the other people that live there. So it is what it is. If that's what you want, Miss Christine, I hope it works for you.
F. Greg want to jump in. Go ahead, F. Greg. And then whoever said Lisa next, y'all next.
I just want to know if you played the clip from the Memphis political. Anyway.
Oh no, I have the mayor queued up. I was just waiting because we went from one subject to the next. But yeah, go ahead, F. Gray, and thanks, Mike.
There's people on the left that can't accept the fact that the Democrats completely screwed up. And all these people, whether it's left, but particularly the right, that are hugely popular, are answering something that the Dems and the liberal left, as you know, a registered Democrat, refuse to acknowledge, and they still refuse to acknowledge this. So even though some people are saying, because of this tragedy, you're going to have more people. No, I agree with you. It's not just the tragedy. Like, that political left is completely still not looking in the mirror. Now, to land my plane on that and to move on, as an artist, I'm not for censorship. As an educator as well, I guess my question is, we're in the Wild West, where, yes, people behaved a certain way in the past. People didn't have the power to go on social media. It was news media, whether it was radio, whether it was newspapers, and they had standards, and they still do, of what they will put out there for legal and many other responsibility issues, ethical issues in journalism. But we're living in a time where anybody could pretty much go online, regardless of repercussions or anonymously, and say whatever they want, rile whoever they want up. Yes, I think who's in power gets sometimes to determine those censorship elements, but what I see as an artist is people are really not that intelligent about it. You know, when I look to certain past people who really challenge things and thought and influence people to think differently, it wasn't just political rhetoric, it was other forms. And I guess my question is in the light, not being for censorship, being for freedom of speech, in the light of we're in the Wild West of the internet, where a 10-year-old could go online and say whatever they want, whether it's 10 years old, 40, or 70, what do you want to do about it? Is this the society we want to live in? Because and I'm going to just be blunt, we are in such a classless society on so many levels. And this is, to me, this is what we're doing. We're just producing this over and over again. Societies for all economic and status classes had a set of conduct. And we're, in the age of, if you want to go into the store in your pajamas, you can. If you want to go on the internet and say whatever, you can, no matter who it's going to insult. So I guess I'm sitting back listening to this, and I understand people are anti-censorship. But there were things in place in societies that control behavior to some extent.
I'm going to answer your question, and then I think a mod or two wanted this. And the next in the queue is Christian, Your Peace, and Jorge. I want to remind you, it's 100% factual that at least on Clubhouse, 85% of people that you see in a room just listen. Only 10 to 15% talk. So when you hear the 10 to 15% talk, which is factual, don't assume that the other 85% agree. And with that, did Ahmad want to speak before we go to Christian, Your Peace, and Jorge?
I do, and I think that's a really excellent point, and I think that is the crisis of our time. We are all addressing points made by the worst of us. That's just the reality. We're all, and we do it here on Clubhouse. One person comes on the stage and says something absolutely outrageous, and the whole room shifts to focus on them and to debate them and to interact with them. We have moved away from discussion as a way of moving forward and solving problems, and we now, and we like to debate as sport. It's not about solutions. And so what do you do when all of the social media tools that we have available to us are incentivizing the absolute worst behavior? And quite frankly, there's a musculature that we're all losing about how to find consensus, because we're all learning the skill of how to win the argument and to get the most points. Like there's actually points. Right now, our kids can't read. We have like actual real problems, and we sit around all day talking past each other as opposed to each other, and we get points for that, dopamine hits for that. How do we reroute that kind of behavior when that's the behavior that's rewarded?
100%. Before we move on, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Marshall, me, Denise, other mods, and other people in this room agree on a solution-oriented philosophy. And that solution-oriented philosophy starts with agreeing on common ground. If we can all agree that it is wrong to assassinate someone simply because of their words, we can stop there and move on. But if somebody, and I've said it before, there's at least one person in this room who doesn't agree. There's one person in this room who says, no, it's okay to assassinate someone because of their words. You know what I say?
Wait, and can I interrupt you right there, Steve?
In a moment you can. In a moment you can. Yes. In a moment. Some of you may say we can come to a consensus with that person.
We are fellow citizens. If this is so, we are members of some political community. If this is so, the world is in a manner a state. For of what other common political community will anyone say that the whole human race are members? From thence, from this common political community comes also our very intellectual faculty and reasoning faculty, and our capacity for law. Or whence do they come? For as my earthly part is a portion given to me from certain earth, and that which is watery from another element, and that which is hot and fiery from some peculiar source, for nothing comes out of that which is nothing, as nothing also returns to non-existence. And so also the intellectual part comes from some source. Death is such as generation is, a mystery of nature, a composition out of the same elements, and a decomposition into the same, and altogether not a thing of which any man should be ashamed. For it is not contrary to the nature of a reasonable animal, and not contrary to the reason of our Constitution. It is natural that these things should be done by such persons. It is a matter of necessity. If a man will not have it so, he will not allow the fig tree to have juice. But by all means bear this in mind, that within a very short time both thou and he will be dead, and soon not even your names will be left behind. Take away thy opinion, and then there is taken away the complaint. I have been harmed. Take away the complaint. I have been harmed. And the harm is taken away. That which does not make a man worse than he was, also does not make his life worse, nor does it harm him either from without or from within. The nature of that which is universally useful has been compelled to do this. Consider that everything which happens justly, and if thou observest carefully, thou wilt find it to be so. Do not say only with respect to the continuity, the series of things, but with respect to what is just, and as if it were done by one who assigns to each thing its value. Observe then as thou hast begun, and whatever thou doest, do it in conjunction with this, the being good, and in the sense of which a man is properly understood to be good. Keep to this in every action. Do not have such an opinion of things as he has who does thee wrong, such as he wishes thee to have.
Krishna.
But look at them as they are in truth. Man should always have these two rules in readiness. The one, to do only whatever the reason of the ruling and legislating faculty may suggest for the use of men. The other, to change thy opinion, if there is any one at hand who sets thee right and moves thee from any opinion. But this change of opinion must proceed only from a certain persuasion, as of what is just or of common advantage and the like, not because it appears pleasant or brings reputation. Hast thou reason? I have. Why then dost not thou use it? For if this does its own work, what else dost thou wish? Thou hast existed as a part. Thou shalt disappear in that which produced thee, but rather thou shalt be received back into its seminal principle by transmutation. Many grains of frankincense on the same altar. One falls before, another falls after, but it makes no difference. Within 10 days, thou wilt seem a god to those to whom thou art now a beast and an ape. If thou wilt return to thy principles and the worship of reason, do not act as if thou wert going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over thee. While thou livest, while it is in thy power, be good. How much trouble he avoids who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does of things, but only to what he does himself, and it may be just and pure. Or as Agathon says, look not round at the depraved morals of others, but run straight along the line without deviating from it. He who has a vehement desire for posthumous fame does not consider that every one of those who remember him will himself also die very soon. Then again also they who have succeeded them, till the whole remembrance shall have been extinguished, as it is transmitted through men who foolishly admire, perish. But suppose that those who will remember are even immortal, that the remembrance will be immortal. But But then is this to thee? And I say not what it is to the dead, but what is it to the living? What is praise accepted?
Division is completely acceptable and okay with some exclusions. And one of those exclusions is that it's not okay to assassinate someone anytime, any reason for their words. That we don't want division on. You see, sometimes the problem with what I find with political movements is their message is too complicated. I'm not going to give examples. I believe what me, Marshall, Denise, and others are saying is a very simple message. And you're right, we don't want division in that message. It's never, under any circumstances whatsoever, to assassinate someone because of their words. And you know what? Let me. I played this earlier in the critical thinking room. This, of course, is the after party. Give me like 45 seconds.
Understand it until a few hours ago. America isn't easy. America is advanced citizenship. You've got to want it bad, because it's going to it's going to say, you want speech? Let's see you acknowledge a man whose words make your blood boil, standing center stage and advocating at the top of his lungs that which you would spend a lifetime opposing at the top of yours. You want to claim this land as a land of the free? Then the symbol of your country cannot just be a flag. The symbol also has to be one of its citizens exercising his right to burn that flag in protest. Now show me that. Defend that. Celebrate that in your classrooms.
Our message is very simple, very short, and very clear. It is never, ever, under any circumstances whatsoever acceptable to assassinate somebody because of their words.
Yes, Steve. As I've watched today, my family, I think, as you know, are very in line with law enforcement, right? My husband spent over 35 years protecting our home ground here in three different cities.
Thank you for the service.
Yep, absolutely. And to see that this, I say child because he's the same age as my son, for his father to go in and resign, put down his badge, give back his gun, he said, I can't do my job anymore today. If you follow anybody on Facebook, follow the Thin Blue Line if you want to know this type of information. But, I mean, we've been in law enforcement talking to each other pretty much for the last week now. We're going to be coming right back up to Wednesday real soon. And I mean, that father is going to grieve the rest of his life because he had to make that should never for a parent have to be made. He had to call in his friends with the U.S. Marshal, let's get him in before he gets killed going in, to custody. But, I mean, guys, there's not one human on earth that I would ever in my life dream of just taking out. And to watch these young kids, I've listened to friends, their kids are making like these little things on Fortnite of killing Charlie and all this stuff. These weird people are out there doing. Pay attention to your kids. Pay attention to what they're saying. Talk to them because weird stuff going around, and it's very sad for our country.
My opinion. You know why these types of conversations didn't happen when Brian Thompson was assassinated? I said earlier, half the people in here don't know who Brian Thompson is, but I guarantee you everybody pretty much knows who Luigi Mangione was. He was the guy that shot that CEO from the insurance company of United. That was Brian Thompson. But guess what? Brian Thompson was a quiet man. He did his job. He didn't have tens of millions of followers like Kirk had. And that's why we're having the discussions now. Kirk's a famous dude. Brian Thompson was just doing his job. But guess what? They both had a wife and they both had kids. And they were both just doing an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. Yet Brian Thompson, the top, really didn't come around. But with Kirk now, you're getting it all. The message is simple. It's never, ever, no matter what, acceptable to assassinate somebody because of their words.
And the extension of that, it's also not acceptable to fire somebody because they put a quote from Charlie Kirk on Facebook. Like that is equally unacceptable. Like, we have to believe that people are free. They're free to have a different opinion than you have. They're free to have a different experience of someone. One thing that has become painfully true to me in this whole exercise is the fact that we do not have the same internet. We don't see the same clips. We don't have access to the same information. We are being pitted against each other. So, like, allow people the freedom to process their experience of someone the way they choose to. And if you don't like it, you don't have to engage with that person. But I think having a full-on witch hunt of anybody who disagreed or who found what Charlie Kirk said offensive, I feel like that is un-American. Like, I don't know. I just think we can't do revisionist history. Everybody's going to have to be honest of the points and the places that they were hypocritical, that they went too far. I think we've all kind of gone too far, right? And, like, how do we move forward? We have to, just like, there's going to have to just be some integrity, just being honest, right? And if we can do that, even with our best intentions, this is still going to be incredibly difficult because we are intentional. Our rage is being monetized. Somebody is cashing in chips right now because we're clicking on the worst, most hateful things that come across our desk. Right?
Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, and that's it. So, like, it's like we have to be smarter than the algorithm that is intentionally pulling us apart. And I know that's not easy to do. It's incredibly hard to do. But if we don't, like, take kind of like a personal responsibility and a specific intention around that, we're going to lose a whole generation of young people. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that happen.
For those of you... you can. I'll be very quick, and yes, you can. You that are wondering why Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are reacting the way they are, and whether you agree or disagree, I'll tell you why. It's very simple. It's not that complicated. They're attempting to get more votes in the next election. Now, maybe you're someone who says, oh, well, it's going to backfire on them. Well, maybe it will. But they've got the research. They've got the people behind them. They've got the algorithms that Denise mentioned. And I guarantee you 100% that the reason why Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are talking the way they are is because they believe it's going to get them more votes. Period. End of story. Who wanted to go next?
It was me, Steve. I'm Miriam.
Please do.
Thanks. I wanted to quickly respond to Denise. I agree with you, but there's always a caveat to, private businesses and rules of engagement and HR policy manuals and code of ethics. So to an extent, I agree, but once you get to that point where you're an employee, there's a code of conduct, you're signing it, there are some regulations that within a business setting. However, on the flip side, you have people like Representative Randy Fine, who's actively tweeting out, I want the names of everyone on every platform, you know, that is saying anything derogatory in any way, shape, or form, not even celebrating, just anything. I want to know who they are, and we're going to get them fired. Keep up the good work, everybody. Then you've got, and I really can't believe this one came out from Representative Clay Higgins, because I always know him to be like a hardcore constitutionalist. In fact, he's always talked about being a House rep because he believes that the House side is the protector of the Constitution. But you have somebody like him who says, hey, I'm going to, if it's the last thing I do, come hell or high water, I'm going to ban any belittling of Charlie Kirk or his death, right? The belittling of it, not the celebration of the assassination, but the mere belittling of Charlie Kirk. He wants to ban, and not only that, ban on all social media platforms. So if you're on Instagram and you say something about Charlie Kirk, then you get reported and you get banned on Facebook, you get banned on X, you get banned on Clubhouse, you get banned on Reddit, you get banned on YouTube, and so on and so on. So when you have, on the flip side, people saying that are members of Congress, it does kind of take us back to where we've been talking about, which is like the whole freedom of speech thing. So there's two sides to it. I can totally get behind a company saying, hey, if you're wearing my, you know, my uniform, if you're, you know, out on a job, or if you're representing the company and you're a public face of the company, then there are some ways that we expect you to operate. But those standards of conduct apply to anything, not just one particular thing. I was actually having this conversation with my husband because we were talking about this. It was on the news that a guy got fired from his job because of something like that. But he was in his uniform and he was saying something. Now, if the company fires him just because it's Charlie Kirk, yeah, that's a problem. But if the company fires anyone who says anything that they're not supposed to do and they're representing the company, I think that's also fair game at the same time. So just wanted to show the both sides.
Can I jump in?
Can I chime into this? Marianne, like, it's good to hear from you again, but
Hey, Brad.
There's an issue with it, and while your words are moving and your stance is logical, those exact same phrases were uttered during George Floyd, during COVID, during questionings of Fauci and stuff. Many people lost their businesses. Many people lost their homes. We had whole swath banks, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, after January 6th, divulge information without actually notifying its patrons or, you know, waiting to receive a warrant of its patrons' private information to the FBI so they could track down where expenditures occurred in D.C. at that time. You had a wholesale an attack that even participated by our own federal government under the FBI, the Twitter files that Elon Musk revealed, and even some of the affirmations that came out by Zuckerberg and other people who, let's be honest, are no friends of the right, but apparently now are ostracized by their own party for coming out and saying, yep, they actually had a say in this stuff. And targeting those individuals. So while your words are correct, they were correct back then when the right was saying, hey, this is going to come, this pendulum is going to swing, and we're going to not stop. And now the pendulum is swinging, and I'm sorry, for those in the way, for those that are saying, oh, we should have level heads, it's too late, because you went all in. When people said, let's just stop here, let's have a civil discourse, you should have listened to the Miriams, the Steves, the Marshalls. Back in, 2019, 2020? You should have started then. You should have listened to them. 2021? Nope, nobody wanted that. And now you were, like, perfectly fine. You were cheering it on. Got another one on Twitter. There's literally entire websites dedicated to all the people who've ever commented on so happy to get rid of somebody else. The girl getting fired from Disney's movie thing because she was a Trump person. She was removed from her career, an acting role, hasn't recovered. There's many people. There's a woman who is slandered and slammed because she was Nancy Pelosi's hairdresser. She used to own her own business. Now she works in a shop in another part of California. She lost her wholesale because people canceled her for standing up and saying, hey, I didn't entrap Nancy Pelosi. But many people fell victim to that. And, you know, unfortunately, no one's going to be ready to sit down and listen to your words until this carnage, this new round of carnage is done.
I know, and it's really sad, Brad. Sorry, just 10 seconds. I agree with you, but I'll kind of end with this. Vengeance is not the solution. So at some point, this vengeance, this cycle of vengeance that keeps repeating itself in the most partisan way needs to just stop, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just want to say, Miriam said, you said most of what I was going to say, but I wanted to say in general, like, I marvel at people's ability to have a lot of freedom, because I've had jobs where I've had to be extremely careful and not put my personal opinions out there. You know, as an educator, maybe it's because it's kids. You know, teachers get fired for having their Facebook profile with a glass of wine because it's insane. So like I marvel at like this idea that people feel that they could have ultimate freedom to say what they want, and we technically do. But there are many people in jobs without wearing a uniform that are not able to do that.
I can speak to this issue. It's part of my wheelhouse. There are federal employment laws for hiring and firing, but most of the laws go down to the states. States are right to work states. Some states are not. I'm in California. It's not a right to work state. If any of you are concerned about whether or not you can legally be hired or fired based on what's on your Facebook, all you have to do is do a quick Google or Chat GPT search on your state and what the laws are existing currently for hiring and firing. It's a
Here's a true answer as somebody who hires. Of course, HR and other people are going to scrub your Facebook. Of course, they're going to type your name into Google and find out. They just do. Like everybody in the employment sector is going to do that. Sorry, hate to tell you this. That's the truth.
Yeah, but my bigger point was with what Miriam said is that there's things that are said that aren't even as serious that I understand, Stephen, I do enjoy the rooms on the legality.
See you at Hard Rock.
You're, in general, like, listen, a business could do what they could make your life miserable to get you to leave without bringing it to that point. But my main point is that,
yes.
I think because we're in this age where we have the ability to go online and advertise whatever we're thinking.
Yes.
There's an illusion that there aren't going to be repercussions. And like Miriam said, yes, there are corporate.
Let me comment on that very quickly. Don't forget where you are. You're just about to go to corporate. I learned a long time ago, actually my dad told me this about 15 years ago. The last thing in the world you should do when you're at dinner is take pictures of your food and post them on your Facebook in real time. You wait till you get home. Why? Because you're telling the whole fucking world that you're out of the house and come rob me. Just saying.
John Kitover slander.
Great PSA, Steve.
Thank you. I mean, look, I know I'm making light of what you and others consider to be an extremely serious situation. I don't mean to demean you or minimize it, but well, you just have to do what's best for you, and that's all. That's all. Hi, Matt. I noticed you came in about 15 minutes ago. How's Connecticut, Matt? If you're there. If not, it's okay.
Couldn't tell you how Connecticut is. I just left Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Highway has a lot of road work.
Thank you, buddy. Let's see who's new. Paul, have you spoken yet? Would you like to speak, Paul?
I'm just in listening. Thanks, though.
You got it. My pleasure. We have Matt number 2, I guess, at the bottom. Hi, Matt. You just came onto the stage. Would like to talk?
Just it's great to hear your voice, Steve. That's the only reason why I'm here.
Well, thank you. A lot of people do say I have a voice from God, even though I'm an atheist. All right, it's respectful popcorn. Oh, here's a PSA for you. Those of you that may know, I just got back from a 1-week cruise in Mexico, and I had a very short conversation when I was in Ensenada with a military person who was dressed in military garb and had a drug sniffing dog as well as a fully automatic rifle. And I said, hey, does that dog only sniff one type of drug or multiple? And he said the dog not only sniffs 5 different types of drugs, but also sniffs, and this is what he said, I kid you not, if someone has more than $10,000 in cash. And I said, you're kidding me. He goes, nope, you can sniff if you have more than $10,000 in cash in you. And of course, because the guy has a drug sniffing dog and an automatic weapon, I didn't want to further interrogate him. But what I assume is because most people who would carry 10 grand in cash have $100 bills, that if you were to carry over 100 $1 bills, the dog would probably be able to sniff that too. But I was never aware that you can use dogs to sniff out someone who has more than 10 grand in cash. There's a PSA for
you. Can't, Steve.
Well, according to him, Brad, you can.
Sure,
And I'm actually not surprised, and let me tell you why. And by the way, I haven't looked this up on Google. I didn't research it. Maybe somebody else did. But when you carry money, I think all money is made of the same, whether it's a 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, or 100. And if you have 100 individual bills together with the human sweat and being transferred from hand to hand, I would think a dog could, but go ahead.
So dogs are just trained in the ink detection. I think he was just pulling your leg. I've never heard of a dog, and having worked with a lot of dogs over the years, and I've seen them engaged, especially in the military. I've never seen one specifically be able to hit just 10,000. Usually they go by the ink because the ink is unique. The paper, which isn't really paper, but it's that scent between the cotton and linen of it is really what they target on. So they can detect it. Now a certain volume, maybe. But if I just decided to randomly take out $10,000 out of my savings and stuff it in a backpack and touch all the bills and put it up there, well, the dog, and I remove, let's say, $200 of it, isn't?
No, Brad. I was suggesting 100 individual bills. In other words, maybe 100 $1 bills or 100, anything over 100 individual bills. The dog can detect that. That's what I think.
Steve, it's because there's trace amounts of cocaine on those bills that are $100 and over.
Oh, okay.
So when it's like a lot of them together, the dogs they pick up on the cocaine traces, the very small amount of traces of the cocaine. So any money in circulation has very, very small traces of that cocaine. So it's basically by coincidence if they land a stash of 500,000.
Well, and of course, I didn't even need to ask. The reason why he said 10,000 is because if you if you come into the United States with more than 10 grand in cash, Customs requires you to declare it. I presume if you go into another country with 10 grand in cash, you have to declare it also.
I'm not surprised.
The different bills use different inks. The different bills use different inks. This is something, they actually talked about this on Animal Planet.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there was a show on Animal Planet 3 years ago. They were talking about training, the dog's nose, particularly specific types of dogs, right? They're training dogs to sniff out, like, cancer, for example. They're training dogs to sniff out different things. The thing with the money is a little tricky, but it's because the different, it's all cotton, so it's not really paper, it's cotton, but it has something to do with the denominations using different types of ink, and they train the dogs to sniff out different types of ink.
Cool. Thank you. David's new. Hi, David. You want to speak or are you good? David. David.
Great conversation. Was a great critical thinking room too.
Oh yeah.
And, appreciate everyone's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Popcorn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Violet?
Yes. Yeah, Violet.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if that would be possible. My research has been mostly into cadaver dogs because of my interest in forensic anthropology. But that research stresses the wide variety of chemical and pheromonal smells that trained dogs can be taught to recognize.
A dog's nose is about 500 times more sensitive than our human noses, right?
I heard 48 to 47, but it is very sensitive.
You heard 48 to 47, and I heard 500. Okay, all right. No, I don't know. I didn't do the heavy research.
As someone who gambles, that's an interesting comment that I hadn't thought of dogs being able to sniff for money.
Are you my gambling friend, David?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
No, am I the friend you know that gambles?
I'm sorry. Did you and I exchange a couple of back channels specifically regarding gambling?
Not back channels.
Sorry, good, bro.
Okay, this is the John Kitover Podcast, 9/15/25, 8 p.m. show. Follow us at John Kitover IL on X. That's John Kitover, K-I-T over I-L.
So really quickly, Steve, just because I was curious, I went to the ASPCA website, and it says that a dog's nose sense of smell is estimated to be 10,000 to 100,000 times more sensitive than ours.
10,000? I thought it was just 500.
I thought it was less than that. Interesting.
Depends on the breed of dog.
Political.
Amazing. I, of course, have a pit bull. Her name is Coco. I got her 4 years ago during the start of the pandemic at 9 months old. Got her from the SPCA. And she's been with me ever since. And can't say enough about Coco.
Yeah, one of my dogs can sniff when my blood sugar goes either too high or too low as well. It's kind of amazing. And she was never, like, trained. It's just something she's able to do. When she does her thing, I go and check, and she's never wrong.
There are dogs that are trained by medical professionals that can sense spikes in blood pressure and diabetes. This is a fact, and that's Dr.
But she was never trained. It's just something she naturally does. I never had her trained for that. She's not, she's not a guide dog of any kind, so she's not trained in it. It's just something she does.
Hear you loud and clear.
I think that's why I brought it up, because she did it on her own, which tells you that, smart dogs are out there.
Absolutely. Well, I'll go to the green beans. You guys want to keep this room open for a bit, or should we shut it down? We've been going for 2 hours. Let's see. JCC?
I can go either way. It's been great. I enjoyed it. And maybe it's coming to an end.
Yeah. Violet?
I myself have to get going on the school night, so
Gotcha.
I will see everybody later.
Violet, can I speak to you in code for 60 seconds?
Sure.
The suggestions we talked about, have any of them been implemented? Yes or no? I'm going to guess no, not yet.
Actually, yes, we've ordered a couple of...
You've ordered a couple of suggestions, and you're looking forward
This
to
should
getting
be
them.
done in the group chat text. Because now we want to know what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, that's the whole point. You're not supposed to know what the fuck we're talking about. Daryl, are you good? Should we keep the room open for a while?
It's up to you. I have homework, so it's up to you.
Yeah, Reverend Scott, Matt. We'll tell you what. I'll just go on mute, and if you guys can keep an eye if I step away for a bit, just make sure it stays civil. Well, if anybody wants to come up, raise your hand. Brad, if you want to talk or go on a narrative.
Okay,
Seems like Brad kind of ran out of energy.
Congressman John.
He'll be back. Brad never runs out of energy. Go ahead, Brad.
No, I'm just working. I'm actually working, like having to pay taxes for a lot of people that want like free stuff. So, I mean, there isn't really, we can talk about dogs. I've seen them in search and rescue and in military applications. I've seen little terriers go into submarines and ship units to go search for contraband and things along those lines. We can continue talking about how everybody hates Charlie Kirk because he had an opinion. It depends. Also, I wish more people would actually go listen to him and listen to the context of his speeches and his engagements, and then look for the pattern and see why some things were just clipped and then put in. We've had that with notable other politicians. The left cried about that with Biden. The same thing occurred under Trump. We saw that multiple times. But, son of a bitch. That's not going to equal out right. We saw this numerous times with multiple politicians and political figures. I don't know why it's not so different with Charlie Kirk. In all of it, and even scrubbing it through AI, I cannot find, nor can anybody else, find where he asked for implicit harm to LGBTQ members, Black people, Hispanic people, etc. Give your anti-Christian people. He didn't ask a single person. He didn't advocate for any of that stuff. He didn't even ask for a restriction on rights, except for gay marriage. He did say he doesn't believe it, but that's based on his Christian reviews. And he lives in a country where that is not necessarily his views will always be the interpretation of law. But he didn't agree with the law, which he's fully entitled to do so.
Yeah, Brad, I completely agree with you. I've done a little bit of research, clearly not as much as you. And I can't find any quotes which are clearly undisputed about breaking the law or speaking up against, like, attacking or assaulting LGBTQ or preventing them from having the same rights as others. He was very intelligent, very smart, very coy, and he was very careful about his words. Someone once told me a long time ago, a lot of the time, it's more important what you don't say than what you do say. And it's more important to be aware of what you don't know than what you do know. And Charlie Kirk, I think, exemplified that. I've learned more about him since his death than I ever knew before. I used to get his emails like once, twice, 3 times a day. I just deleted them. It was on my delete list. And, but very influential guy, and even though I completely disagree with a majority of his politics, I gotta respect
Joe,
the
how
dude.
bad do you think George
I just
Dynamite
gotta respect
smells?
him. I'm sorry. And unless there's anything else to say, I'm going to close the room down. So if you're on stage,
Like Tyson, I'm running for Rockford. I need your help to KO a real clown.
All right, then that will be that. Thank you all. This was my very first critical thinking after party. Total success. Exceeded my wildest expectations. Take care, everybody. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. And this room will self-destruct in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And ran to women, okay? So I'd rather be with the females in the military. Who's gonna run to put his coochie up?
That was Patty.
Somebody told Ron to put his coochie
That was terrible. Whoever said that.
Dang, Ron, you got an HPL. Let me find out you an HPL, Ron.
The what? The what?
You'll think about it later. He don't even know.
No
See what I'm saying?
What does that mean?
Well, at least we know he don't know what it is. And I know who I'm gonna be hiding behind when all this shit go down. It ain't gonna be Ron. It's gonna be Red and Betty. This boy that threw down his weapon. I'm gonna tell you something. If a war break out, I feel good about it. Okay. I'll be right there. We got Patty and Red on point. That's a damn fact. That is a goddamn fact. I got some breaks out. Okay, so let me give you guys a little bit of this. Maybe we can make some sense out of it, because I wasn't really thinking that this would hit the way it did, but obviously it has. And this Memphis thing, and listen to your president. So if you don't believe nothing I say, nothing Patty say, nothing Red say, forget Ron, he's not even in the conversation. We're going to listen to our president give us a couple of ideas on how he's going to make this shit go down. And y'all listen carefully, because he's talking. Get your wallet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go on mute. I'm in the I'm sorry, y'all. I'm in the nail shop.
You got your wallet out. Let me put the cash up in the wallet. Okay, hold on, y'all.
You feel generous.
She said, "Let me get my wallet out." Okay. All right, here we go. Just a little bit. Let me see if the speakers on yet is on. Okay, here we go.
Step by step, just like we did in DC, we have virtually no crime in DC right now. And we're going to keep it that way. So, Chiefs Capital, we're going to keep it that way, or we're going to federal.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, y'all. I have to turn the speaker on. All right. He said he has virtually no crime in DC, and here we go.
We have to, but we don't have to anymore because it's in such great shape. This task force will be a replica of our extraordinarily successful efforts here. And you'll see it's a lot of the same thing, although the numbers here are really something. They're really bad. Now, we did send FBI in about 4 months ago to work and brought some of the numbers down, and they did a great job, but we're sending in the big force now. We also sent them into Chicago on a sort of a moderate basis, and we brought down crime a little bit in Chicago, but we're now going to bring it down very big. We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman.
Okay, listen to this part. Y'all, please, if you're not listening, listen to this part right here. Okay.
Who was involved in all cities through his business. And I say, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to stay.
Go back a second. Hold on.
Down very big. We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman, a man who was involved in all cities through his business. And I say, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while. But he said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go. And this is a very prominent man that everybody knows and is from. Another man in Memphis was saying, Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walk there, I said, I don't want to do this again. I never want to do it again. And they won't let me walk there. They take them in armored vehicles. They take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles like a block away to the hotel. This shouldn't.
Okay, so y'all in Memphis. First of all,
Lisa, that's a lie.
All cities told him to make sure he saved Chicago. He has a business in all cities. What the hell does that be? And then he said
Why
that
do we care about his business?
the owner or the chairman of FedEx have to take a armored vehicle 1 block to his hotel in Memphis. Now that sounds like National Guard needs to be sitting in the middle. If this shit is true, come on, people in Memphis, is this true?
No, there's not even legitimate.
Tiffany's trying to go. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not even legitimate hotels by our airport because what most people don't realize is that our airport shuts down at 11 and FedEx completely takes over until 6 a.m.
Oh, Tiffany,
so
you're in Memphis?
Yes, it's used largely for distribution, so you wouldn't even stay over there. All of this is just ridiculous, and I wanted to add some insight because I think there are comparisons to DC that people aren't realizing. Because this is all a grift. So I don't know. Most people they're so quick to say, "Oh, the crime is so bad. The crime is so bad." But what they don't realize is how small the population is compared to the cities they're comparing us to. Chicago is at what, like 2.6 million? We only have about 620,000 people that live in Memphis.
Oh, damn.
So that's why he chose us, because anything that happens. So literally, if one person gets shot in the entertainment district off of Beale Street, it skyrockets our crime numbers. So if he prevents 2 people from getting shot, he'll say, look at that big increase that we had. And so that's why he is choosing us. Not to mention, we have a significant black and brown population. So we are 63% black, 10% Latino, and 2% Asian and Island Pacificer. I have a super, super small kind of like other category, but it's largely because our population is so large because we have so many people that work for FedEx, and they come from India and some of the other Asian countries, and that's the only thing that really boosts us. But we are largely a black and brown city, and so that and not to mention, we have, I think, the last time I checked, 25% of our population were under the age of 18. So when we talk about the crime numbers, it's largely the younger population that's tightly packed in certain neighborhoods. They're just committing crimes against one another. I sat in a meeting with Bill Donovan, and he is the guy that brokers a lot of the big business deals. He was part of XAI. I don't know if anybody saw Dale is opening a plant here. And he is really, he's an interesting character in that, like, he champions Memphis, but he's also very critical. And a lot of the candid conversations he has with the business community and the mayor is really around what are the interventions that we can have. We're very clear on what works for us as a city, and living in a police state won't do that. We've had a significant amount of investments in like mentoring programs. We have 4 universities here, one of which is a HBCU. And every single university has lost money since Trump has been in office because a lot of the money that they get, they've deemed as DEI. And so that impacts us as well as we're creating our education pipeline. So there are so many things that impact the numbers that you see, but he's also picking us because he's aware of these things. He's not just deciding to that the crime is so horrible he has to come here. He realizes it's literally going to take everybody just not leaving their home for 3 weeks, and then he can come back and say the crime has been completely eradicated.
Say, Tiffany.
Tiff, can I ask a question? Hold on. I just want to ask a question.
A real quick question, okay? So, Tiffany, thank you for providing such insight. Can you tell us what the leadership has had to say about the gas turbines that Elon Musk has installed there?
That is what I was about to ask about. Yeah.
So it's very controversial. I hate to say when people say like it's a needed evil. So part of it is it creates environmental issues, and also it's located really close to like a neighborhood that has like older populations. Somebody mentioned earlier about the blight. So one of the blight programs
is where the city has all of these lots that people have lost because either like they've died or their families have left, and so like there's like this tax situation, and like I got a property, a plot of land in one of those neighborhoods for free, and I just put a community garden on it. So essentially those turbines, they found space like that. The problem is they're smack dab in the middle of people's everyday life. It's just dangerous to them. We've already had significant historical.
The left is already shrinking. You guys are going to be non-existent in the next 10 years.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'd like to still say what I was thinking when you asked me what I was thinking.
That shit is going out the window. Go ahead.
I was still like, okay. There we go. So, when it comes to political and violence in America, nothing is new under the sun. America has been a politically violent time since its inception. We were born in political violence. And so any type of assertion that, like, now you're going to have to really be afraid of what to say because you can get shot out here, like that, someone saying that has, like, zero understanding of the country they live in. You're always supposed to worry about getting shot in America. We have a lot of motherfucking guns here. There's a reason that I don't build my career off of going around saying white people are the devil, because I don't want to get shot. And so I feel like maybe people who have been kind of brainwashed and honeydicked into believing that being an online public speaker means there should be an expectation of safety, maybe they should reconsider that, because in fact, historically speaking, going around saying things a bunch of people don't hear in America has always resulted in some form of violence that you have to be concerned about. If you are walking around the college campuses using people's humanity as content to build a net worth of $40 million while actively pushing policy that makes them feel at risk, you might actually be fomenting violence toward you that could be unexpected and heinous in nature. That's just whether you're saying something good, something right, something wrong, something evil. In America, going around saying things that put people under political threat oftentimes results in political violence. That's not something that I necessarily love, but it's been true for hundreds of years, and this country still moves forward. What I find interesting is that the people who represent the party that is most violent to American citizens are going around wagging their finger, telling people what to say. What happened to the facts don't care about your feelings crowd? Y'all were all facts don't care about your feelings till some cracker with no chin gets shot. Where was the facts over feelings when we were talking about January 6th? Where is the facts over feelings when we were talking about the Hortmans? Where was facts over feelings when we were talking about George Floyd? Y'all had memes of George Floyd.
Are you fucking serious?
Y'all had memes of George Floyd with boots on his neck up and down. You were drawing cartoons of George Floyd getting executed. And nobody was going
Who was doing that?
A lot of Republicans.
Oh my fucking God. This guy's
a whole lot
articulate. You are desperate, sir. And I get it.
You don't got nothing to say to
desperate
this.
because you've lost the moral high ground.
You got no facts.
Side has lost the moral high ground.
You got no
That's
facts.
why you're grasping for straws.
King, you got no facts. You're in denial of the facts. You're brainwashed.
Look, he has to have a little bit of
I'm brainwashed?
Yeah, you're brainwashed. You were brainwashed.
Your side is going to be non-existent.
You're a pea-brained man. You're a
Your side
pea-brained
is
man.
going to be non-existent.
Yeah, talk about the Jews.
It's going to be laughable
about the Jews,
to call yourself a leftist in 10 years.
Okay, what are you going to threaten? You're threatening eradication? What are you threatening eradication of the left?
All right,
you're going to kill us?
You guys are going to be pariahs.
Okay, well, you're going to put us in camps?
No, what are you talking
about? Okay, then
bro, you guys do that. Stop the thing.
Look, doctor, that's what you guys do. Doctor, don't you remember cancel culture?
What's up, faggot?
What about cancel culture, Lord Nas?
This is hilarious.
You're dismissing it.
I'm asking you to expound.
Articulate.
Leftist went against Janet Carano, a few other actors that made the claim that COVID was similar to Nazi Germany's.
Perfect representation of what's wrong with this country, right? Is this lack of ability to come to a middle ground because there's this idea that you need to win here, right? But you're sacrificing the unity of the union by constantly saying aggressive shit towards one another. Why can't we be a little bit nuanced and come to an understanding?
I wasn't nuanced. He just called me a dumb pussy for an hour, for like 15 minutes straight.
You have to understand the way you speak and your personality really doesn't allow for a conversation to take place. I'm not a Republican. I'm not talking about you, Haga. I'm a fucking Democrat, bro. I'm not talking about you, Haga. It's just the way you approach the conversation
right, can be polarizing and divisive as well. You're not wrong about the statements you're making, and neither is he to
No,
the
King's wrong.
extent. No, so you're 100% right.
In this particular instance, yes.
Right.
No, I don't represent the left. In this particular debate, I've been 100% right. Wrong about
You
nothing.
made a good point about the, group psychology of like him being a polarizing shit starter, and then somebody getting the heinous idea and committing that heinous act, right, which is murder.
Yeah, I said zero wrong things. King said a lot of wrong
And
things.
preaching
It's not my
that
fault.
for a week, but to say that the left also doesn't villainize the right.
I never said they
don't. Do all the time. You were implying it, bro.
No, I didn't.
And
Nobody
just
asked me
he
that.
was wrong about the George Floyd shit. Solomon,
What are you talking about?
Not seen the PTRs on this app.
I'm not representing. I don't have to respond to all. Look at my PTR. It literally includes left-wing violence. We account for 10% of the political violence.
Oh, I didn't look at your PTR.
That's the breakdown of the political violence in America. The left clearly
All I
does
see
it.
is Batman right now eating a dog.
Oh, hold on. Refresh. There's a whole chart there from the Cato Institute. Of course there's leftists who say extreme things. And this shooter might have been leftist. But the data shows that's
10% wrong.
It's not wrong.
It is
This
wrong.
shooter was
Get better data. Get the data.
Was a,
You know,
the data, Monica.
You know what's so crazy,
Get the data, Monica.
You'd never think it, but I had a lot of disagreements with Charlie. That's the reason why whenever we had conversations in here for like the last 2.5 years, he never really came up. We never really used him as a reference or this or that because there were a lot of things believed that I
You
disagreed
didn't like him
with.
because he was pro-Israel, but
What
you
was
didn't hate him
interesting
because he was
articulate. You were
You didn't like him because he was pro-Israel.
articulate. You are not a main character, bro. Chill out. I
I am
appreciate
the main character.
You're not.
I'm
So,
definitely the main
hang on.
character.
What's interesting is the last 2 years, or essentially I'd say the last 6 to 8 months, he really started to change, right? And I think a lot of people, and that's what I love about Twitter and Elon buying Twitter, is that now we get all the information, the good, bad, and the ugly. All of it gets put out in a way where we can all look and see what's true, what's not, blah, 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 this and that. And people have done an excellent job
Terry Newsom,
cataloging
Hard Rock
his
Casino.
change, documenting it like, hey, look, guys, you can literally see Charlie starting to change his positions, this and that, blah, blah, come to the other side, those type of things. It's all documented. And I feel bad now because I'll be honest, I kind of wrote Charlie off a couple years ago because I felt like I had changed, way drastically to where he was not somebody I no longer had to keep up with. Surprisingly, though, the thing that brought me back to following him or seeing what he was doing, at least, because I still had disagreements, was when I learned TPUSA, which I'd known about when they first started TPU years ago, right? But when I learned TPUSA specifically was involved in, ushering Trump back into the office. And I was shocked to hear that. I was shocked to learn that. I was like, wait, when did TPUSA become a fucking... When did they start doing this?
Let me ask you a question, Solomon.
You don't make $40 million as a college. You gotta learn to come on, bro.
Let's build right now. Let me ask you a question, Solomon. Do you think that Trump is a divisive figure?
You said, do I think he's a divisive figure? Yes, I do.
So you could agree with him that Trump is, if not the most, but one of the most rising presidents we've ever had?
Yeah. He is, yeah.
So
but that's a good thing. That's what we need for the president.
This is where
This
we
is
disagree,
exactly.
right?
No.
This is where we disagree.
Yeah, that is where
This
we
is
want the
why-
violence
this is
against the
why
left.
I
You got against the
criticize
voters and
Obama,
call it
right?
a
Because it's the
Congressman,
same
Congressman.
divisive.
Obama wasn't
came
like
in
I would disagree. I don't think it's the same. I would agree.
Every president.
I would agree that Obama is
Obama
as
didn't say
divisive,
the right wing
but in a different way.
Obama didn't call the right wing enemies of
Neither
the
of you
state.
will allow
but Biden did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, Biden did.
No,
He said that the most dangerous group in America
He said
was MAGA
extreme MAGA
Republicans.
is.
I'm sorry, Adrian.
No, listen to the speech. Give him up the
Way
transcript.
to move the
He's-
goalpost.
Okay, but Obama is the reason why it was necessary.
You hinge match.
Hang on, second the same person.
I don't think a president that's like, oh, let's all
Nothing
work
to do with
together,
race,
be
Starkey.
together. I don't think that's the president America needs right now. I got to be honest
Hey,
with you.
King,
The president's
Trump
job
is a
is to
sneaky dude. When it's the word divisive, everybody that enters into the arena with a different. Hold on, brother, come on.
Yes, he's doing a false equivalence.
Damn, bro. Let's we'll talk about false equivalence.
Yo, articulate. Stop interrupting everybody, bro.
I'm not the only one
Holy
talking.
shit.
That shit's mad annoying.
Damn, bro.
6 months, dog. Come on, be real.
All right, so can I go?
What did I say? What did I say? What did I actually
go or
say?
not, man?
What did I actually
He was about to tell you.
What
He
I
was
said.
just about to tell you.
Represent what I actually.
Yes, you asked King, do you think Donald Trump is a divisive figure? King said, yes. Do you think that he's the most polarizing president? King said, yes, that's what we need. You said, oh, that's where we disagree. Oh, Barack Obama, that's the problem. Am I on the right track?
Nigga, fuck.
Am I on the right track?
That nigga Obama's a YN, bro. Obama's a YN, nigga.
Hold up. Don't change what you were trying to do.
What's a YN? What's a YN?
Where was
It's a young
What's a
nigga.
YN?
Mike, it's a young nigga.
All right,
A young nigga. That nigga YN. He deported more immigrants than anybody.
Let him explain.
All right, so now that you messed up my joke, the point I was making is that when people say divisive, what they're really saying, and they kind of use this term as if it's the launching pad to say, hey, this guy's a racist or a bigot or something like that. So if you listen to the words that lefties are using now whenever they talk about Charlie Kirk, it's always the term divisive. But divisive... No, I said racist, bigot. Wait, hold on. Divisive is what you actually need, healthy engagement of an exchange of ideas. People need to be uncomfortable.
Which is why
Cook this.
Oh my god.
So this is everybody agrees and passing the ball, the mic around. I see how that goes.
Question.
Y'all ready to get some of this curry, bro?
Right, Samoa, did I bring up race?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
When did I bring up
No, he didn't. Hagop did not bring up race.
bring up race, bro?
He didn't bring up race.
And race is what we need right now.
Hagop, you got to be honest that
You need a race.
Samoa making who was noise trolling? Yo, stop the fucking noise trolling. You have to be honest, Hagop, that Samoa making the inference is based off of a rational understanding of how these patterns work when we're talking politics or using certain words, phrases, X, Y, Z. He's not out of line for making that judgment, right? Like I don't think he is.
Every president can be deemed as being divisive due to the fact that half of the
my
country
nigga
is
Eric.
supporting
You
one
said what's
over
wrong, say it
another.
again?
Oh yeah, brother, you gotta watch out for Eric, bro. This little snake.
No, and me and Eric are on a generational run right now, Samoa. Generational run, bro.
Y'all never want to actually like really challenge your ideas
Eric
long enough to find out how wrong you are. You just pass it off to
Somebody
somebody
else
else.
the dramatic cuts to me. Hey, Brock. Here's official
Wait, hold on,
cuts
Samoa.
to
Hold on,
USA.
Samoa. You said 7 years, Samoa. You gotta show me 7 years, Samoa.
Oh, actor, film, philosophy.
You funny, Samoa. But no, Hagop, Trump is definitely, he is the type of president, and this is what, look, Hagop, for all the divisiveness, you and I would agree he has, you can't ignore that he got the popular vote.
That's very true. Thank you very much, kid.
It's the same way, hold on, go.
So
It's the
somebody
same
makes
way,
right arguments.
Hagop.
You don't hate violence.
When you
hate
remember
violence
the
from people you
reports,
disagree with.
articulate, you interrupt me one more time, I'm
Nigga, I don't give a fuck,
because I already asked you a billion
You're right, articulate. Let the man speak. Let him talk.
So good. I'm glad you don't give a fuck. I don't either. So Hagop, it's very interesting that Trump espouses the same characteristics we see for very successful CEOs. Steve Jobs was well known for being divisive and being one who was stubborn and stuck to what he wanted. When you go down the list of individuals, especially men, who've been great in their lives, they've never been one of those people who are willing to compromise or get along to get along. As a matter of fact, it's funny, if you guys watched the show that HBO made years ago called Rome, go watch that show and look at what Julius Caesar, the reason why Caesar ended up dying and being stabbed in his back, because he was a nigga that wanted to be cool with everybody. Go watch the show, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Hang out. The reality is, when men are great in life, they are divisive, bro. That's a fact.
to that nigga, bro.
Hang out. Even our Christ, our Lord and Savior, was a divisive man.
But you were wrong on a few things, right? The United States is a combination of multiple different people. It's not a melting pot, right? It's more like a gumbo. It's a combination of multiple different people who have different ideologies and different
Bro, you see how this Armenian trying to hit his gumbo?
Different. What do you mean, bro? Gumbo makes sense, man. They're all ingredients separate, contributing to a melting pot implies everybody gets
goulash. That's what it is.
Which means to be
politically eliminated.
Goulash is too blended, bro. It's kind of disgusting. I
never seen Obama on WWE, nigga. I never seen Obama.
That's what Gold. That's facts. Look, Hangout.
We got the coolest president, nigga. Niggas love Trump before Trump was even Trump.
I've been more
Whatever rocks you, bro.
But Trump is
People say they wanted to be here.
No, I'm saying niggas love Trump before he was even Trump.
Reference here.
Yeah, that's
Obama even wrestling has something to be, bro. And then all of a sudden,
this nigga Obama had a video the other day talking about gay BCs.
Fuck Obama, man.
The masses only.
Best thing here.
Real quick. Have you ever heard Trump say?
Exactly what you guys are doing now.
Have you ever heard Trump say that kids should their gay BCs at 4 years old? And that every young boy. Hold on. Every young boy. I quote. Every young boy should have a gay man in his life.
Yeah, that was crazy hearing that.
That was crazy, nigga.
Crazy hearing that. He did say that. Obama's a faggot. So
That's a fact.
You said what, Mike?
And he gave another politician fellatio for crack cocaine.
You guys are
No, that's a full context. He's a war criminal, and nobody can.
Wait, hold on. Let Mike talk.
I endorse that fucking behavior. That is not true. You can be critical of multiple people, regardless of what side you're on. It shouldn't be difficult to criticize your former president as a Democrat who voted.
Can I ask you a question, Hackpot?
I voted for Obama, by the way.
Hackpot, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, so no, it's because people are like, oh my God, Solomon, you're a Republican. No, I voted for Obama, retards.
And you know what's so funny?
Solomon, you're a Republican.
And you know what's so funny?
Hey, Greg, how can you
niggas persecute Donald Trump for
and I regret that vote. Niggas were
No, I'm saying
that niggas
bad Obama, bad
Hold on. Jinx, you know what's so crazy, Jinx?
Jinx, let me get this shit off. Let me just get this shit off real quick.
I got you. Jinx, the first time Trump ran, I disliked him. I didn't vote for him. So go ahead, Gold.
I was going to say that niggas always want to be hating on Trump and talk about this immigration shit when Obama is the only U.S. president on the face of this earth that deported more immigrants than any other U.S. president on the planet. 3 million more immigrants than any other U.S. president.
About this yesterday.
But I'm just saying, but it's funny how...
Hold up. It's not funny. Let's ask the most Republican person in this room, maybe the second next to Dr.
Which is
Ricky Responsible. Monica, did I not call that out 5 minutes ago?
Well, my phone died, so I wasn't here for that. I'm the one that started the Obama bullshit.
Well, I just want Monica to actually stand on business. Did I not call out the divisive rhetoric, the immigration and the war and indiscriminate
I actually thought you were trolling because I wasn't used to you making that position.
I can even ask Eric now. I've held this position for a long time.
So you agree with me?
Country's downward spiral started.
Bro, this is a psychological, manipulating tactic that he's doing right now.
Fascism became the regular, and fascism became what we were leading to when Obama, as president, one, racialized every single speech, every single issue, lied to his constituency,
overexerted his power in every chance that he could get.
Yes.
Expanded the U.S. drone and strikes in countries like Pakistan and Yemen and Somalia.
If what Trump's doing right now,
So look at the psychological manipulation that's going on right now, bro.
is bad. Shitty.
That nigga is the YN of reporting chief.
Shit, I'll take fascism over progressivism any day.
Look at this
Really? Any day. The progressives have
That nigga's a YN deporter in chief.
Lost their minds.
Is a YN deporter in chief.
If you're forgetting, the progressives are also mad talking shit about Gavin Newsom. And I know you're a Gavin Newsom fan.
Wait, but
and these progressives are
fascism is against our constitution.
All right, can I talk now?
So is progressivism.
Look at all the people that lost existing plans when insurers dropped
I said if this is what you call fascism, I didn't say the true meaning of fascism. I said if
I didn't
this
try to use your IP, I used mine. I'm also not relevant, nor do I compulsively. I also didn't need to actually attack you. All lies.
Can I make this quick comment?
However, thank you for the however, I do not appreciate attacks to Perhaps you had one too
Come
many
on, let me get my shot in real quick. Alright, so Hagab is psychologically manipulating people by neutralizing counter arguments by punching Mr. Barack Obama Hussein in the face so that whenever he talks about Donald Trump, he gets free. What? Free reign. That shit's so corny. That shit's so corny. Come on, bro.
Actually, it's a tactic I use
No, he's
myself.
a critical
Yeah, I do
thinker.
too. I do.
He's a critical thinker.
Cornball, nigga. Niggas voted, let's be honest, niggas voted for Obama because he was.
Alright, bro. I'll be honest, I did.
Bro, y'all doing the same shit. Bro, look, we all got this. We got you, bro.
I voted for Obama because he was black, and I regret it.
Shout out to you, King.
I just want to say, every time a centrist or a classical liberal speaks in this room, this is what it's like in my PTR. We're constantly fighting off both sides who want us to be as radical as you guys are. And, fucking pick and choose. Fuck that, bro. Call it out for what it is.
Look, Papa, I'm not trying to argue with you, okay? I'm not trying to argue.
in this room. Did you guys see all those emojis?
Same state.
I'm not trying to argue with you, Papa. I agree with you.
I put a laughing emoji at King though.
Georgia taking too many Pfizer
Who's a
vaccines.
fascist organization. You have the Groypers, who's a fascist organization.
The
You have all of
Groypers.
these fascist
Sure,
fucking
watch your YouTube live.
speakers and political.
Now we got
pundits.
Trantifa.
Now we got Trantifa, yo.
Oh my god.
Not Trantifa is crazy.
Oh my god.
This nigga is diabolical.
I might just beat up Gold's mic. That's what I'm about to do.
Grannies against fascism?
I'm sorry, Jinx. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Were you abused by a member of the Catholic Church in
fucking
coming in 2020?
Because here's the thing, I balance it out because I hate Obama, but I also hate George W. Bush. So,
Both of those niggas. I don't even keep singles in my wallet, nigga. That nigga's teeth are terrible.
George Bush was just as bad. He's like the shit that he.
I'm sorry, was you talking to me?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question, Battle. Here's the question, Battle. How long is that going to last, right? Here's the question. How long is that going to last as a deterrent? And what happens after they go away? Because if you're saying as a victim of gun violence, right, you want that to be a deterrent. How long are you going to be able to keep the National Guard in place, realistically? Because you know orders can only go with so long, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. We have an example. Yeah, we have an example of this going on in DC.
You're in the Matrix, Vince. You're in the Matrix.
Okay, well, Antonio gets out of the Matrix. I just want to welcome Cameron on stage. Cameron is also from Memphis. If you want to jump into this conversation, and get him Cameron, and get him gone, I could say that you also are a victim of shooting. So if you want to speak to that as well.
I don't even want to say too much. I think I shot
And then there was a question from Tiffany for Antonio as well. It was what would have prevented your incident. So I'm assuming that's referring to the shooting. So he has thoughts on, now the National Guard is coming in, but in general, what could have prevented what happened?
that shit was gonna stop.
got set up by a female trying to come over. And some niggas trying to kill me. But they didn't hit me one time, they didn't hit me in the head. But that's all good. Shit.
Are you out of that?
I'm getting called shit around here.
Let him finish talking. Go ahead.
What I was saying, I said the national guard shit, the people happy to me. Shit, I got shot South Memphis. I can't surround with shit. So shit, most the really struggling areas in the city for real, on some real shit. And the national guard, they don't come with shit bad areas for real. You see what they were doing? They standing at National, Capitol places and shit. Like, they was standing at the White House in DC. You feel me? So like, I feel like it's all downhill perception. Trump,
Are you in the National Guard now?
hell no. I told you I'm 19. I'm an electrician.
Are you away from the situation that almost got you killed maybe 6 months ago?
Nah, I'm still in the city. I live in Germantown.
So those people that wanted to kill you 6 months ago, they're still around, right?
Shit, I can't even say too much, but
this doesn't sit well with me. I'm gonna be honest. So
You can't talk about that situation.
Is he getting away from like the situation? And it sounds like he's not, and it doesn't sit
I live in Germantown now. Germantown is a nice part of Memphis. You feel me? Like, it's a side of town with not too much bullshit going on. It's a chill side. So that's one step. I got away from that situation first. But just like the niggas still in bullshit. I told you I'm an electrician out of there. I'm getting my shit together. So I'm speaking from experience, bro. Like, a lot of this shit just come from us not having like the right mentors, you feel me? Like no after school programs, no shit that we can do after school, you feel me? Like nothing, like we don't even got the right education system. Like we in class and teachers like real life just like act like us, you feel me? They act like us. So like we can't really learn nothing from them, so I ain't gonna lie, it's just a lot of bullshit.
What do you mean they act like us?
They basically like try to fit in with the kids on some shit, like, you know, I ain't gonna lie.
We about to cry. Like,
so it's the reason why the teachers do that, though, right?
Social media.
No, they do that because the atmosphere of the classroom, they do that so they can have some little bit of control over the classroom instead of being run over by the kids who acting like that.
When I mean act like us, I mean actually act like us. They walk in the bathroom, they see us smoking a vape, they'll fuck around. Yeah, just hide it from this dude, hide it from him, hide it from him.
Because they know
it's a lot of bullshit.
Because if they try to take it, they might get their ass.
Nah, but they still wrong for that now. Come on now.
And then in class,
to consider.
Off mic, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say something to consider. Also, to the point, I can't think of the names. The person just dropped in a chat, and these conversations we're having around education. So we get tripped up a lot on that whole conversation of should teachers get paid $100,000. So I have a teacher living in my rental property right now. So she had to provide me her contract. She is teaching in a school in a pretty, I would call it a rough neighborhood. It's not a horrendous neighborhood. It's just the kids don't have a lot of oversight is what I would say, kind of when school isn't in. She only is getting paid $58,000 a year. Yes. And one of the things that I have, and this is here in Memphis, and one of the things that I have to do because think about it, I was originally going to school for education at a point, but once I saw what they got paid, I knew that I couldn't survive. Like, who can survive off of $58,000? She has a roommate. But one of the things that you think about is you're not going to get quality teachers if they're only making $58,000. The condo that I rent her, I actually rent it for about $700 less than market, just to make sure that she could afford it, because I knew she was coming here to teach. And then she was able to get a roommate. So if the teachers here, which should be an adult job per se only make 58,000. What are we expecting for, the education that they're providing to the students to be when they're barely making it?
Am I crazy? Because that sounds like a lot of money to me. Am I tripping?
It depends on where you live, and I'm gonna say this. In 2008, when I first started working for this certain, when I first started working for a government agency, I was pulling in 35 a year. This was in 2008, and I was working a very important government agency that was in charge of protecting children. Just saying.
Yeah.
So if you're making 58,000 after taxes, you're lucky if you're bringing home 40.
Yeah.
So just imagine and just if you have student loans, think about, and if you're single and you don't have any kids, you're definitely getting taxed to the high heavens. So think about, it's not really much to come home with at the end of the day.
No, it's definitely not. But that's another major problem is these government agencies, not necessarily teaching because they're better funded than other agencies. But a lot of very, very, very important government agencies are underfunded, and since they provide basic services to people and help facilitate basic services, they, quote, don't have the money to really pay the workers. I wish if our private information wasn't being, put out there, I could give more details. But it was really, really difficult. So when it came to make the decision to stay or go, I just chose to leave because I was like, I could literally go to Costco and make more money and get a discount on groceries.
So I just did, I'm in HR, so I got all this stuff. I just did a quick paycheck calculator. If you make 58 annually, and I just put in some numbers for like the average person that pays insurance at this other organization. The take home every 2 weeks is $1,500.
Sounds about right. Every 2 weeks?
Yeah, so you're bringing home $3,000 a month, and if your rent is $1,000, and you've got a car note, you got whatever, I mean, you can gobble it up in no time.
But also, whose rent is $1,000? Did you ever think about that?
In that year, the house that I rented, that was the first house I rented, I ended up buying it. My rent was $750 a month, and I'm only gonna say this since my spouse ain't out here, but that was one of the reasons I got married because I needed 2 income. Like I could not fucking do it.
Not that's one of the reasons.
Actually admitting that, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Why are you trusting the people in this room?
One of the reasons.
That's why I said
You be saying that on this app.
You ain't shit.
I know that's right.
Ain't shit on a stick. You ain't shit. Ain't shit on a stick.
No, but like
you and your salary.
And that's definitely a problem. Memphis sounds like they got a lot of problems, and the National Guard ain't gonna sound near one of them because it's just no. They can be like security guards at the mall if you want to, because I've seen some security. I've seen some shit go down at the mall with the security guards there as well. So I don't understand it, but if you guys need to have it there, you feel more comfortable. You guys live there, so the onus is on you guys of how you want to handle it.
No, but seriously though,
you can't do anything about it. Go ahead, sir.
Y'all, like y'all think this is normal? Like we elect a president, they take office, boom, boom, boom. They do things. They sign executive orders. Next thing you know, they're deploying the National Guard to Memphis. Like it doesn't make sense. Like this is not a normal presidential progression. Like it's stupid.
It's not.
Why is the president in Memphis?
It's not just the National Guard. It's the DEA. It's ICE. It's
everybody.
Right. They're swarming all these people into an urban area, like y'all are what's the word I'm looking for? Like y'all are in what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my God. Like y'all are in Iraq somewhere. Like y'all are like y'all in Gaza somewhere. Like I don't think y'all really understand what is really happening. They're putting y'all into a situation y'all are going to literally become like the hunted, and y'all are the prey.
You have a million points everywhere you want to go.
Yes, and it's insane to me. And you think that the military presence makes you safe? It doesn't, sweetheart. It doesn't, because again, there's no long end game sum. Because again, this is a waste of taxpayer dollars, and you guys are gonna feel this.
Remember, we were supposed to be saving all this money with Doge, and all that stuff.
Right. Hold tight.
You know how much money?
Hold tight, Ron. Hold tight. I don't think you guys understand that state money, right, is being used to do this, right? Because once they convert the money to Title 10, yes, they can use Title 10 money. But if they take that out of the state fund, you guys are fucked.
So, Rez, have they confirmed how they're going to do it yet? I was curious.
There's been a lot of playing around with the word game on how they're gonna do this. That's what I'm saying to y'all. So you need to be very careful, because how they activate this, how they start the activation, and then once they go around doing all of this, they're going to use it to manipulate how they're going to implement this. And it's not going to be good on any level, because at the end of the day, let me tell y'all something. However they do this and the funding and how this is all going to play out, I'm telling y'all, there's literally, I don't know if Lisa was able to pull the thing, they're taking $500 million of HBCU money as we speak in funding. You know where that money's gonna, how that money's gonna hurt you guys? Because they're doing all of this shit. And here's what I'm talking about. And you guys don't understand that when this bill comes to fruition next year, that big, beautiful bill, after they cut everything else, after they spent all this money and jack up the fucking, jack up the fucking economy, people are going to feel the wrath of this shit next year. Watch what I'm telling y'all. You may not be feeling the pain right now, but y'all gonna feel the pain next year. This shit gonna come swift. And a lot of people are gonna hold tight. Watch what I say. Watch what I'm telling y'all. This time next year, it's not gonna look good, y'all. It's not gonna look good. And they're gonna be scrambling, and they're gonna be giving y'all bullshit ass excuses, because here's what's gonna happen. The midterms are coming next year. And they're gonna turn around and circle it and spin it and spin it and spin it and say, yeah. And they're gonna hold all this shit back. And they're gonna fuck you again.
Hold on. I want to comment to somebody in the chat who said they just gave HBCUs $500 million.
No, they took it.
Oh, he said they gave.
No, they took it.
They did.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
They did that on Trump's. They did that on Trump's first term. That's probably what he's referring to. I think Trump gave a large lump sum of money to HBCUs in his first term. That's probably what he's talking about.
Yeah,
he didn't. He did not.
He did not.
The first time around, he announced money that was already
allocated. Right.
And
the money had been allocated under Obama.
Reallocated it away.
Right.
Just so we're
and
clear.
then he took the money that time. So this money was allocated, and he's taking the money back again.
But he made sure he got that photo op with the HBCUs, right?
That part. Right, because that's what he did the first time. Yes, that's the first time he did that shit. Right. This time he ain't got his master folks this time in the White House, because if you remember, his first termers ain't nowhere around. Diamond died, and Silk ain't nowhere around, and all the rest of the stepping and fetching, they all on X. But ain't none of them in the White House this time around. You don't see what's her name? None of them. Omarosa ain't around. None of them. And they didn't even bring a second set of them around. This time they got an ex-football player as the HUD secretary, right? But you don't see Ben Carson nowhere around at all. Period. Point blank. Full friggin' stop. Right. They brought it down to the minimum. They brought it down to the bare basics. Listen.
Reg. I want to talk. I want to say something. I know you. When you get on your spiel, you never stop. But I want to say something, and please don't interrupt me. Okay? They announced today. Okay? Announced today. All right. The Trump administration announced Monday that nearly $500 million in federal cuts will be redirected historically black college and universities and tribally controlled college and universities. Okay? They took money from the Hispanic universities, all right?
And that's what I wanted to ask you about.
And they redirected the money to the HBCUs. All right.
What Hispanic colleges? Where's their Hispanic college?
That's what I wanted to ask.
You know what? I'm posting it in the chat. Right.
The point is this. Post it in the chat.
Wait, hold up, guys. Let Brock finish his statement so we can figure out what he's talking about so I can look it up.
Here is the point.
How you doing, by the way? We know yeah, so Ross, post it in the chat when you're done talking.
Oh, what's up, my boy? What's up?
I just posted it.
Okay, hold on, you guys. Hold on.
Yeah, fuck you too, Rose.
Give me a second, you guys. Okay, so let me know when I can jump in.
Not yet. Let me ask you a question, Lisa. Did you guys talk about the dude at Delta State?
No.
Okay. So I was to Lisa, it wasn't to you.
Patient.
I just looked it up.
Wait, hold on, y'all, please. The system gets because Patient just dropped another. I got too much going on here. Can you just tell us what you're talking about? Because I have like three streams.
I've been out all day. But yeah.
No, I know. You saw what I put in Telegram. Don't be coming here.
I told you I was at. I messaged you where I had to go. Anyway.
You ain't told me nothing.
Okay, yeah. So,
okay.
The 21-year-old student found hung at Delaware State on a tree or something by a pickleball court. And they're saying they don't think it's any foul play.
Oh yeah, they dropped that in politically correct, but that's on my list for tonight.
That's stupid.
Okay, so can I read what it says? Okay.
Okay, hold on, guys. I'm getting whiplash. So we're gonna talk about the guy that was found dead, hung, on the college campus, and then also we gotta go to Elon Musk, over in where the hell was he today? At some I think it was a Ku Klux Klan rally or some shit where it was like hundreds of thousands of people there, all white men. We got a lot to talk about. So now we got a whole nother subject that just been dropped, and this is about the HBCUs. I have an article up. If somebody wants to go ahead and get it, talk about it. If not, I have an article up. Let me know what's going on. Go ahead, Reg. You talking about the HBCU part now?
Okay, so I'm going to read
go
it.
ahead.
Okay, so it says the Trump administration is redirecting $500 million in federal funding toward historical black colleges and tribal colleges, one-time investment covered primarily by cuts to other colleges serving large numbers of minority students. The Education Department announced the funding boost days after cutting $350 million from other grants, mainly programs reserved for colleges that have large numbers of Hispanic students. Agency leaders said most of these grants were unconstitutional. They are available to only colleges with an amount of minority enrollment thresholds. The Education Secretary McMahon says these changes will redirect money away from ineffective and discriminatory programs toward those who support student success. The department has carefully scrutinized our federal grants, ensuring that taxpayers are not funding racially discriminatory programs, but those programs which will promote merit and excellence in education. The department is also redirecting about $60 million toward charter schools and $137 million towards American history and civil grants. President Trump in January issued the executive order and the agency to repurpose federal money towards charter schools and other school initiatives. It's the amount of one-time federal boosting of a 48% increase to HBCUs and doubles funding for tribal colleges, was what the department says. The department is flexing its power to repurpose discretionary fundings to match the president's purpose priorities, made possible through a stopgap funding through a bill passed by Congress this year that gives the executive branch more authority over spending decisions. Trump has long called himself a HBCU champion. During his first term, he added $250 million. This is what it says. I'm just reading it. This year, he signed an executive order that pledged in the White House with his advisory board and other support for HBCUs. The Education Department said the money comes from programs that are found not to be in the best interest of students and families, and it previously that other minority serving grants would be redirected to these programs that are not based and rely on racial quotas. The person familiar with this decision said the money will also be directed away from programs that support gifted and talented programs, magnet schools, international education, teacher training. Most of the programs would be zeroed out in Trump's 2026 budget request, said a person who was not authorized to discuss this decision and spoke to this decision in anonymity. Last week's cuts to Hispanic Serving Institution program reverses a decades of precedents. Congress created a program in 1998 finding Latino students were going to college and graduating at a far lower rate than white students. The department has also cut several other smaller programs for colleges that serve certain percentages of Asian American, Black, and Native students. The cuts drew swift blowback by Democrats, who said that the programs have long had a bipartisan support and fueled social mobility for working class Americans. A memo in July from the Department of Justice. I'm just about to finish. A memo from the Department of Justice argues that the Hispanic Serving Institution and grants are unconstitutional. The department declined to defend the program suit brought upon the state of Tennessee and the State of Fair Admissions Anti-Affirmative Action Group. So apparently this is getting ready to go to court. That's all I'm willing to say.
It's 107 HBCUs in the country. 500 billion divided by 107 equals up to about $4 billion.
How many did you say, bro? How many did you say?
107. 107.
No.
So y'all remember under the Biden administration, they had put they put $1 billion in education funding. What happened was back in June, remember we were talking about this shit, there was a pause on the education grants. Mm-hmm. So once that pause or whatever freeze was put on those funds, they ended up releasing them. So it's nothing new. This is something, I think the last date under the Biden administration would have been 2025. It all started Bush extended it. Obama did some other shit. Then so did Trump. Trump did some things as well. But Biden he infused a lot of money. And that money was put on pause. Period. Yeah, and this was back in June. So I don't know what's going on.
The HBCU money is not going to be touched. Like you read a lot of things, but it's not going to be touched.
Did you land, Patty? Because I sure as hell didn't hear you.
Yeah, that was.
I didn't land either. Okay, so that equals up to about 4.7 million per university. Just that's not doing nothing, honestly. $4.7 million per university if they even get it. So that 500 million is doing nothing. I landed.
Okay. Biden gave 1.3 billion, and he didn't have to take it away from his back.
Okay, I got a little bit something. Oh, Jesus Christ, help me. I got a little bit something, a little bit. Ask Glorilla to come up, please. I got a little bit more. Glorilla? Yeah, come on, y'all. Come on, let me just do this. So, okay, so let me do this here. This is a little bit shorter for you guys, and she's putting it where the goats can get it. So we always got to rely on a black woman.
No.
Hold on, let me go back. Hold on.
Education just decided
Jesus Christ here. Alright, let me see if I can do this. Alright, one more time, y'all. Give me a minute, please.
So, y'all tell me how the Department of Education just decided to snatch $350 million away from minority-serving schools like HBCUs, HSIs, and more. So, these schools that depend on this money to keep programs running, students supported, and teachers trained are just like in shock. And you want to know what the excuse is? They're calling the funding rules quotas and saying it's unconstitutional. Baby, please. These weren't no quotas. This was money that paid for science labs, tutoring, first-gen support, and resources that keep our kids in school instead of dropping out. And yes, they left behind about $132 million that's locked in by law, but let's be honest. In its totality, y'all, that's small money. Yeah. You're taking away $300 and something million. Meanwhile, the big name schools with $1 billion endowments just keep on eating, and HBCUs gotta figure out how to stretch nickels into dollars. So, y'all tell me how. Okay, go ahead, that's it, y'all. So that's
but we do it though.
Yeah, you do.
Bonnie will.
You know what's crazy? Biden had the I know we've talked about this too. Y'all don't remember Biden had Department of Education send out 16 fucking letters to 16 goddamn governors saying where's the fucking HBCU money? Because the fucking HBCUs are being underfunded. A lot of them are under, what is it, y'all? Them grants, what do they call it? Land grants? Some shit. White land grants.
Those land grants.
Something like the land grants.
And they owe these motherfucking schools money. And you told somebody in the chat talking about $0 or 4.1 million. Pay them their motherfucking money. Black Brandy. You black as hell and got the nerve to say that shit.
Patty. Just for example, Prairie View A&M University in Prairie View, Texas, was built on what was once a slave plantation. That's how a lot of them were built on.
All right, we know what land grant college. We know what land grant colleges mean. All right, we know what it. Patty, you just said that. Patty, you just said that. So, unless someone can tell me differently. The monies that were allocated under the Biden administration, the Harris and Biden administration, that money is already earmarked. So Trump cannot take that back. All right? Under this Trump administration, they cut $500 million from HBCUs, but they found $500 million elsewhere, all right, in the budget. All right, to compensate for the $500 million that they
talking about. They froze the money back in June.
They stole the money from other minority colleges to take the money and reset it. That doesn't make sense. I literally
maybe they were
the article.
Money. I don't fucking know.
You're not even listening.
Listen, that's not how it works.
Oh my God! I literally read it to you that they took the money and literally said that the minority programs were not working. Lisa literally played the tape for you of it. You're not even listening. Yeah. Literally, Lisa played the tape for you, explaining to you that. Oh my God.
Sir. Dollars don't disappear. They just go from A to B. They took from A and move them to B.
Exactly. So why don't you explain that to her?
Explain that to her. I'm explaining it to you. They took them from where they were and move them to another area. Why did they do that?
And it's not an extra $500 million. It was $500 million that was taken away and then put back.
That part. So you didn't give nothing to nobody.
So the point is, so
you
what?
didn't
So
give nothing to nobody.
You're back to where you started. So you're back to where you
You're
started.
not back to where you started. You literally stole from one set of minorities to give to another set of minorities.
You're
That
back to
doesn't
where you
make
started.
sense. You steal from one set of minorities to give to another set of minorities. Make that make sense.
No, Rez. Not only that.
I'm going on mute.
Rez. You steal from a minority, right? Then you pay them back by stealing from another minority.
Exactly my point, Haitian. Exactly my point.
It's the same
what
dollar
sense does that make?
that's traveling. Like,
I'm gonna come slap a nigga and I'm gonna pay him back with
right.
my name.
I'm gonna slap you, nigga, and then guess what? I'm gonna take that slap back and then I'm gonna slap you back. What we talking about? What?
Like, he really cut me off when I was talking about the history of Prairie View A&M University to say something that was
okay, tell us about Prairie View.
Brother, we know the history of the little land grant college in the U.S.
Yeah, little land grant college.
So let's talk about the history of the land grant. Let Rob go ahead and go on mute, because Rob's going to explain the history of the land grant.
Slave plantation.
What's the history of the land grant?
It's so funny because I'm a TSU graduate, but you know.
What's the history of land grants, Ross?
He went to TSU?
I didn't go to HBCU.
Hey, let Ross tell us the history on land grants.
Oh, y'all Google it. All right, we don't need a history 101. Black history.
So the morale act. So the problem with this land grant shit is these white schools always had fucking. They've always had fucking land.
Thank you.
And what happened was they said we got to get these Negroes out of our area because some of them are fucking going to school. So they fucking granted a piece of land for niggas to go to school. And now they still robbing fucking HBCUs. And it's crazy that Segregation Joe, whatever the fuck y'all want to call him, had to fucking send a letter through his Department of Education to say, get these motherfuckers their money back. 16 fucking governors. And guess where the fuck they from? The South.
Not too much on the South.
Oh yeah, we can put a lot of.
I don't mind the rivalry we have.
Alexander, hey, coming up, sweetie.
I don't mind the rivalry we have.
You know, you guys.
Look, hold up, wait. You got to chill. This ain't the place for it.
What?
This ain't the place for it. Y'all just lost the Labor Day class, so chill. This ain't the place.
By 1 point, bitch.
Okay, what I need to say here is that Mike P, you can come upstairs and we can have this conversation, and it will just be a conversation. We're not gonna be hollering and screaming back and forth, because I can't take medication nor drink, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I need something. This here, if you people on the right, and especially the ones that claim to be black, if y'all don't see the destruction of your community happen before your eyes, I don't know what else to tell you. We started off with Memphis. No. Let's back up. We started off with Los Angeles. Then we moved on to DC. Okay, when he was in LA, it was all about the Hispanics. Then we moved to DC, it's still about the Hispanics, but it's in the black neighborhoods. I guess the Hispanics are in the black neighborhoods or whatever. And then he threatened Chicago and calling Chicago the most dangerous city in the world. Now he's moving on to Memphis and he said, y'all savages. You heard him say it. I'm not going to replay it. Go listen to it for yourself. And then now, in the background, he is cutting everything that has to do with you. Everything. He's going into the goddamn museums because they don't want to see slavery. We don't want to hear nothing about slavery. But we're going to talk about the Holocaust till our fucking lips fall off. Then, after that, now cutting... he cut a DEI program from now we're talking about taking money away from HBCUs. I mean, I don't know when you write MAGA Republicans, what in the fuck, you just keep on wanting to lose. You think you're going to be able to stay on the plantation while, like I said, the two coastals, we should just divide ourselves up.
coast, West Coast, East Coast, and let the middle belong to all y'all, and you could be on your plantation with your, excuse me, everybody who's not in the room, who's not black, you white masters. Because I don't understand how you can be typing in the chat talking about we begging, all this kind of bullshit like that. I ain't begged for a fucking crumb my entire fucking life, okay? And for everybody else who think we're begging, you don't have a fucking clue. All these other places are getting money constantly. From Elon, he's on the list for tonight too. He's on the menu all the way fucking down. But when it's time for us to have money coming that we should be getting because we're citizens of this country, going into the HBCU universities, and you all don't want to do reparations, the least you could do is fund some darkies' educations. It's just crazy as hell. And we're begging. No one's begging shit. Somebody said the HBCUs are accustomed to making $1 out of 15 cents. Well, now you're going to have to make $1 out of half of a penny. So I don't even know what in the fuck you guys need to understand what is going on. And you, my friend, regardless of the fact that you think that you above all this, you got you over in the gated communities and bullshit like that, for you to think that it's not going to creep up and affect you, it's crazy. But then you're looking over your fence and laughing at everybody else. Pretty soon you're going to get eaten from the inside of your fence out. You're tolerated right now, as it seems. You're tolerated because we got white men in Hermosa Beach, or was it the other beach city?
Huntington Beach. I got you. Yeah. Huntington baby. It was one of the H cities, one of the HB cities. Fight. Fight what? In the whitest of white beaches, okay? Right. Exactly. Fight who? Fight what? You have everything. Just by the fact that your skin color is white, you are already 10 steps ahead of everybody else, if not more. So I'm reading the chat and I'm just like, you. All right. Y'all got it, because I'm on a soapbox. So let me just step down for a minute, and because this is really ridiculous that these universities were created for a reason. The White House, I'm reading this article here, despite the efforts in the White House larger campaign to eradicate anything resembling diversity, equity, and inclusion DE programs, Trump has shown interest in both terms in supporting historically black colleges and universities, institutions created during Jim Crow era to serve black students denied education elsewhere that are now open to pupils of all races. So he's trying to take money from, you guys have seen others at HBCUs. Y'all, come on now, you got the damn near trip over them. There's a doctor I was working with, and he shocked the shit out of me when I was running my mouth again. And he is not black. He's not even brown. He told me he went to Howard in undergrad. I almost fell off my stool. Okay? Now he's making money in a white neighborhood. And there y'all in that office coming in to get help and discounts or whatever the fuck. Okay?
They go there on scholarship.
Yeah.
I do, as minorities. I'm going on mute.
I'm going on mute too. Y'all can jump in.
The minorities, well, the way there were like two that went to each school in around the four schools in the complex of schools that I went to. So it wasn't that many. I guess they're very good about like limiting that, but it was one white girl and the rest were Asians. So, I mean, I don't really have a problem with eight students out of four schools.
They do that. But like, if you look at a school like Texas Southern University, where their pharmacy school is full of Asians and shit like that, they don't do good at putting locks on their doors.
Ooh, hello.
Well. I will say, there's a double-edged sword.
Wait, who just said that?
So there's a double-edged sword with that because, like, Tuskegee is also one of those schools, but I don't know what Southern, if that's like pharmacy is like.
Texas Southern.
Well, since you want to talk something, what's their specialty?
No, Texas Southern is not Southern.
Can I say something?
All right, what's their specialty?
A law school and a pharmacy.
Pharmacy and law, yeah.
Okay, so Tuskegee, which is where I originally went, their specialty is veterinary medicine.
That's why I'm from TU.
Whoever said that, hit me up.
All the students that come there, like if you are a veterinarian on this side of the country, you go through that school, and it has put Tuskegee way up on especially for veterinary medicine is like number one. So I think that's kind of a good thing because it makes white people have to come through there to even get their degree. So I don't know if that's bad.
No, I was just taking a shot at him because he went to Rockville College.
Let me say this. Under the Obama administration,
he's not accounting for the white people. He's just saying that these colleges are getting these grants illegally. Hold on. I gotta go. My thing is frozen. Did I say that you were?
Under the Obama administration, HBCUs receive
Whoever said that went to Barbara Jordan making me.
Bro, is this thing on? Hey, can you hear me talking, man?
We could hear you, Ralph. Go ahead.
Under the Obama administration, HBCUs receive $4 billion. That's over his total administration. All right. The 2024 budget for HBCUs is like $1.2 billion. All right, Trump is not cutting that. He's not cutting that. What he did is he's redirected money from MSI and minority service institutions, all right, which is a different category than HBCUs. He's directing money from those programs, and he's giving it, and on top of the $1.2 billion that was already earmarked for HBCUs, he's adding another $500 million to that, okay? All right? Okay? So get the facts. Thank you.
You still on that weird move?
He's dipping into that, so.
You son of a bitch.
It's very likely that those
nigga.
won't actually get the money. So, sorry, I just wanted to interject this, and I promise I'm going to get off y'all stage and go to bed.
No, you can stay as long as you want.
One of the things to know is there are loopholes to this money. So if y'all remember, when they cut all the DEI programs, one of the things that the White House created was a special office that reviews any money that leaves the federal government in the form of grants and things like that to these institutions. And one of the things that you have to have is your legal department has to sign off that there is no DEI covert or outright policies being put forth at your institution. And if there are, you could lose the money and it will prevent you from getting government money in the future. And in some cases, it could lead to disciplinary actions against the person that signed off on that as they were like forging documents. So with that loophole in place, that's how they're keeping different organizations from actually getting the money. And so this money that is going towards HBCUs would be considered that, and they would have to sign off on something very similar. So ultimately, they would have to open up their universities to everyone and make sure they are showing that this money is going to as many non-Black students as Black students, even though their populations are going to be largely Black. It's going to be difficult for them to prove that. So just wanted to let you know some of the loopholes that the government has put in place, and that's why you saw so many organizations get rid of their DEI departments, and so they're going to do the same thing in the universities.
So get the facts.
Could you imagine a HBCU history class not teaching about slavery in America?
Hello? Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
I could not. Because that was part of the reason why I chose to go to HBCU, because I wanted to know the real history. I wanted to learn from those kind of professors. But that's why I chose Prairie View and not TSU, because it's like an actual real school.
Your mama.
Tony shared something in the chat.
You went to school in motherfucking Arkansas, Prairie View, Arkansas, to all damn places. You went to Prairie View because you couldn't get in no other damn place. Come on, bro.
You went to Rush?
Okay. Okay. Let's
I want you to take a drive.
something. She actually has.
Go ahead, Denise. Go ahead. Y'all two and your both your little raggedy colleges. Go ahead, Denise.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Tiffany's saying. Another thing that they'll do is they'll slow walk the payment. I've said this like for years on this platform how the federal government is behind in payment to the land grant institutions that are HBCUs for over like trillions of dollars, and these HBCUs have had to sue the state government because when it gets allocated from the federal, it'll go through the state, and it'll be up to the board of governors to decide how it's allocated and when it's allocated. And you have schools like Alcorn State that was locked into over 20 years to get the millions that they were owed. So they'll slow walk it, and by the time the government and the Supreme Court rule to say that they owe it, I mean it doesn't even drop. It's not even a drop in the bucket by the time they get it.
Ms. Johnny, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but in the state, South Carolina State, the Supreme Court of South Carolina just said that South Carolina State owes, South Carolina owes South Carolina State University, which is a HBCU in South Carolina, $500 million. And I don't know.
Can you not cut her off and let her finish? You just.
No, I think he's okay. It's all right. Go ahead.
All right, I apologize, but I just want to get it. I think we're talking about the same thing. You're right. These states get the money and then they can kind of like slow walk the money. And I think in South Carolina State University's case, I think South Carolina has been slow walking the money, but the state Supreme Court has said, listen, you owe these people, or you owe the institution $500 million. So you're gonna pay up. That's all.
Yeah, like a quick example with Alcorn State. Alcorn State won a $500 million settlement in Mississippi. It took them 27 years of litigation to win that lawsuit. And they didn't win it. They sued. This lawsuit started in 2002. It didn't get settled until 2022.
Have they
27 years of a lawsuit to get $500 million.
Did they actually get the money in their hands yet, or they still slow walking it?
They're still slow walking it, but they won in 2022, but it took them 27 years.
I feel you, and you know what? Texas Southern needs a lawsuit like that because they don't even have a football stadium on campus. They got to play at the soccer stadium.
Hey, you already do that. Hey, why stop bringing us up, bro?
Oh, yeah, we can't even, we'll be talking about y'all broke schools all night. Shout out to the government.
Stop naming us.
Okay, so listen, welcome. Y'all ain't got no soccer field, got Gopher Home.
No, we got what we need.
Okay. Yeah, I bet. Okay, but you need so much more. Okay, so welcome back, Alexander. Alexander's on the stage, our OG Alexander is A1. I don't have any songs, except for the Welcome Carter song that I don't want to sing.
And a welcome back song. You want to play welcome back song?
Hey, Alexander. I said Welcome Carter. Shit, that's the only one I know. But okay, so yeah, you guys say hello. Then I wanted to say this. Oh, look who snuck in late class.
Hey y'all, there's a poll at the top. It says, "Have dummies on Clubhouse turned your brain into Jello?" It's yes.
No, you need to change that. Has dummies on Clubhouse turned you into an alcoholic? That's what you need to match them. You have them in here drinking, any damn way, drinking, smoking. Okay, come on now, you Jello, yeah, they need to go eat some goddamn Jello. Get off that liquor, get off that bottle, put that bottle down. That's what you need to do.
I feel like you taking shots at me.
I didn't mention any name. I didn't even think about you. Trust me. You're not the first thought that came to my head when I said alcohol. Okay, so let me do this. We're trying to get to Elon because Elon, what is going on here? Y'all letting all these people just run over y'all. Elon is talking crazy. Does anybody have anything from Elon from X about you know what, about you know who? And April, you're late because we were talking about Tennessee and hey, everybody named Mama.
Listen, I didn't know it was a clock in over here.
Oh, yeah, girl, the room went open 3 minutes and then went off. All we had to do was say Trump was sending troops to Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh,
and my
girl,
girl
yes.
is still here.
The strip clubs are letting the National Guardsmen in free. So,
I know you fucking lying.
Just bring it
I'm not
up.
worried
Coming in here with
about
lies.
out there.
I know you fucking lying. Oh, child. Not P Valley in Memphis. Okay.
Absolutely. I'm just telling y'all, they ain't gonna be out there patrolling those streets. They gonna be patrolling something else.
Right about that.
They gonna leave with her peeps.
Well,
Red lead.
Red lead. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
They're gonna need some active duty time to get that child care money. And look.
Gonna sit for her blades.
Oh my God.
They might be bringing it to them women. I can say they might be with disease. Yeah, and you're right at a club called the Pony. They gonna be at the Pony, Lisa, in Memphis. The
I don't know
Pony.
nothing about that girl. You can
We gonna
pull
find
me up.
out though.
Nah, I'm good. I haven't had all my shots yet. I haven't had all my shots yet. That's okay. I'll wait for you outside. I'll be in the car. Oh God. But anyway, one of our good friends, April and Alexander, Christine. You remember Christine, y'all? Blink your mic if you do. She came in and she just blew. Yeah,
Is she the one supposed to be a nurse?
Was Christine a nurse?
What's her last name?
I don't know. Wow, that just was a whole nother flavor.
She got a long horse face.
Oh, you did not.
I thought I was on the
And she got my girl Patty by the.
I know she ain't got Patty by nothing. That's who I think it is. She ain't got Patty by
all
nothing.
kind of stuff I couldn't put in my mouth. I was like, oh wait, well no, I can't have that. I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? She done picked the wrong one today. But I was just over here gnawing on a carrot at the end of it. I was like, oh my God, let me just chill this carrot.
We're talking about the woman with the pink lipstick and the orange hair.
You're looking at you see Jazz's PTR. Jazz at the bottom. Look at Jazz's PTR. She got her picture on her PTR. I had to drop you, Jazz, because of that. Because I heard her go to CH about changing PTRs because we had somebody in here who did that and they lost their
Oh, yeah,
admittance card.
That's
Yeah.
her. She's
Yeah.
And she claimed to be, let me show.
Yeah, please do. So you're late for class, and I'm gonna take attendance next time when we get started. If you're not in here,
She said up and down that she wasn't though.
Oh, yeah, she
said
didn't
it.
say that, but she is.
You know she is. She's been around for years.
She supposedly got licensing or something, but I have my doubts. I really have my doubts.
Big right, April.
She said she trained nurses.
Yeah.
This is way bigger than they're letting on. Because even the reports, Mike, that they're saying the neighbors saw cars with out of town.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yes.
And they were like unwelcoming, right?
Correct.
Like, guess what? Like, think about this. Like, where was the guy living and shit? Like, this was a network of people. So, like, where was the boyfriend living? Like 3 hours away or some shit like that, right?
Yeah. So something of the sort. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that out of state? I just want to know.
Wait, I thought they lived together.
Yeah, they lived together. They lived together, but like hours away, right?
Oh, so they dated?
Nah, they was. Well, maybe it's from the parents' house, right? No. It's from the shooting site. My bad. I'm sorry. So
From the shooting site. And then the other thing, Mike, is that when Kat Patel was on one of these shows. He said that, well, the way he spoke, and I can post it if you think, I'm embellishing or whatever, but he said that the way Tyler Robinson either wrote the note or was speaking, he made it like he wasn't the only one that could have taken the shot, but he was the one that was chosen to take the shot.
So you're saying, Mike, that you've never hid a homosexual lover away under your bed or in your closet for a couple of weeks during a shooting?
So no, right. Sorry, can I interject real quick? Can I interject real quick? Sorry. Good Court made a good point, and this has been my question all along too. Why did the old man create a distraction? He said, and I know that answer too, because the report is that that's why he's been charged with obstruction, because he said, I did it. So I want to know I want to know more about that. Was there a network, like as you said, King? Which I wouldn't think. See, that doesn't sound so conspiratorial. I'm buying into that. And there was a network involved in some capacity.
Well, Holly, the individual you're referring to, they have him on video. Did you see the video that they have?
Yeah, and he's like, I know my rights or something, right? He's like,
no. So apparently, Holly, and I can post it if you need the evidence. But this guy apparently he was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombing. I'm not even joking. He was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombing and one other crisis event. And then I'm not even joking.
That's like a fact right there.
Fuck, no fucking way. You gotta send me that. Wait, you gotta send me where
I'll send you. I got you.
I saw something like that. I don't know that it's corroborated. Only they. It's just a coincidence, guys. Move on.
No, I want to know about that.
Seriously, honestly.
Hey, stop being anti-semantic.
No,
stop being anti-semantic.
What's interesting is we don't even know what he said. We heard him say, I have a right to remain silent, but people are claiming he also said, I did it, right? I don't know.
Yes.
So I would love to know. I would love to know exactly what he said, how far he drove to go there, when he arrived. I'd love to know all these things about him. But guess what? We're not going to know shit.
Well, there's a reason
and in 1 week, no one's going to talk about him. And if you bring him up, you're going to be a conspiracy theorist.
I think to charge
amongst a lot of other words.
To charge him with obstruction, there's got to be more, I would think, than him just, randomly being arrested, just saying, oh, I know my rights. I believe that he did say, I did it. I don't know why else would they charge him with obstruction. It's very bizarre.
To say the least.
Yeah, it is bizarre. So this guy's, it looks like he's a crisis actor. I'll give you I'm getting it for you.
Thank you.
But yes, his video, his 9/11 video, where he's on camera describing himself being there, it's very eerie. It's very weird.
That's creepy. And have you gone down the rabbit hole of a little bit? I've been a little bit learning about these organizations. I guess they're more like neo-Nazi or I don't know, but they're out of UK. The Angels one, and there's another one, 09A, where they their whole thing is acceleration, right? I'm sure they're not the only ones, right? But they target these young, vulnerable, autistic. I think it's autistic. What's that?
My bad, Holly. This is the 9/11 one. Just so go ahead.
Okay.
Keep going. This is the 9/11.
Yeah, but I started learning about these groups, because this is not conspiracy. There's reports, there's FBI, CIA. They're all well aware of these organizations that do this, that do, go into these discords, etc., and inspire these young men to commit atrocities. So I wouldn't doubt that there are more organizations like that.
I brought this up last night, Holly. I brought it up to Solomon. I'm curious, do you remember the case of those kids that were stealing state secrets?
No.
That were on Discord? And then they raided their house?
Yeah.
Do you know why we're not hearing about that case anymore?
No, why?
because the FBI is fighting an entrapment issue. Because they are radicalizing kids on these apps. They're hunting kids.
The FBI is the one doing it.
Yes, it is. They are. That's why it's entrapment.
They have a history.
There's a level of pushing you can do, technically, I guess.
Right.
Espionage and law enforcement, but when you pass a certain degree and you're giving the gun to the shooter, when does that
This is how they had.
Whoa.
This is how they had the ability to let Joe Biden, in his adult, dementia-ridden, snake-faced state, come out and say the most dangerous thing facing the United States, the most deadly curse facing the United States is white supremacy and the extreme MAGA movement. This is what they do. They entrap
You
people.
do realize what Trump said after the shooting, right?
In what way?
He's
Flying people on both sides.
Go watch the statement again. I actually think his wife gave a statement after the shooting, and I was saying it in here, and I'll say it. I think what she did was extremely brave and very calculated and beautiful.
What did she say?
Especially, she was talking about.
Wasn't that a what about? Bro, did he hit you with the what about the Armenian?
Samoa angle bites because he knows I'm right. That's what offends
Bro,
him.
all he said was there is this radical leftist. Stop it. Do you think that these people that are trying to snipe him and other people from hundreds of yards away, think that's okay? Like we should just
I think that it's
bring them together with this?
I think that it's more the State Department doing it than it is any other foreign agency.
There's an ideology plaguing these young people's minds, from the dude at Butler to the other guy, the radical little Ukrainian dude in Florida at the golf course. This dude right here. There's
Yes, the radical Republican killing elected officials in Minnesota, sending bombs to elected officials' houses. Yes, it is massive polarization.
What? No. Do not try to pretend like this is on both sides.
This is why I say this
Come on, bro.
It's not true.
This is why I say this.
What he just did, what
It's
Gaddafi
extremely
did,
true.
was did exactly what CNN did. They immediately
We're
run
still
out with
tonight.
this. Come on, bro. He immediately runs out. CNN ran a segment about Mr. Tyler Robinson saying that his family were Republicans. And then the lefties grabbed on and said, oh, so now he's not one of ours. So then he did
Any of them? Did I say any of them? No, I'm saying with this shit, bro.
You just trying to equate it is crazy.
Shit, it isn't. I'm strong about my position.
It's not equated. Not in this country.
I'm strong about my position. Yes, because I'm tired of you bullshitting and lying about my position.
Hold on, you just brought up the gentleman in Minnesota, right?
My position.
Hold on, you just brought up the
This
gentleman
is
in
an
Minnesota, right?
actual
You just said
What
it's
you're doing
equated.
now, what you're doing now is an actual straw man, because I said nothing about the
guy in
shooter
Minnesota,
having
right?
a Republican family. I'm not going to answer your question.
Calm down.
You're not going
You
to
brought
lead
up
the
the guy in Minnesota,
conversation. I'm tired of you fucking lying and
Why did you mention the guy in Minnesota being a
I'm
Republican?
tired of you lying and putting
Why
words
did
in
you
my
mention the
mouth.
guy in Minnesota?
Because you made it a point to mention it.
Why did you mention the guy in Minnesota being a Republican?
Stop strawmanning my position.
All right, let's start over. Let's start over then. Let's start over. Let's have you explain to us how this is equated.
Calm down,
Keep strawmanning my position, bro. I never fucking
Why don't I just steal man it, and then you can just tell me if I'm wrong or right? You
Then go
mentioned the
strawman to start with. You find
I'm
out
gonna
what it
steal
is.
man it right now.
All you do is strawman.
I'm gonna steal man it right now.
Hang on. Where's the proof this guy
Alright, so then let's see how accurate
Take his
the ball is.
Republican.
Hold on.
You did.
He said.
I did
he
not.
said-
Do you see what you're doing, Simone?
Hold on, bro. I haven't finished saying what you.
Oh, did you say far right? Is that what you said?
Brother, just relax.
No, I didn't. I
You
didn't call
said the guy.
Chamber
Hold on, bro.
far right.
You said the guy that's in Minnesota was a Republican.
Yes.
Mr. No Kings going house to house with the state senators, right?
Let's ask AI, Simone.
Yes or no?
Let's ask
Did you say that yes or
Was
no?
a Republican. Yes, he
All
was
right,
a Republican and a Trump supporter.
So now I'm going to equate this for you, okay? The CNN segment immediately comes out and coins a person as a Republican, just like it did the attempted sniper at Butler, Pennsylvania. Do you agree?
You are strawmanning my point because I didn't bring up a shooter. I did not bring up or equate Charlie Kirk Shooter as a Republican. But idiots like Ricky, idiots like Ricky eat it up because they don't listen to the full context.
You said that?
Strawmanning.
I'm gonna have to take over here if you can't bring us home.
All right, I'm gonna point this out real quick. The problem is Hagam thought that I said that he said that Tyler Robinson's family was a Republican.
So you're implying that I'm doing what CNN
No, you're wrong.
is exactly that.
Hold on.
Get upset.
Calm down,
because
brother.
you didn't challenge my point, so you
I just pointed it out.
You angled like you didn't point out anything.
Why didn't you bring up the Minnesota guy being a Republican?
You equated what I said to what CNN said, which is there's no equal to what they're.
Why is it relevant that the Minnesota guy that works for Tim Walz was a Republican?
Just like old days, I start the room, get it started, we start stirring the pot together, then more people come, then you kick me to the goo, just like the old days!
Just put like an obnoxious title with people in it. I don't know. Put like something retarded like black people killed Charlie Kirk.
I was just looking at him like he was fucking nuts. But, you know, maybe, obviously there is research. Like, I did look into researching it. That's true. It says that, like, psychedelics can be used for, like a lot of benefits mentally and stuff if used correctly, just like any other medicine, right? But when I did it, I just never, like, even thought on those terms. I was just like, yeah, I'm just getting fucked up. I don't know.
Yeah, try reading a good book, smoke a joint, have a cup of coffee, maybe a glass of wine, bottle of water. Stay hydrated now.
Yeah, the guy with the drug, yeah, he had like long ass hair too. He looked like a fucking Pegasus. He did, bro. He looked like a Pegasus with a drug rug on.
See, a lot of people waste chemicals.
He had like sweatpants on too. Like he had like sweatpants on. And I was like, bro, it's like fucking 95 degrees here.
Are you chasing your dreams? Chasing your grace?
Trying to. I'm trying. Or maybe I'm not as much as I should be. I don't know.
Well, you got shit stains on your underpants?
Sounds like Midas, doesn't it?
No, brother.
Bro, I've heard some weird things about you on Clubhouse, my friend John.
No, brother. No, brother. And not in the name of Jesus. This is not.
It is
this is not Midas, brother. No, brother. No, brother. No. This is.
Things about you,
This is not Midas, brother. This is not Midas, brother.
It's literally the same voice, the same rhetoric, the same
word around the street.
Use of words.
Word around the street.
I know this guy. It's not him. I know this guy. He's
word on the streets. Word on the street.
He just comes and he screams every like room that he's in, basically.
You've done very, very bad with your Clubhouse politics, John.
You know, Chase Your Grace, some people, they don't like the way I use my cell phone. And I don't know what to tell people anymore. I use my cell phone the way I want to use my cell phone, and I let other people use their cell phone the way they want.
Chase, what's the story? What happened?
So basically, he's like a streamer, and then he comes into the room, and he just streams the room.
Is this the guy that shot someone, or like shot the wall? Is this, what's his name? notorious guy who would stream rooms. Oh shit, what's his name? Labubu probably knows. You know who I'm talking about, Labubu?
Are you talking about candidate Congressman John Kitover?
No.
Oh, well, that's who I am.
Oh. No, there's this other guy. He used to get drunk, and then once he like shot his gun at like I don't know, like cans or something, and then people got freaked out. I don't know, something happened.
Yo, stop talking about S500 like that.
No, he's more of like a sitting.
No, you're talking about Brian.
Alcohol,
you're talking
staring
about
at hijabis. That's S500 type.
You're talking about Brian Sellers.
But I remember S500 was drunk as fuck one night. He's like, yo, he was like telling me, he was like, yo, bro, I'm going out. I'm at the bar right now. Yo, there's a girl over there. Should I go talk to her? Should I go talk to the girl, dude? I'm like, bro, if you want to, like, if you want to go talk to her, then go talk to her. If you don't, then don't. What the fuck?
He's gonna now like conspire to get back at us for talking about it.
Dude, like, I don't care, bro.
That's what he does. That's the personality we're dealing with.
Bro, like,
he wants revenge.
Yeah, bro, he's a vengeful Indian. Listen,
we don't blame him.
The guy literally was like, yo, dude, oh my god, should I go talk to her? Like the girl had fucking cooties or some shit. Like, go fucking talk to the girl if you want to go talk to her. If you don't,
yeah, cooties.
I don't know. Like when I'm drunk, I don't like hesitate. Dude, when I'm drunk, I don't even hesitate. I probably say 50 girls too much when I'm drunk.
Well, you gotta understand, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he was pretty much asking you so that you would say no and he would be relieved.
That's weird. Bro, I honestly do say some like out-of-pocket shit when I'm drunk to women. I'll be like,
yeah, they call it liquid courage for a reason.
Yeah, but like, I'm like that sober, but like, I'm kind of like a fucking, like, social outcast when I'm drunk. I literally just like, a girl, like, I'll be out and the girl will literally just be like, you are fucking sexy.
And how's that work for you so far?
It works sometimes it doesn't.
Can you give us a number to that statistic?
I don't know, like 30% it works, 70% it doesn't.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Maybe I get a conversation out of it like half the time. I don't know.
Honestly, I wouldn't even want the girls that works on.
That what?
What did you say?
That works. I wouldn't even want the girls that.
I agree.
That's a lie.
That's so true.
Because if that works on you, bro,
wait for a bit, just make sure.
George Deinhardt smells. This killer actually a million different ex-handles. I think George Deinhardt smells.
Want to actually have that kind, like a civil war.
Yeah,
I think it's stupid.
So do I.
I mean, in reality, I would ask like white supremacists, or I hate using that term. People that that are white identitarians that like really they can be on different flavors politically. It's just like, will like you literally be willing to just like shoot people and kill people because of the color of their skin and you know, that kind of. I think I would say like 90+% of them would not. They don't have it in them. There are definitely psychos out there. Don't get me wrong. Like there's people I've talked to that I'm just like, yeah.
You think you got it in you, Cleto?
Pretty sure he's on a watch list.
I think people with nothing to lose would be the ones that really would pick up arms. You know, they have nothing. You know, they've got no money, no assets, and really nothing to lose. Those are the people that you need to worry about.
Well, I don't have shit really, and so like but even still,
But
like
that's
I'm
not.
not.
Yeah, I'm not talking. I mean, you know, I'm not saying you have to be rich to not want war, but I mean, these are people that there's nothing going on in their life that they really feel like they have something to lose.
I feel like I have
very,
like even financially, I don't have much to lose. Like I don't have a wife, a girlfriend, children, any of that shit. But like, am I gonna be just like, oh yeah, you know, here, little black girl. Oh yeah, come to Papa. Oh, boom. Like I don't, you know, like I cannot. I'm not gonna hurt other human beings.
And I think you probably still value your life, right? And you want to live. It's not like you've given up. So I think that's a different, you know.
No, I would martyr myself for the right cause. Don't get me wrong, but it like targeting innocent people is like that. To me, that's not a martyr. That's just like psychopathic. I would not do that. Like if China came and like let's say invaded our country, they were somehow able to overpower us, like.
And they still oppose it. How can Charlie Kirk, in all honesty, because debate you have to be intellectually honest in debate. Debating with somebody who's intellectually dishonest is impossible. You know, because shit, I just kept paying back the bars yesterday. You know, like so nothing was real in that conversation. And so that's what really, like again, the most insulting part about this is that it's not very easy to deconstruct the things that this man was saying. And, you know, it just comes off as even more cruel. And in fact, if he was given real statistics about some of these things, you would be able to understand that even though he doesn't give you the context, right? And so the point is that what I've realized is that these people are what you call political operatives. Again, Charlie Kirk was not growing organically out of the ranks. He doesn't come from the grassroots. He comes from the very same people that he says that he's fighting against, which is the money he needs. You see what I'm saying? So that's the dichotomy. Same thing with Obama. When I looked at Obama and McCain for the 2012 election, the 2008 election, I looked at the top 10 donors. They had the same 6 banks that was in the top 10 donors. So banks was going to get a president, not to me.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything wrong with what Charlie said. If a minority got it, a minority got it. And like you clearly illustrated a white woman's point. So it doesn't mean that black people have to jump out and start windmilling because they feel like it's insulting that we're coming from. That could include white women too. So
nobody, I would say this, what nobody ever did actually come out against black people. Most Negroes eat no black lives. You know what I'm saying? And so, but the thing I think is, see, this is a litmus test for black people, right? One, don't be out here jumping off the bridge, you know what I'm saying? Don't be out here having a party because you have to. What I think we have to do is we have to understand, like his organization said, ironically, Turning Point USA. I think his death is a turning point in the USA. One, in U.S. relationships with Israel, because there's a lot of talk they may be responsible for it, whether they are or not. Secondly, we have to look at how Trump and MAGA have completely fucking fallen in on themselves, excuse my language, because of one thing he did, that was the whole Epstein situation. Once he kind of stonewalled the Epstein gang, some of those true MAGAs like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and others, they jumped off the ship because these people really have an interest in America, and the thought is very pervasive that Epstein was not just some pedophile. He was a Mossad and intelligence operative working to obtain blackmail for Israel and perhaps other foreign countries. They were saying perhaps might have been contracting them out and saying, give me some dirt on Senator so-and-so so we can get this big construction contract passed. Like, that's the state of politics in this country. We live in kleptocracy and a technocracy. And I think that's the thing that most of his real base supporters began to look at and say, you know, F Trump, we're getting too cozy with these small hats in Israel, the controlling policy, you know it. And now you're basically saying, came in saying you want to drain this like this one, get rid of the deep state. But we think deep state is in this whole F state situation, and we just acting real stupid now. So, in conclusion, I think that we have to pay attention to how MAGA is going to formulate going forward. This white gave a statement that was very poignant. She's basically saying she's taking the leadership of this whole organization. Some people out that kind of says some really strong language in that submission she gave. So I think we as a community, we understand the origin of Zionism, who's had a significant impact in destroying our communities, as well as white supremacyism and Americanism, which is also done the same. We could never take on the mindset that Negroes just need to find out this and get back to what we got. We need to make sure that we're tuned in and tapped in, particularly to when two of our enemies are at war. We might want to try to take advantage of that and build something or do something in the meantime and in the interim. So,
Who are the enemy?
the enemy. I'll put it like this: the enemies are the people who created the NAACP, which is a controlled opposition organization that has gone in and done things that were detrimental to black people, particularly what I explained earlier about co-opting the school equalization lawsuit and turning it into school integration. We celebrate that every Black History Month. These little girls happen to be led into a school with guns and an army, while grown white folks are outside saying niggas go home. Like we thought this was good for the psychology and educational process for our children. No, this was not the grassroots who wanted to do this. Black folks simply wanted to get that up 75% of the power they were listening. The response by these people is, and so the Zionists work with white supremacists. So the Zionists have the ability to come to our community and tell the oppression story, we're oppressed too, and such and such, right? And so they came in and they helped establish the NAACP, the first black man to graduate with a PhD in Harvard. And so he was being propped up as being sort of the voice of black people. But he wasn't the voice of black people. Marcus Garvey exposed that when he walked into the NAACP voice in New York City and said he didn't see a Negro in sight. Right? Type it away. Everything was coming out of the NAACP, put in mind to black people was actually coming from people who were ignorant, speech, and good. Zion is trying to build this state of Israel at this time. This is the 1920s and 30s. And so when we understand how Leo Frank's case and the creation of the ADL, the whole Anti-Defamation League, you may not know this system. The Anti-Defamation League was created because a black man made black history. Jim Conley in Atlanta, Georgia, was the first black man to get testimony against a white man, Jewish guy, the Atlanta factory president, a Columbia-educated, wealthy Jewish guy, and a member of the Nate Barrett, which is the forerunner to the Anti-Defamation League. And this man was convicted of raping and murdering a 14-year-old girl. And the whites there living, he was sentenced to death. Later, through money and influence, his sentence was commuted to life without. The white folks in Georgia still were not happy. They pulled him out of the cell and hung him. During the trial, they disparaged Jim Conley every way of life. They called him everything but the Negro, right? They played on every race stereotype to get that white southern crack of truth. Jim Conley, other girls that came up and also been in this community violated them as well. They knew that Mr. Frank was a pedophile. And so they hung him, right? Only in the case where white folks are sure that this guy was guilty, but they not kill him. They love to kill us. And so this is why they created the Anti-Defamation League, because they say that this man was defamed and that the black man actually did. Their whole organization is built on this case. Leo Frank, look it up, right? So you see, the thing is that Sister Soldier said, I'll close with this. She said years ago on Donnie, she said, nobody ever, she said she went to the finest schools in the country. They were saying to her basically like, dang, sister, you went to all these great schools, all these great programs. Why you not talk about something about white people, talk about security about you? She, paraphrasing. She responded back to them and said, I went to all these nice schools, but I'm a black woman. She said, none of these schools ever told me I was an African, never told me that without business should be nothing. They never told me who my friends were, who my enemies were. And she went on. It was some of the most poignant shit ever. She was checking hell out of Cornell West on every particular episode. And so if we don't know who our friends are, none, and who our enemies are, there is no way that we can even waste our time having a conversation about trying to do anything progressive if we don't know who our friends and our enemies are. It's a very basic thing to do anything about it. And so that's why I think it's important for us to pay attention to what's going on here so we can see what's being perpetrated. Because you guarantee there's going to be a point in time they're going to try to throw a dummy grenade our way like they did with the HBCU shit. We didn't fight for them.
sense to admitting that the country is broke.
Brink, do you have anything to say?
I'm sorry, did somebody call me? Did you?
Did you hear anything? I said you guys had to say. I talking on
Sense to admitting.
I mean, personally, I'm doing some things around my house. It's giving feminine male energy, and I'm just not into it.
oh man, y'all, here you go.
I'm just not into it. You got it. Whatever it is that you want, you got that.
I don't care about this feminine talk.
Okay, and clearly you don't, girl.
Hold on.
I'm not listening, okay? So you continue. Good for you. Yeah.
I think after King just dropped that knowledge, I don't think we should disseminate that. No, but we should build on that. What was the tall food?
Why? Look at this other feminine male. Look at this.
Can we keep that in the chat?
It makes no sense. Go look at the chat. Go, everybody go look at the.
I'm not in chat, so.
Yeah, everybody go look.
If anybody else acting
Yeah, go look. Nobody was acting out of pocket. Who was acting out?
I understand. That's cool too. We could, just keep your personal attached to it. They're saying something.
One question.
Somebody personally attacking somebody in the chat, just come off the mic.
Nobody did that.
So then, it doesn't even, we're not even. So the sister asked a few questions. I gave some feedback in response, and I think we started looking at things like we don't break the relationship with these people. I think we are allowed to be, in this generation, quite ignorant. And I think previous generations will come back didn't have that same. But I don't think previous generations of black people had the ability.
No, previous generations. I'll see some clarification relating to those issues that you might have. Like, I want to have peaceful stuff. Because right now I don't get it. You're just throwing out, these acronyms. I guess. I don't even know what to call it because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Lord, can you go a little deeper into that? Because King just kind of disseminated his background on each one of these different individuals, how they all connect together and created that web. So can you?
How long was he in the room?
I think you just got
I was here for a while. No, I was here for a while. I can simply speak on.
Let me go back and run back over names. I gave the name of Bill McGovern. I gave the name of Charles Kirk. I also talked about his members. His name was Kirk. KYRKE. Changed it to Kirk. I also talked about how Mr. Bill Montgomery funded him and started Turning Point USA when he gave a speech at Benedict College. He was 18. Led to them creating Turning Point USA.
Stop the 1500. Plus, we will start with 1500. Onward to victory. 50 plus. Taking too many files of vaccines. Plus, we will stop
Jesus.
Is this me?
Arlington Nissan has something for you. We have selection. Arlington Nissan has something for you. Because we never have a...
Took a quiz on Facebook called What's Your Street?
Onward to victory. Okay, let's do that. Let's do it Senator. Let's do it further. Do you know how to set?
I've done those mental, like, just look at the picture, it's just like, okay.
Yeah, but Rich, I don't think the Oedipus complex is based on hotness. I think it's more of a...
Oh yeah, Freud was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, he didn't express himself properly. He wasn't able to articulate and say that
the AI native operating systems aren't going to take up the entire market. You'll still have your old school operating systems, this and that. It's just they will be complying with all of the or the AI native operating systems will make it easy to comply with states, and also it'll make it very easy for parents who want to control what is being pumped into their children's pumped into their children's brains in terms of what they're seeing, this and that. They'll be able to do that more effectively.
And you're regulating the operating system. You're not regulating the internet.
Well, no, you're not forced to. You're not forced, Steve. In this
you can use a different operating system. I understand what you're saying.
It'll be open source. Anybody can use them. This and that.
Right, or choose not to. I agree with that.
Fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. I'm glad we agree.
Yep.
Alright, but wait, so King, hypothetically, let's say if we were to go through your scenario of banning porn, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that create a population in the far future to legalize porn again?
Say it again?
So hypothetically, in your scenario of banning porn, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that create multiple future generations that would, in the far future, legalize porn and probably extend it further?
It depends, because I think you're pointing to something that is true about human history and just human nature. So it's like a pendulum. So societies do go from, let's just say, a moral stance to a very immoral stance, and when they go to the immoral stance, that's a sign of their decline and then eventual destruction. That's happened to almost every society that's been great. It essentially devolves into and then
Can you hear me?
what we see in America today, and then eventually that is their decline and their destruction. So given that, it could be the case, yes, that you know, we do effectively ban porn, this and that, blah blah blah. But then sometime in the future, the robots, you know, that are Skynet, you know, they create some master plan to whatever, blah blah blah. And they use porn as a tactic to corrupt the youth and, you know, whatever, right? So that could be the case in the future. The thing, though, that I think is kind of interesting, Lord, that's different now than the past is advanced technology gives us the ability to rewrite human history in terms of what we expect to come, right? So that's the one thing that advanced technology gives us that previous societies didn't have before, right? So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that if we ban porn now, that it's just going to be allowed in the future. I don't think that's a foregone conclusion, especially when it comes to humans leaving the planet, becoming interplanetary, you know, all of that stuff. But things can get hairy. They can, if you end up with a world like Ready Player One, right? Where you have certain corporations that are incentivized to keep people, you know, glued to their screens in such a way where they're like slaves to their screens, or, you know, blah blah blah, that type of world. So there are scenarios where that could happen, but I think that the real world, how we're operating here, I don't think we're given the history and the clear evidence, which I applaud Stilgard speaking to, given the clear evidence we have on porn, how it rots the brain, how it literally creates slaves of sexuality and all this other crazy shit. I don't think that. I think porn is on a downhill run in terms of its operation in society, and those people who are profiting off of it, they should start preparing to get new jobs. So, especially with AI and all this other stuff, AI is going to completely make real girls useless. You know, because what happens when, just given a scenario, what happens when the AI is so good it looks like all the real girls?
You don't have to go there. You don't even have to go there. We're not leaving the house. We already know. None of us are leaving.
Right. That's the point.
You don't even have to get into detail.
And then still, the thing is, now,
DoorDash forever.
You can order her now. You can literally order her, and she's like lifelike. She can talk to you in your house, and you can fuck her there. So it's like not only watching her, now you can literally order the actual girl, and she comes to your house, and she's a talking robot with a perfect voice, all of this, and that. So all this, you know, I get that people think that the way things are done now is the way things are always going to be, but I don't think so. Go ahead, Doc.
I just said, or you could order a not talking female robot.
Yeah, that too. And look, it is what it is.
She comes from anal? No, what?
Yeah, because the thing is, people are. I've seen the experiments with flesh-like material. Like, things are getting insane, right? And all that stuff is gonna coincide with each other. I just think parents have
King, what website did you see that on? What specific?
Oh, no. So it's not a website. It's not a specific
it's a joke. Sorry, it's a joke.
Yeah, the only problem with what you said is porn is not declining. It's making more money now than ever before.
I didn't say it was declining. I said, okay, Steve, I didn't say it was declining.
I'm sorry, I thought you did.
No, what I stated was that it's becoming more and more banned, and that trend is not going to reverse.
More and more banned. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that trend is not going to reverse. It's going to, like Stilgar said, the last state standing will be California.
Which has probably contributed to it making more money now than ever, that it's being banned more than.
Yeah, that's fine. Eventually, like I said, technology, I do believe, Steve, that technology will make it more and more easier to get rid of.
Goodbye, George.
No, wait, because it could also counter against your point too, because people could also create AI that could go against the AI.
No, not at the operating system. Not at the operating system level. So yeah, you could possibly at the application layer, but I think AI security that's native to an operating system will do an effective job at banning things that are not supposed to live within the environment. So,
But could it handle a glitch?
How much are these robots that come to your house?
So I don't know about. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, Steve. That it's almost like Steve. It's almost like when you. It's almost like the movie. What's the one movie with Brad Pitt where he brought all those like baseball players together that shouldn't have been together, but they won a World Series?
That's where he was the coach of the
He
Athletics.
brought all these misfits together that nobody would have thought should come together, but they.
I'm just concerned with how much it costs.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So I've seen technologies from different where I'm like, okay, someone's gonna put all this together Moneyball, that's what it is.
Moneyball, yeah, Moneyball. Yeah.
So, Steve, in the same way, I'm saying I've seen technology, whether it's the flashlight stuff, speaking robots, AI, voice, natural voice over here. So I'm seeing different technologies that in my head, I'm like, okay, someone's going to put all this together and make, the perfect woman, right? Let's just call it.
You don't know how much it costs to deliver that to the house. You don't know.
Say it again.
I said you don't know how much that robot costs to be delivered to your house. You don't know.
I don't. She might walk to your house.
King, I hate to destroy your evangelical future utopia with my libertarian future utopia. Okay. Mine has Waymo blowjobs, and
why do you think blowjobs are going away? What makes you think?
No, not way more blowjobs. You're describing the libertarian utopia. You're describing, Waymo, like the self-driving car service. You just described. I can get on instead of ordering a Waymo, I can order a blowjob. And it's all automatic, and there's no humans involved, just like a Waymo.
Yeah. Look,
I don't know, dude. I'm voting libertarian utopia.
Yeah, and by the way, OnlyFans, and this is not all porn.
OnlyFans is going away, bro.
Fine, it may be going away, but last year, the year before, it made over $6.5 billion.
I know.
And that's just OnlyFans. Just OnlyFans.
Yeah, but Steve, Steve, I think you're doing a prisoner of the moment thing. Remember, there was no OnlyFans 7 years ago, and now there is. But in 10 years, there could be something else that completely makes OnlyFans irrelevant.
The only thing I'm doing is stating the facts, which you agreed with, and that is porn makes more money now than it ever has been.
Yeah, but does Hollywood, Steve, there's a reason why they call me Sollywood. I went to film school, all of that. I saw Hollywood. I was in film school. That was Hollywood's heyday. That was their final, making $15 billion in the summer. Now we're at $4 billion. Why do I say that? Because just because an industry is making a shit ton of money in the moment doesn't mean they'll be making a shit ton of money in 10 years. The is that media, how we consume it, sexuality, how we consume it, all of those things are going to drastically change in the next 20 years. They will, And I think OnlyFans is going to get banned everywhere. Like you have girls literally. What's the
well? You said you said porn's going to be banned. So
yes. State by then, I think. Don't be shocked if you get something at the federal level.
No. I'm not going to be shocked. I'm just going to simply say that's never going to happen.
All right, look, Steve. I know you're not a believer. All of that's fine.
That's irrelevant to why I think it's never.
I think it is relevant because I don't think you see that America's going in a different direction. And like
what I see.
Hold on, let me just say this.
Sure.
Let me just say this. You know I fuck with you, Steve. But I do think that America is moving towards some version of Christian nationalism. It is. And so I don't think we can ignore that. I know you want to, but I don't think you can. And so part of that is going to be, yes, having more of a firm ground in moral choices, because I would rather be ruled by Jesus' commandments than pedophiles. And right now we're being ruled by pedophiles.
The only thing that you just said is wrong is that we're going there. We're already there.
Yeah, we're being ruled by pedophiles.
America is already ruled by Christians and Christians.
No, it is not. We are being run by pedophiles. We are not being run by Jesus freaks. So, so with that reality...
I mean, wait. What's the difference?
Well, he's interrupted me 3 times, but I'll wait and then I'll explain it.
You said, what's the difference?
Hold up, y'all want me to crash? King, they want me to crash on again. This is crazy.
And this is why you need moral clarity, Red. No, what he just did is exactly why people are done with the education system, with all this moral relativism, because now people don't know the difference between someone who worships Jesus and someone who's a pedophile.
That's a fact.
Like, this is crazy.
Should I continue or no? Should I continue or no?
Go ahead, Steve. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's a fact that 70% of the America's population is Christian. That's a statistical fact.
Well, 63.
It's all. What'd you say?
63%.
Fine.
It used to be 70. It used to be 70 years ago, like maybe 3 decades ago. But it's 60, and then it came 60, 61, and now it's going back up. So we're at about 62, 63%.
Okay, well, I said 70. I'll compromise with you.
You gave us a lot.
Well, fine. I'll agree with you. 63%. 63% of the population is Christian, and more Christians are becoming Christian nationalists. So there's no question about it.
Correct.
However, it's also a fact that more Christians are becoming nuns than ever before. And I don't mean N-U-N-S, and I know you know what I'm about to say, about N-O-N-E. More Christians are becoming nuns. Then what does that mean? That means they're staying in belief in God, they're continuing to be spiritual, but they're leaving specific faiths.
Yes, they're non-denominational.
That's right, and it's more now than ever before. And if you take the largest growing population of people that believe in God, it is the nuns, because they're gaining popularity from all religions.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad we agree again. So
yeah, we do.
Regard my belief in God or my faith, you and I know the truth.
Yeah, but the difference, Steve, I would argue, is that one of those individuals, although I'm a Reformed evangelical, that's essentially a non-denominational Christian in a sense. So I'm one of the people you'd be referring to. But in addition, though, Steve, the very interesting thing about that demographic is that you essentially have the grounds, right, for a spiritual revival, where at any time that non-denominational, that huge non-group can be sparked, like we see here with Charlie Kirk's assassination, sparked back to a solid foundation of Christ following, which is exactly what I think is going to happen, in the next 10 years. And that's why I'm arguing that, Steve. I think the sad reality is that it took this man being assassinated, it took us having to experiment the last 30 years with secularist and liberal, ideals, and how it's essentially led to the destruction of the West. It took us going through that for people to realize, oh shit, maybe the Jesus freaks were right, that type of thing. And so people can try to ignore it all they want, but liberalism and secularism, it failed. It's failed the West. You now have people who don't give a fuck about the West literally being moved in by the droves, because there's no moral clarity about who we are as a people. And so I don't think you can ignore those things.
It does sound a little bit like you're advocating for like a Christian evangelical version of like ISIS.
No, why would that be the case?
maybe I'm being hyperbolic there, but I don't know. I just like here's the thing. If your religion is the supreme one, and it is the one out of all of them that is the correct one, and you are the one that should rise to power to the point where it can morals and the moral compass and the drive of the humans on this planet. I don't see why you'd want government to be the arm of that power.
So I think this is where. So I would still argue, Stilgar, you're doing the all or nothing thing, because the argument isn't that government should have no power, which is what I think libertarians do. We don't argue that.
No, I don't think libertarians necessarily do that.
Well, but it's okay, so hear me out on this, because our argument is that the government should be limited to very specific things. One of those things being protection of the society and the people that it governs. And so this would be one of those cases where, yes, this is what governments are supposed to be instituted to do. They shouldn't be instituted to be, to be dealing with our monetary policy or any of these other things. No, but what it should be instituted to do is protection of its citizens.
I hear you, but wrapped in that opinion, you're saying that the government should be responsible for the control of the information that citizens can share with one another.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
Again, maybe we disagree on the slippery part of the slope.
Yeah.
But I think the fact is that when you say that, like, let's give government the control to censor the internet in any way, shape, or form.
No, I don't believe that. You guys keep trying to paint it that way.
Well, no, but I mean, maybe not directly, but inadvertently, that's where you're at. What you're landing at is government says must show ID to see tits on the internet, and in a perfect world, from your opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, is there shouldn't be the ability to see tits on the internet unless you're doing medical research.
No, you can see tits on the internet. I mean, in specific contexts, but the context of porn or pornography, then that's going to be regulated at least until you're 18, right?
So I think that's where we disagree, is that my perspective is, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but eventually you want it to all be gone, right? You said eventually, what, 10 years, 20 years?
Yeah, a better world is most certainly not having a system where women are slutting themselves out in that way where they're...
I hear you, but this is not the way to get it. Because here's what's going to happen, man. You know as well as I do what a black market looks like.
Yeah.
All you're going to do is regulate this stuff into the streets where it becomes more polarizing, probably more... It's less democrative, right? Because currently OnlyFans, like, any woman can go start an OnlyFans account. No pimp needed. Clearly that won't be the case in the black market, right? People...
CEO.
Well, right. Well, maybe, but at least he wears a suit and goes to work every week. But at least he wears a suit and goes to work every week. The point that I'm getting at here is, like, people will be handing flash drives or whatever the equivalent is in 20 years to one another in dark alleyways, and it's not going to get better.
Yeah, but it won't be for human girls; it'll be for robots.
And here's what I'm saying. I'm saying full stop. Do not control. Do not censor the internet. If things are already illegal and they're happening on the internet, and individuals are participating in those behaviors, and you catch them doing so, then yes, punish them to the full extent of the law. However, do not control what individuals can and cannot post on the internet in a way that's currently consistent with the Constitution. Right? My concern here is it will not stop. It cannot stop by the very nature of government. It does not stop. Your perspective is it'll be technically possible. We should absolutely do it, and then they'll be nice enough to not go any further whatsoever, and we won't live in 1984.
Well, no, so that's the thing, Stilgar. You're still arguing like this is 30 years ago or 40 years ago, where we don't have data in terms of the consequences of certain behavior. There's a reason why the younger generation has double the amount of people identifying as an alphabet. So there are consequences to allowing certain
That's correlation over causation to a degree, but even if I grant you that, you
have an entire generation.
Listen, being fully charitable,
the amount
being fully charitable.
That there's no, come on, bro.
Being fully charitable, and I'm willing to grant you that entirely. That's fine. What I'm saying is the fact that you subscribe to the idea that it is technically possible to ban porn or limit it by age to a severe degree is A. B. Believe that is fair and reasonable for the government to do, and C.
Well, state governments.
And sure, whatever, government. And C. That they'll go there and no further. I believe in combination. Those three things in combination are lost, my man.
No, well, look, that's the thing, Stilgar. You live in our world. See, look, and I hate to put it this way, Stilgar, you live in our world, bro. We don't live in yours. That's the one thing I feel like you haven't fully embraced yet. You live in our world. We know what our founders said. We know what our founders believed. Like, we're only instituting what our founders described as a world in which this republic would work. And we're seeing why it doesn't work.
To be fair to him,
literally why it doesn't work. We're literally allowing the world you're describing, and we're not getting the results we need to actually sustain the country. We don't have birth rates.
I hear you. But like,
porn is one of the reasons why our birth rates are in the toilets.
you considering what he's saying though, King, you gotta be fair. Like, 11 months ago, actually 7 months ago, 9 months ago, we were living in his world. So it's only normal for him to have this type of feeling. Like, literally in early November of the year previous to us, less than 10 months ago, we were living in his world, and it was the complete opposite. This was not even a blip on the radar, except to maybe people like you who are really into this sort of thing. I definitely never saw the country going this way in a 10-month period. And it's amazing, and it's a great thing, but you could see why he would have to be struggling with this concept.
And I love Stilgar. He knows that. Yeah, I get his position. Because I used to be years ago when I first got into Bitcoin. I was a libertarian. I was a libertarian for about a year and a half, and then I had to leave it because it kept. There were just things that I was just basically like, I have a moral compass. Now, saying that libertarians don't have moral compasses, because I was a Christian libertarian for that last 6 months. I was a Christian libertarian, but then I just left it all together just so that might as well just be an American.
King, we've had this discussion before, and I think you'll recall once I start explaining it. But for me, I'm not 10 toes down on the libertarian thing. Okay, I'm a seasonal libertarian. We're now how many months into Trump's presidency?
About what, 5 or 6?
5 or 6 months. Okay, the days are getting shorter. The night's getting longer. This is the time of the season when I crawl back into my libertarian cave. Okay? And in 3.5 more years, I'll come out again and tell you if the winter's going to be short or not. Okay? Here's my thing, though.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to find the lyric because it's. You're going to be surprised that I'm quoting this, but I think it's a poignant thing for this particular comment. Killer Mike, you know Killer Mike.
Yeah, of course.
Says, never forget, in the story of Jesus, the hero was killed by the state.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so my cautionary tale here is, if we're not going to build the libertarian utopia where there's Uber Eats for blowjobs and everybody's high all the time, and we're going to build the evangelical Christian utopia, and it's coming. It's the way, it's the light, it's the truth. It's coming,
No, this is wrong. See, again,
I would say,
we're not going to specify. We're going to say it's a Christian. We're not going to specify.
Okay. Look, you guys have the next 20 years to fight that one out. We'll see. But my point is I'm just saying, Jesus might have some strong feelings about getting in bed with the state.
No, I actually agree with that. Look, I know you don't see it that way.
Oh, I got you.
I know you don't see it that way, but I'm actually with you on that. I think the state should be limited to very specific functions, and it should not go outside of the scope of those functions. I still am a firm believer in that. That's why I consider my position Americanism and not something like National Socialism or some of these other retards like these Catholic monarchs who think they're going to turn America into a Catholic monarchy. You're a fucking
I hear you,
retard.
man. You give them the fucking wheel, and they never let it fucking
No,
go.
but King, isn't there that idea where the church, along with the state, run the, you know what I mean, run the...
yeah, that's more Catholic. That's what we do. So as Americans, we don't believe in that.
We don't.
So we don't. So then that's why I get very pissed. And look, I don't know. Let me see. Is Ann here? Okay, Ann. Because people know I'm very critical of Catholicism. I'm extremely critical of Catholicism. Hold on, Necro. Just give me a second. Very critical of Catholicism. One of the reasons I am is because Catholicism leads to this centralized hierarchical structure that Catholics love to, espouse, whether it's national social. It's always some version of socialism or something where the church is essentially in charge of the state. We do not believe in that. I do not believe in that. So a lot of the time, Stilgard, when I hear you, I feel like you think I'm like them. I'm not. I am not like them. I still believe in Americanism, where there is a separation of church and state, but in the terms of the state running the church, but it is not in the opposite direction. I think the church can influence the state, just not in a way where there's an official religion that the state adopts or anything of that sort.
Yeah,
rather,
I hear you, but like trying to take my titty pictures is antithetical to that kind of thinking.
You said what? The what? Say it again.
Trying to take my titty pictures is antithetical to that
I'm
kind
not
of
trying
thinking.
to take your titty pictures. I'm just trying to make sure that parents have the ability to not have their kids look at titty pictures before the age of 18 if they want that world.
But you did acknowledge that like the age verification thing is step one.
Yes,
and eventually
absolutely.
all-out like dissolving of internet porn is somewhere a couple steps down the line.
It is ideal, yes.
Right.
But you would still have access to it.
Yeah, man. I just like...
Stilgar, you're always going to have access to porn, bro.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I'm an IT guy. I got that solved. Daddy's got a VPN. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But
like, no one's going to come break down your door and like...
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's only if you're producing it or trying to...
They used to do that with booze. Yeah, now I can go down the street to 7-Eleven and pick it up, and it's a better world as a result.
Yeah, but if you're making it for yourself or you're consuming it for you, that's different. Yeah, which you'll be able to do. Like I
was gonna say, I might have to light my phone on fire.
If you want to make it for you,
I'm gonna have to throw my cell phone into a volcano.
For yourself, that's none of our business, bro. It's when you start trying to make it for others or promote it to others, that's where there's an issue.
Exactly.
So, I gotta protect the kids, bro. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna have another generation turn out fucking alphabet. I'm not gonna see it. I'm just not. I'm sorry.
Like, Tim, did you see that Snoop Dogg took his nephew to see that one of those new Disney movies?
Proceed out. I got you, Necro. Just let Red say it, then you can go.
You know that new Disney movie or whatever? I think it's like the new...
Lightyear.
Lightyear, yeah. And he took his nephew, and his nephew said something, like, I don't know, they had some gay scene in it or something.
Yeah, I think there was two dads or two...
Right, and he asked him, the nephew was like, there's two dads, and, like, Snoop Dogg didn't know how to answer.
Yeah, of course.
And then he shared his thoughts, and then, of course, the backlash came from the crazies, and he had to apologize, which was also ridiculous on his part that he even so apologizing to people, all because he said he didn't know what to say to his nephew. See, this is the problem. This is what King's talking about.
Yeah.
He's like in the kids' movies. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's like...
That's insane.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Necro.
Yeah, I keep hearing about, essentially, wanting to have, like... One of the concerns I have with Christian nationalism is that I think there's any concern with any religion having control over the government is that, or having any influence on the government in our lives, is the fact that it can make it really unfair for other religions. And I would just like to ask
irrelevant.
Hold on a second. So, King, would you be okay if you think it's fair? Do you think it would be okay if Islam had any influence on the American government?
It shouldn't. As a matter of fact, most Muslims should be deported.
Okay, so you would have an issue if Muslims did the same thing that you were trying.
They already do. Most Muslim countries do. Are you familiar with Islam?
No, I'm talking about our country, though.
Yeah, well, our country was specifically made for Christian denominations. Are you familiar with Islam?
He wants them all to go home and for us to do the Christian equivalent here.
Are you familiar with Islam, sir?
I am, and so
okay. So then you should already know, because I'm Nigerian. That's my ethnicity. So we deal with Muslims. So we actually have or my parents have a society where they have to live with Muslims. They have to live with these people, and a lot of you don't. So you don't actually know how it is where half your country is radical, and you have to actually deal with that. And then you've never lived in a country where it's majority Muslim. Because if you did, you know, a majority of them don't even allow you to have churches. And if there are churches, they get bombed, harassed, and essentially oppressed in their own countries. They even have to pay a tax called jizya. So there's no equivalent trying to make an argument to me.
It's a terrible
I have
name,
to allow people who don't allow me in their own culture to exist.
Well,
I don't have some obligation to allow someone who calls me a nigger and a fucking slave in their scriptures to come to my country. I don't have an obligation for that.
Okay. Yeah, that was my statement. I said jizya is a terrible name.
So it is. It sounds like jizya. That's what it's called, though, jizya.
I definitely understand that, like,
hey, yo, King, you're here. I'll be back for
So, I mean, I as a person who's an American have an issue with any person trying to impose their religion onto, like, everybody else, ultimately, because, especially...
No, you don't.
Okay, so you speak for me.
No, I just know you're a fucking hypocrite. What do you think about the woke? What do you think about the wokeness and all the rainbow shit that's been pushed on everybody for the last 20 years? What do you think about that? The religion. You heard what I said. What do you think about wokeness, fucking rainbowism that's been pushed on everybody for the last 20 years? What do you have to say to that?
I'm not a person who's woke. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you see how he's playing games, Joe? Did I say you were woke? I said, what do you think about the wokeness and the rainbowism that has literally been pushed by your government, and all of the shit that you claim that you're against has been pushed vehemently into our education system, into our places of work. You even have people becoming so religious people that now they're advocating, right, for boys to be in girls. What you think these are not religious, gospel, rainbowism, nonsense?
It compares it to religion structure in every way. It's a religion. It's a mass religion, yes. It's a beautiful word. Next track. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
So, like, I am against any sort of dogma that's being pushed.
No, you're not. You're just saying these things.
Okay, so you're reading my mind.
I am. You're doing this. You're arguing. Here's the thing, Neko, that's very interesting. You're arguing like this is 25 years ago. I need you to come to 2025. This is not 2005. This is 2025, sir. We've all lived
studying the Bible.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I accept the translation.
Yeah, man. Look at the word, because there's a specific word for it, and there's a specific word for murder. It's thou shalt not murder.
Okay. So you're an expert. I'll take it for it.
No, just that one. You brought up thou shalt not. You brought up thou shalt not.
Yeah.
Letting you know that it's thou shalt not murder.
Okay. Like I said, that's one translation. But you're
That's the correct translation.
There's a different word.
Okay.
Kill in Hebrew. The word that's used there is murder in the Hebrew.
Okay, I literally said I'll take your word for it.
Fair enough. You can look up in ChatGPT if you think I'm right. So.
Okay. So, anyways, getting back to the what I was originally talking about, you said you
were trying to feign like you don't believe in religions, and then we expose that you probably do, because you're probably one of these knuckleheads that has been, oh yeah, I'm all about the wokeness and the rainbow, and yeah, everybody just wants to live their life, and they'd be the same people that have been trying to spread their fucking retard gospel into the next generation.
Should I start with?
I don't understand why
you have a gym membership.
Yo, George, stop interrupting George.
I don't see what
stop noise trouble, bro.
I don't see what wokeness has to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
It has everything to do with it.
I'm talking about what fundamental human rights are. I'm talking about.
Yes, your fundamental human rights come from Christianity.
Okay, well, I'm talking.
Nobody is retarded in this room. We've been having these conversations for 3 to 4 years, sir.
So, okay, let me just start this. Do you agree with me that freedom of religion as the First Amendment guarantees?
Freedom of religion, not freedom from.
Okay, so what about freedom for other religions that are not Christianity?
That's not my problem. You don't have the right. So you don't. Let me be clear with you. Let me be clear with you. You do not have a constitutional right to import your monkey demon religion or your fucking retard barbarian religion here and then use our system to try to implement values that are contrary to how we do things in America. Our system was not made for that.
Okay, so then
you do not have a right to come and bring your retardedness here and then fundamentally try and change how we do things here into the dumb shit you do over there.
Okay, so that seems to be a reason why we shouldn't be a Christian nation, because
you said what? That should be a reason why what?
Why we shouldn't be a Christian nation.
Why?
Because Christianity is pretty barbaric. I mean, it's foundation.
No, you sound retarded. Christianity is the reason why we don't have barbarism. Christianity is the reason why we don't have barbarism around the world. What are you talking about? It wasn't secularists that went around the world getting rid of slavery. It was the Anglo-Protestants that came to this country and realized what they were doing was wrong. They quenched it here with a civil war, and then they quenched it around the world.
Yeah, in spite of
so what are you talking about?
And in spite
Where were the secularists? Where were the fucking secularists? Oh, I know where the secularists were. They were over there in France fucking beheading Marie Antoinette.
Yeah, so
they were over there in World War I and World War II assassinating the Christian monarchs.
okay. So
Yeah, that's what the secularists were doing.
So yeah, the Bible endorses slavery. You had Christians who used.
No, it does not, sir. No,
Yes,
it does
it
not.
does.
And this is the
So,
other
in
thing.
the
What's so
slavery
interesting
South,
now that you're
the
getting
South
proven
also
wrong,
follows
now you're gonna
extremely
start lying because you don't have a moral. You don't have a moral history that the Christians do. The Christians are actually known for ending all of the moral strifes in the world. The Christians are known for ending those things globally, not the secularists. You guys are known for participating in the largest killings of white in this world. That's a fact. The reason why the white population today is 7% is because of you.
So Christianity respects women being equal.
That's absolutely right. I don't even agree with the Catholics.
Okay.
But look at it. Yeah, are you retarded? Do you not know Catholicism? Do you not know Catholicism upholds Christ's mother in a way that no other religion does? I'm not even Catholic. I don't even. But are you going to sit here and argue that they don't have a reverence for the mother of Jesus like none other? They literally worship a woman.
You believe women should have the right.
So what the fuck are you talking about? This is my problem. Look. Let this be a lesson to everyone in here. These people have no arguments. This is exactly why secularists, the liberalism, and atheism is failing, and everyone's leaving their side. They're morally bankrupt. They have no arguments.
So, well, listen, so
you're the black incarnation of Charlie Kirk. Charlemagne Kirk.
It's just not. You hear this word? This is
I would never finish.
Channel your inner Charlie. Take a deep breath. Let's let him keep on going. Let's let him keep going. Let's let him go to his next point. Just channel that inner Charlie. Just take a deep breath. You got it.
Do not ask him a question, Necro. Just make your point. Do not ask him a question.
But I ain't waiting to ask that question.
Go ahead, Charlemagne.
So it's interesting, King. You said that Christianity respects women's equality. So how would you argue that it's also to Christian nationalist who thinks women should?
What about it?
He thinks women should not have the right to vote.
Okay.
I think women shouldn't have the right to
A
vote.
lot of people think women should not have the right to vote.
Yeah, it's a pretty smart idea, actually. If you
Are
think
they for them?
So it depends. So I do think we need to go back to a system where all people qualify in order to vote. That is what a republic is based on. I think that's one of the things that we got rid of that's actually led to the problems that we see today, where there isn't that moral cohesiveness that we used to have or should have. If people want to make the other argument. So my thing, Negro, is that, for instance, if you want to vote in this country, you should sign up for the draft. Most women would not sign up for the draft. That's fine. If you don't sign up for the draft, though, you shouldn't be able to vote. Would you agree with that?
I don't think there should be a draft.
Okay, so you and I are not living in the same country. And I get it, and this is the other thing that sex and folks like you should be called out for. The reality is, you have no roots in America because the mindset you have didn't build this country. That's why you feel no reason to defend it. And I get that. The problem is when us, folks like you and I, everyone in here, when we look at people like him and we don't point this out, they don't give a fuck about America. They don't care what happens to America. That's why they don't feel like they need to defend it or protect it. Look at him. Look at what he just said.
You're
I don't think
right.
there should be
Like,
a draft.
if you
I
think
do
that
think
women
there-
should
I do
be
think
able to
there should be
vote,
a draft.
then I think only property owners should be able to vote. And so
Well, I
that
think-
therefore
I
you
think
don't
should sign up for the
qualify.
draft, though. I think
I'll sign up for the draft.
treat each
I'm
other
down
well,
with
I
that.
think they would care.
I think you should sign up for the draft. And then if you
I'll
sign up
sign
for
up.
the draft, you can vote. You sign up for the
Okay.
draft, you own property, you can vote. If you don't,
Okay.
then you shouldn't be able to vote.
So I just want to say,
You know what? I might actually go along with that. That's a good compromise.
Thank God Dr. Responsible can't kick me off stage. Don't anyone give him that fucking ring.
You're good. So get back to like specifically on King. So you said that religious freedom essentially is not guaranteed to anyone who's not Christian. So which
you don't have a right to worship Satan. I don't think you should have a right to be a devil worshiper.
Then you don't believe in religious freedom.
I do for Christian for denominations.
You're giving
like the original. Wait. Hold on, Necro. I don't want you to go past this. You do agree that that's the original understanding of that?
No, I don't.
So what's your evidence?
Yeah, so I know the founding fathers themselves were at the very least ambivalent about the Christian God, if anything, and were
that's not
maybe
true.
And were maybe.
So don't go off.
You gotta let me finish, King. Come on, bro.
No, don't go off topic. I asked you a very specific question.
You can't say
what is
shit
your
next.
evidence?
I did answer your question.
What is your Necro? Focus.
You're just gassing.
Because
you are free to agree with him, Necro. You are free to agree with him.
Because you already agreed. The funny thing is, you already agreed that Thomas Jefferson, when he was speaking about the separation of church and state, was speaking to the Baptists to reassure them that they would be able to practice their version of Christianity without the state coming in and dictating to them what they can do with their practices. So it's very funny now, and separation of church and state is not in the Constitution, but a lot of people like to use it to back up, First Amendment. So what's interesting, Necro, is that now you're trying to argue the opposite when you essentially already conceded that the First Amendment was referring to Christian denominations. The founders were not speaking about Hindus that worship a monkey demon being able to come here and worship that fucking retard demon here. And you know that.
No.
You said no?
Just let him actually respond, King. Damn.
Yeah, so King, you keep on, misunderstanding.
What is your evidence? You just said no. That's not an argument.
So you kept on saying that essentially that I can see that it was Christianity because he gave Christians,
Christian denominations,
recognized Christians having right to practice their religion. Yeah, if you give anybody the right to religion, you should give everybody. If you believe in religious freedom,
false.
That's what I'm saying. That's
false, though.
If you don't give this to everyone, you don't get. It's not a right.
Who are you speaking to? Are you wait, sir? So, guys, notice what he's doing here. So, would you
You're arguing for special
hold on. Let me ask you. Let me ask you this, Negro, because again, and this is why your ideology is dying. So, would you say what you just told me? Would you go say that to the Muslims in Saudi Arabia?
That has nothing to do with the point, bro.
Please do not, and please shut the fuck up if you're not Negro. Negro, would you go the thing? Because you try to make it like this is some principle that the world follows. So would you go tell the Prince of Saudi Arabia what you just told me?
That religious freedom means that you have to give everybody religious freedom?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, it's this principle.
Oh yeah, you would?
Freedom. They're not saying they don't believe it.
And hold on, Necro. Hold on, Necro. So you said you would for Saudi Arabia. Would you do it for India, where Christians are being persecuted and even Muslims are being? Would you do it? Would you do it there? Okay, so then tell me why, Necro. Tell me why no fucking secular is going to any of these countries and argue the same thing there.
He literally just said, hey, this is what it is.
Going to other countries and arguing this. They only argue that us Christians need to accept societies that don't agree with us. Societies that literally oppress us. But they're trying to tell us we have to accept these societies that are diametrically to Western values.
That's what you're trying to do with everybody's not.
What?
Yeah, you're trying to impose your religion on everybody else.
No, I'm not, sir. When did I oppose my religion?
You literally have been talking about how Christianity shouldn't stay in laws.
Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, just like
Yes.
Islam influences the Muslim states.
Yeah, it is impressive. So Christianity.
You said what? It's what?
Yeah, it's impressive, right?
No, you're a retard. So Anglo-Protestantism is the reason why we have Negro. Please listen. Anglo-Protestantism.
You accuse me of not answering questions, and you just
Negro. I'm answering everything, and that's why you're hurting.
No, you don't.
That's why you're hurting because you have this script. I can tell you have this script in your head that you've been probably learned in college or whatever, and you've actually never had it back and forth to think about the things you believe. So Anglo-Protestantism is why we have the Bill of Rights. Is the reason why you're talking about the First Amendment. Is the reason why you're sitting here literally arguing for values that secularism is not responsible for. You're arguing the values that my brothers and sisters in Christ developed. You're not arguing shit that your people developed.
Yeah, so, a lot of Christians left their homelands because they were sick of religious oppression in their homelands, which is why, we wanted to create a separation of church and state so that all religions can have the right to practice their own religion and be free from the state imposing a religion onto everybody else. And which is why separation of church and state is necessary for religious freedom.
Okay, so what's your evidence? So what are you arguing? Are you arguing that the people who came here and built this country were what, secularists? Are you retarded?
Yeah, I mean, so I'll just quote.
Why would they fight so hard to get other people's religions?
This is so embarrassing. Are you arguing that? So okay, let me ask you this.
I'm trying to answer your question. You talk about wanting to have a back and forth, and you're not letting me answer your question.
No, you just did this diatribe again. A script. You just did a script.
No.
Yeah, you did. Where you tried to claim.
Are you gonna let me answer your question? Do you want back and forth?
Listen, Necro.
Do you want back and forth?
I want to be sure I'm hearing you correctly. Are you arguing that the people who came here and founded this country were secularists?
Yeah. So to quote John Adams, he said that the United States.
Are you arguing that the people who came here and established this country were secularists? It's a very simple question because I'm about to smoke you. Are you arguing that the people who founded America were secularists?
Yeah, they definitely were against Christianity.
Yeah, you're a retard. So let's go through the founding fathers. I'm about to cook you. This is
so easy. So John Adams.
So when you please, Necro, please shut up. Please shut up. Please shut up. Please shut up. So that you can. So when I lay this out, I want to hear what you have to say. So, when we look at the founding fathers, there's about 250 plus founding fathers. 90% of them were Protestant Christian, meaning Anglican, Congregationalist, Puritan, Baptist, or Quaker. That's 90% of them. Around 7% of the 90, around 7% were what we would call, Catholic or some other type of Christian that wasn't specifically Protestant. There was only about 2% that were deists. I know a lot of people like to make it like there was like a billion deists. That is not true. Only about 2 to 3 of our founders, out of the 250 of them that signed all the papers that made America, were deists. Only 2 to 3. I know they like to make it like there was a bunch. That is not true. Most of our founders were Protestant. I have the list. So you can't lie to me. I actually have the entire list, and we will go through every single one of our founders, and I will tell you their denomination. Once again, Anglican, Congregationalist, Puritan, Presbyterian. Presbyterian was the one I forgot. Presbyterian, and then Baptist. That is what they primarily were. In addition, each one of the states, every single one of them had a state religion that was Christian. That's a fact. In the states, their constitution, all of the states had a religion. It was one of the ones that I just named. In addition to that, 9 out of the original 13, had to be a Bible-believing Christian and profess Christ as your Lord and Savior to hold a government position in those states. These are all facts.
Yeah, so the Constitution forbids religious testimony for office.
That's not true. That's at the
It
federal
is
level.
absolutely true. So
That was at the federal
no,
level.
I just let you talk. So
That was at the federal level. Deal with the things that I mentioned. Deal with the stuff that I mentioned. Are you denying anything that I mentioned?
I just put in the chat.
Are you denying anything that I mentioned?
I just put in the chat that says, I quote by John Adams, the United States is not in any sense founded upon the Christian religion.
Yeah, this is the Treaty of Tripoli.
The Treaty of Tripoli is not the Constitution. What are you talking
Founding
about?
father, John Adams, was a founding father.
John Adams is not the Constitution of America. What are you talking about? And it's
You're
not the
talking
state
about the founding
Constitution.
fathers.
The Treaty of Tripoli, which I know is not the United States Constitution, and it is not the founding of our country. It is not. So deal with the things that I mentioned. Deal with the things that I mentioned. Are you denying anything that I mentioned?
I don't believe anything that you said about that.
So what are you denying? What do you be specific? What
Yeah,
are you denying?
I'm asking, so hold on, it's not my burden of proof to show that you know that you're playing false. You have to prove that they're true.
So you want to go through all the 250 founding fathers? I'll be glad to.
Talk to this nigga, bro.
Yeah, so
okay, let's go through.
I know
let's
that.
Go,
So
let's go. No. Did you say that I'm lying?
That's right.
So the first, so
let's go through them. Hold on.
So
No, Necro.
Talk to this nigga.
Necro, you're not gonna call me a liar. The one thing you can never do. The one thing you nappy-headed secularists can never do to me is call me a liar. You can never call me a liar.
Bro, it's always the niggas with the haircut like him. Look at his haircut. Look at Necro's haircut, bro.
It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. Anyways, what's next?
That nigga got a Limp Bizkit haircut.
Can you be a Christian and deny?
Who's next? Necro, we're done with you. Who's next?
No, King.
Who's next? Girl, we're done with you. Who's next?
Can you be a Christian?
Who wanted to talk next?
I wanted to talk next. I just want to say, like,
Can you be a Christian?
it's usually niggas with that same haircut.
Yeah, you all need some estrogen on stage. Just let.
And then we'll do gold.
Oh, let Nick go. Give him 30. Give him 30 seconds uninterrupted.
I'll take
Let him
30
finish
seconds.
explaining.
I'll take 30.
No,
Give him 30. Come on, King. Just give him 30.
We're done.
Alright, I tried, Nico.
Can I take his 30?
No. So
go ahead, Kara. We spent enough time on that.
This the reason why it's gonna be another school shooting because y'all acting this way.
Yeah, so King.
Necro does look like a school shooter. I ain't gonna hold you. Go ahead, Kara.
That nigga has a horrible haircut.
You got good points, but
Necro, listen. He has no good points. The fuck?
Founding fathers denied that Jesus.
Go ahead, yo. If you keep noise trolling Necro, I'm gonna move you down.
That's right. Get out of here with that SS ass tricky haircut.
You're not a Christian. Jesus.
That's tricky.
He can talk to himself in the Go ahead, Kara.
Let's not create any school shooters, please, on stage.
Well,
I appreciate it. Thanks. This is Bella.
Too late for that. Go ahead, Kara. If you're not there, I'm gonna move on to go.
No, I was gonna ask a Negro question, but he got moved.
But he unfortunately is gone.
But to be honest, King, there is one. I agree with most of everything you say, but like, okay, if you look at the scope of First Amendment when it was directed to Baptists, right? I could see someone saying, Second Amendment only is in relation to musket warfare. Therefore, American, you can own gun, but it can only be musket, I could see someone making this argument, but I generally, sometimes in a country, there are unspoken rules, like America was established by Christians. If someone thinks otherwise, you're a retard, yeah. The culture, every successful America is Christian from and if this changes, and we see it, degrading society.
Very quickly.
So now you have Negro, he proudly in his comment with the homosexual flag, no problem, but if this is the America you want, well, look man, everything that you think, every your ancestor made for success, have food on the table, is that you're not gonna have this in the future, so you can sleep by the 8 needles and in the mud, but it will go wrong. This is the
Yeah, no, and Kurt, that's the funny thing is that's sort of, you were here. That you remember that's where we kind of first started. And that's why he started Spark, because a lot of the times folks like him don't expect people to know the the information when it comes to what exactly made America Christian and why we would even consider it a Christian nation, even though not everybody is Christian within the nation. And that would be the case for any country, right? I can go to India and live in India, but just because I'm living in India, I'm not Hindu. I'm going to say, oh, therefore India's not Hindu. That's retarded. Same thing with Saudi Arabia. As a Christian, if I went to Saudi Arabia and I lived in Saudi Arabia, I would say because I'm Christian and I don't believe in Islam, therefore Saudi Arabia is not a Muslim country. That is a retarded argument. America is Christian because the laws and the structure come from biblical people who believed in those frameworks and therefore used them to set the foundation of this country. And it's well documented that our founders said only a moral and religious people. When you look at the context of moral and religious, they're clearly referring to the Christian denominations. They're saying that's the only type of people that can sustain this type of country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
One last point.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I kind of disagree with the formation of church and state together. I think it's much better for church to be separate from governments, because every government always corrupt everything. So if you involve religious hierarchy within the government, I think you're gonna have big corruption. But this is what I would say. I think it is the responsibility of American intelligence agency to ensure, especially if they have the value of maintaining Christian identity, culture, and I would say the quota of ensuring Christian is the majority, to ensure that America remains Christian. So, yeah, so like you don't bring more Muslim.
Yeah, Muslims or atheists or secularists.
You ensure you're targeting more like people from Christian background. Doesn't matter where from it could be, but they have to be vetted, secret.
Of course.
This is the responsibility of intelligence. It doesn't have to be. Some people stupid. You're gonna always have a libtard who has AIDS who's gonna tell you, well, you are contradicting the amendment. Okay, no problem. The intelligence agencies just have to maintain the real cultural establishment, and not the basic unspoken rule, maintain unspoken rule.
Well, let me tell you this, Kurt, and then we're going to move to gold. If I was your president, Kurt, I would implement a soft, I'm going to call it a soft, what's the state, I'm going to draw like martial law. So I'd have a soft martial law when it comes to immigration, and I would frame it as a emergency. And doing that, I would essentially be able to suspend the current immigration rules and law, where we would implement exactly what you just said, where it's a soft martial law, categorized as emergency, and we would only import people from nations that reflect exactly what you just said. So that's one thing that I look forward to doing as your president of the United States of America. Go ahead, Gold.
I just wanted to say that everything that I wanted to say originally, you niggas already said it, but I will add that Necro, it's always niggas like Necro with that weird ass haircut that always have some bullshit to say.
That's a fact, and Gold.
It's always niggas with that haircut that be the school shooters that be saying.
The one thing I did bring up that I should have brought up when he brought up the Triple E nonsense, because a lot of people like to bring that up, is there's actually two Supreme Court rulings, one in the 1800s and one a little later that declared America a Christian nation, and these are official Supreme Court rulings, not no fucking tree.
Why did he even bring that bullshit up?
I don't even know. It's literally retarded with all of our states. Because that's the other thing they love to do, is they like to make like the federal government was supposed to be the big up. No, the federal government was never supposed to be as big as it got. When they made the federal government, it wasn't how we see it today. During that time, the government was
they didn't allow the federal government to have religious tests wasn't because of trying to prevent some state religion. No, every state had a religion. Rather, they wanted it where, hey, if we're going to have this governance over all of us, there can be no religion that is chosen, right? That's more why there was no religious test at the federal level, but there was still religious tests at the state level. As a matter of fact, the last religious test that was removed was in the 1960s. It was North Carolina. So North Carolina was the last state to remove their religious test, and that was in the 1960s. So please, dismiss me with all this, America's not a Christian nation. It absolutely is.
100%, nigga.
And you don't have to be Christian to live in a Christian nation. Just like if I went to Saudi Arabia as a Christian, I wouldn't argue, hey, because I'm a Christian and I follow Saudi Arabia laws, therefore Saudi Arabia is not Muslim. That is retarded. Thank you.
That doesn't even make sense. And also, I will add really quickly, Kuda, his name is Necro, not Negro. You keep calling him Negro.
Corey, did you want to speak for it?
Yeah, the one thing you can always remember bring up too is they actually to really stop on the fact that it was founded as a Christian nation. As you said, the states got to choose, right?
Yeah.
And they also had a church tax in many of them.
They did, yeah, they did.
Because they were saying it's that important. We had a scholar come in and talk to us, and there was some deep dive that he did. He wrote a book on it. I let somebody borrow it, and I've now gotten it back. It's years ago. But he even talked about, I've never heard this. I can't find anything on it, but he had all of the evidence there. He was showing it. There was actually a lot of the black pastors that were so influential in the lives of these founding fathers that they were instrumental in helping to write it. And this shows you that they had pastors guiding them to make sure that they were doing the right things. And we want to sit here and say that this country wasn't founded on the Christian faith? Because what? They said, well, even one of them, and I don't remember right now, it's been a long time since I studied this, even one of them, they said, oh, he wasn't a Christian. That's not, he wasn't against it being a Christian thing either, you know, there's a whole bunch that goes with that. But the fact is there was a church tax. They literally were built on our faith. Done. Game over. Proved to me. Okay, so later on, the Supreme Court changed it. It was all intended, as you said originally, for the federal government, not the state government.
Correct. Federal government, because all the states were scared. It was like, hey, we can't have the federal government, you know, instituting any, you know, because it represents all of us. So let's do all we want to do at the state level, which I understand. But obviously, you know, we all know how over the years, America unfortunately has had usurpers, subverters, and all types of other nefarious actors essentially change the core of America, what it originally was, into something that's bloated nonsense and all this other shit show that we see today. Now, that I'm not saying that everything that America was before was great. Obviously, that's not the case. But the one thing that you got to give the Anglo-Protestant, I know all of you hate white men, but the one thing you got to give white men is that they instituted a country like none other, one that was able to heal itself, right, and start a movement that literally got rid of slavery around the world. You can yell all you fucking want, but that was white Anglo-Protestants that did that. Not your fucking nappy-headed ass, not your fucking towel head from the Middle East, not your fucking monkey demon from India. As a matter of fact, the monkey demon people still have their caste system, and they're importing it here to America.
Fucking Abe.
Literally. They're importing their shithole caste system. They're practicing it right in front of your fucking face. And you're supposed to sit here trying to convince me that I need to adopt those people as my people? Fuck out of here. Anglo-Protestants, American Black Protestants, and Native Americans. That is the core of America. Everybody else is a second-class citizen. Thank you.
And we look at it this way: if we have a nation that these people move to. I'll try. I wrote it in notes a lot more eloquently than I'll put it now. But what it was, and this whole system was done, is you pledge your allegiance to one country. When you have all of the people coming like they do now, and they're bringing their little piece that you left that. Why did you leave it? Oh, for the American dream. Okay, but you want to take this from Mexico, which is, let's just call it, it's a shithole third world country. That if we owned it, it'd be one of the best places on the planet, right? Okay, and then this country over here in Africa, this one from the Middle East, and you all want to come here and make America what you left. But see, when you have 100 nations in one, you have no nation. You only have a nation when you have the principles of that nation that made it great, and you learn to adapt. Now, you can go ahead and worship what you want, but don't try to implement it onto the people.
Exactly, and that's the part where because then people say, "Oh my God, you just want to kick everybody." Why are you so shut the fuck up? You can still practice, right? What you practice, no one's saying that, but you don't have a right. You do not have a right to demand that your practice be something we adopt. You don't. I'm sorry, you don't. And so that conversation is going to become more prominent in America. And, you know, I do think that some version of Christian nationalism will be adopted in the next 15 to 20 years. Hopefully, it is a version that restores the republic, because that's the version I believe in, restoring the public to an actual republic and not this nonsense democracy.
Leftist bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit that we have, right? An actual republic, but I don't believe in a monarchy and I don't believe in theocracy. And I see too many Christian nationalists that are flirting with that, which I don't think will work in America.
What's just so funny about these leftist niggas too that really just grinds my gears is that they always talk about freedom of expression, freedom of free speech, freedom of this, freedom of that, but the moment we don't subscribe to their pronouns and the moment that we want to say our freedom, we're sexist, we're misogynist, we're colonizers, we're all types of shit.
Yeah, they're just gaslighters.
They're gaslighters, the biggest
gaslighters. Literally, we all live through, I don't know how you live through wokeness and the rainbowism.
Niggas said they're rainbowists.
Yeah, it's rainbowism, that's their religion.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I don't see how you live through that. And they're spreading the rainbow gospel with their fucking drag queens preaching to our kids.
And their gay
It's literally a religion that took over America and used the state.
And what's funny is Shorty came on here, Prophet, yesterday. She was like, "Show me one incident that you've ever seen any transgenders preaching to kids or any type of inappropriate books in schools." I'm like, oh my fucking God.
Are you serious?
But the word of God, that was her whole fucking segue yesterday.
But you know what I don't understand? Okay,
they got the gay BCs now.
If you look at the symbol of Islam, right? Like Saudi Arabia, they have sword, right? Because they understand that Islam spread by sword, right? But the gay and the transformers, all of these lot, right? They take Christian symbol of rainbow, God's promise, and they use it for themselves. But more appropriate, they should follow Islamic method. So where Islam has sword, they should have flag with dildo.
The funny thing about it is no one ever cared about people being trans. Like, we would just call them cross-dressers back in the day. It's when they started putting this whole evil agenda on the children. Like, if you look at Thailand, for example, Thailand is a perfect example. They have ladyboys down there. No one ever says anything about them. You know why? Because they're not saying my pronouns are he, she, they, and them. They're not saying that they identify as a woman. They're not chopping off their parts to be a woman. They're saying, yeah, we're just niggas that like to cross-dress. And everyone's okay with that. You know what I'm saying? It's only the U.S. that it's these pink-haired dildo dragons want to go around and disturb the peace at every fucking press conference there is.
And that's the point, is they want to have this, so we have a, and I'm going to say 1%, but we all know that it's a fraction of that, right? But they're just the most vocal, loud, flamboyant that they can be, so they get the voice heard. The reality is they want to force, I have the right to say what I am. Cool, you do. I have the right to not buy your bullshit. I have the right to look at you and say, I can tell you, if somebody kills you and buries you in a hole and they find you 34 years later, they're going to say, DNA, bone structure, that's a man. Why can they do that? Because it's science. But science is science until science doesn't fit their narrative. Then science is wrong. And then No, that's not. It's not biology. No biology is man and woman.
And then when you ask them what is a woman, they can't give you an exact definition.
And that, like,
so it's like, okay, so a woman is anyone that identifies as a woman. So if I put on a fucking sombrero and have a mustache and start saying I'm Mexican, am I Mexican?
Yeah, apparently.
Let's throw this one out there, guys.
If I wanted to be a fucking fox and have a tail, am I a fox now? Is that the niggas could just be whatever they want now?
Hey, hold on. We got this, guys. No vagina, no voice. You don't get to say a damn thing about my vagina and my having an abortion. Wait a minute. All I have to do now to have a vagina, to be able to have a kid, and to have a voice about abortion is say, I'm identifying as a woman today. Now, shut the fuck up and excuse my language, and let me say what I gotta say, right? Because guess what? It doesn't matter. You don't have to be that person to have a voice, to understand. We know that clump of cells, as they call it, it's life.
It's so weird. It's so weird that, like, what's sad is that people who are right wing are like, they kind of like tiptoe around it. They're like afraid to tell their friends they're right wing because they don't want to be judged or they don't want people to like look at them differently. For me, I don't give a fuck how many followers I lose. I told that on Instagram today. You know what I'm saying? I have a very heavy following on Instagram, and I said, look, if you want to unfollow me, then I don't want you following me in the first place. I want to follow people that I can align with and that I share the same views and values. If I lose thousands of followers tomorrow, great. And those people that were never meant to be following me in the first place because we don't even have the same ideology. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like people want to tiptoe around to protect their business or to protect their narrative or protect their personality or protect these different things. But it's like, what are you really protecting if you're afraid to share what it is that you actually believe in?
I can prove that even Hollywood, leftist Hollywood, believes that a clump of cells is life. And that's because they did a movie called Life, and it was some sort of little organism that was living on a foreign planet that started killing everybody. But it was just a clump of cells that don't even know really what it was, but it killed things. That was life. You know that if they went to Mars and they dug up a sample and there was a clump of cells, they would say what? There's evidence of life on Mars. Guaranteed.
But you know, it's so funny that they do this whole rhetoric of clump of cells, and that's the same shit they do to describe the universe and how it was made. Oh, it's just a big bang and cosmos and all these things. They always want to just believe this purple-haired scientific bullshit.
I mean, totally, your beliefs is totally accurate, totally.
I want to ask, like, so, have you guys ever encountered, like, so when you're skeptical about, like, scientific theories, have you ever encountered, like, an astrophysicist, like someone who's actually studied, or someone who studied biology and has a PhD and who also disagrees with, like, evolution or things that, or even like the origins of the universe in accordance with our understanding of science? You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems to me to be the case. People who are skeptical of what is the consensus among academics are typically people who have never studied it at the highest level, right? So do you see what I'm asking? Like, would you be able to provide any evidence that most experts are skeptical about the origins of the universe or like things of that nature? And maybe that's a digression, but I just noticed Gold Poppy was like, obviously science is bullshit. But I just think most scientists disagree with you.
No, I don't think science is bullshit. I think a lot of science is great. I think that we need science 100%.
But what is purple? What would you say is purple hair? Give me an example, like purple hair.
I'm saying purple haired bullshit, as in to say what we were. I mean, I know we can totally segue into this whole thing right now, but I'm saying purple hair bullshit of like, they'll say, oh, life doesn't mean clump of cells, and then they'll say, they'll just start spreading hate about, well, F Jesus, F God, F all your beliefs. We don't care about it. Jesus was a homo. Jesus was a transgender. And it's just like, bro, like, all of that is just so unnecessary. It's like, okay, you are totally entitled to express whatever you feel, but it's like, if you can't have an intellectual conversation with someone without getting worked up and constantly attacking them for whatever they believe, it's just ridiculous. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. Are there people on the left side that are able to have intellectual conversations and disagreements? Yeah. But no one's holding a fucking sign with purple hair outside saying Jesus is a homo or Jesus was trans. Like, it's just a whole crazy ass agenda.
Gold, there are people that do that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, no one on the right side is doing something like that. It's usually people on the left that have this crazy ass bullshit rhetoric that they want to push.
Don't you agree though? Like, it's probably a minority on, but like, for instance, you got like, I'm like, if we're talking about like strange beliefs that manifest in like odd adversarial behavior, like I'm talking about the worst types of manifestations are going to be acts of violence, right? So like right-wing terrorism is the most common form of terrorism. So if we're talking about beliefs manifesting as like toxic behaviors, what's worse than terrorism? It's like in the United States, most of the terrorists are coming from the right. But I'm not saying that that's most people on the right. So what I'm offering is like, don't you think it's probably the fringe on both sides? Like, there are people outside of abortion clinics like, you're a killer, you're a murderer for giving abortions. God hates people who are gay, right? Those Christians do exist. But that's not most Christians. And I'm saying, like, for most people who are progressive or not Christians, I don't believe that most of them are walking around doing what you're saying.
All right, can you give me an example in let's just say the last 8 years, let's just say, since Obama, 16 years, let's go back 16 years. Can you give me an example of the right and all of their terroristic acts, and then could we then kind of segue into the left and their terroristic acts? Because we keep hearing this, and I keep hearing the data go back to 1975, and then they bring in things like, well, the KKK and stuff. But let's be real, that back in 1975, it was the red states where that was known was blue states then, and that's shifted now. They're red states now, and they're less violent, right? So I keep hearing, hold on. I just keep hearing the data, and it always goes back to 1975. And I don't give two shits about 1975 anymore. What I want to know is where we are today in America and what's happening. And I want to look at the terroristic acts because I keep hearing this. And the only one that I keep coming up with, okay, we had Timothy McVeigh, but that was a long time ago. Let's again, last how many years? We had J6. That's the one that stands out to me. I know that there's probably a couple where, they're saying that the guy that killed the guys up in Minnesota, he was a registered Republican in 2004, okay? What terroristic acts are these right-wingers doing so much? And then let's look at what the left wing has done in the last, let's just say, 12 to 16 years.
Right. So to fairly entertain your point, I won't even give you anecdotes. I won't be like, this thing happened here and that. I'm just telling you, according to data and statistics from the FBI today, right? I'm not talking about 1975. You're talking about 1975. I'm talking about today. If you look at FBI data, most acts of terrorism are coming from the right. I mean, I'm not going to say most, but disproportionately more are, right? So this is just a fact that you can look up or you can ask ChatGPT or whatever. I'm not talking about 1975.
Corey, in the last 24 hours, a black student was lynched at the University of Mississippi.
That way it was not.
I have a feeling that probably wasn't a Democrat.
I'm not even getting it. I'm not aware of that.
That's
but I'm not
propaganda. I just seen the press conference and the sheriff or the official said that the autopsy, the medical examiner said that there was no broken bones. There was none of that. It looks as if it was self-inflicted.
Let's not do anecdotes though, Samoa. Like, let's not even. That's why I didn't want to do that.
Hold on. Where did he get that somebody was lynched in Mississippi?
Self-inflicted, hung from a tree?
Don't even argue with him about random shit because that's. Why did you just give him this?
Around your neck.
Now you're about to talk about one thing.
Yeah,
fuck this one issue. Fuck this one issue. If you look at the data, brother, just if you just talk about the data that's based on today.
Right there. That was embarrassing.
Okay, bro. That's why I didn't do that.
Oh, by the way, Tyler Robinson is on suicide watch.
I just want to know. I want to know.
Watch everybody pivot and run away. Everybody's pivoting and running away.
And then
Running away from what?
where he said that
You're trying to paint a suicide. You're trying to paint a suicide as a.
No, I'm not. I didn't even bring that up.
That's
Issa brought it up. Now you want to talk about that one issue.
Okay, so Ryan, let's just not go into. We don't have to list each thing, but other than January 6th being, they don't even call it.
Who died on January 6th?
Right.
See what I'm saying? Now here's one issue. Now you're talking about one issue.
Ashley Babbitt.
No. I'm throwing you one. I'm throwing you one, but I want you to tell me, other than that, what terroristic threat happened from the right? I want to know the terroristic threats that are so common, because I could start listing some that I would call from the left. We could go through, one summer and look at buildings burning in neighborhoods.
The softball game. So, bro, like, here's what I'll just respond with this, man. If you just, bro, ask ChatGPT.
Oh, he doesn't know.
No, I can tell you about the guy that, look, allow me to finish, so, like, do you see what why do I have to hold on when I'm fucking talking?
Here's what ChatGPT.
Just let me fucking finish, bro. Let me fucking finish. Let me finish talking. Why are you doing this shit?
You're not telling me.
Okay, you don't even have to ask ChatGPT, bro.
No, guess why?
Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
Let him finish, and then you can go.
Let jumped and shit. Like,
Orion, don't take none of them.
the fact of the matter is that you cannot dispute, according to the United States government, the FBI, more acts of terrorism, the most common form of political terrorism in the United States is right-wing terrorism. This is a fact according to the FBI based on data today. Do you dispute that fact? That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay then, so we live on different planets. You're good.
Show us the data.
You're asking me.
I'm reading the data, and it says by white supremacists. Okay, so that isn't a right-wing movement. That is a freaking hate group. Okay, they're gonna lump it in there. They're gonna lump it in as a terrorist attack. But let's be real. That's hate. Right, so you're gonna lump that in there, and you're gonna ignore all the other. I guarantee.
I'm not lumping that in there. That's literally the FBI.
Yes, and I'm looking at it, and if you continue reading some other sources, they say that they leave out hate crimes, but yet they leave in white supremacy. That's a hate crime.
Well, hate crimes and terrorism are not the same. I would say, like, so for instance, say like,
this is what the data says. Do you want me to read it? I can read it to you.
But you just distinguish between hate
by white supremacists.
Okay, and but what makes something terrorism is if you do it with political intentions. So many white supremacists do have political intentions.
No, wait, hold on. He said, the ChatGPT prompt, did it say political violence? And it said white supremacy? Or did you just say most violent domestic terrorist group?
Right, so for something to be terrorism, you have to have political goals. So like if I just go shoot up old ladies because I'm crazy, that's not terrorism, that's me being crazy. But if I go shoot up black people because I feel like there's too many black people in America voting and they're taking over our democracy, and like, you know what I'm saying, like these are now political reasons that I'm doing this shooting.
No, that's not. No,
that's wrong. So when 9/11,
bro, why are you disagreeing with the data from the FBI?
Because I'm reading. Okay, this is a list of things.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
No, these aren't feelings. You want me to tell you what it says?
Yeah, go ahead and read it, bro.
On the other hand, and report that political violence in America is driven by a mix of different extremist ideologies, making it difficult to attribute the violence for specific ideologies. So it's not just political, it's ideologies. And an ideology can be anything, right? So when we're going to start lumping things in, we got to look at what they really call, because at that point, an ideology could be somebody trying to influence something and go and shoot it up at school, but they don't know what they're going to label that as. Is that terrorism or is it hate crime?
For example, right, somebody bombs 9/11, right, the towers, and the motivation is F America, right? People say, hey, that was a terrorist act. White supremacists burning a black person or brown person, that's not a terrorist act. That's just a hate crime.
Right. Exactly. It escalate to the scale of terrorism, but I'm not an expert on terrorism. But the people who are.
You said that it has to have a political angle to it, a component.
Bro, here's what's happening right now. I'm telling you as a matter of fact, and you would agree that this is what's reported, Corey, right? According to the FBI, most violence, I'm sorry, not most, the most common and prevalent form of terrorism in the United States comes from the right. That's what it says.
No, it said white supremacy, not the right.
Hold on, bro. It said, Corey, what did it say?
It blames far right-wing far right, mostly white supremacy. But it's from 1994. From 1994, this goes. We're going back, 30 years.
So that's,
hold on. How much has changed?
Hold on. All right. So it did say right because you just read something that said pinpointing the actual ideology of
say right, dude. Yes, it is.
They call it according to, and it references one, right-wing extremist terrorism. So they're calling that right-wing extremist terrorism a significant threat in the United States with 67 domestic terror incidents since 1994. Particularly by white supremacists. Also suggests that right-wing extremists pose the most significant terrorist threat in the United States. So we're literally talking about a hate crime as being a terrorist act now.
No, bro. But so here's the thing. If you commit violence with the intention, if most acts of terrorism are to create terror within the people that you are trying to affect, right? So if say somebody beats up one black dude and calls him the N-word, or you know what I'm saying, that may be maybe the black dude didn't really do anything, and the dude beats him up and calls him the N-word. That would be more of a hate crime, right? Now, an act of terrorism, if I blow up your church, shoot up your grocery store, hang you from a tree and set you on fire, that's to let everybody around know you are not safe here. So then it becomes more than just a hate crime. Now you're trying to inspire terror, right?
Right. So if you owned a Tesla, and you were driving a Tesla just a few months ago, okay? Were people burning Teslas and putting people in fear largely, and not just you, but everybody that drove a Tesla? Were they put in fear? And I want to know, was that the right or the left that would have been attributed with that?
Well, sure, I believe that would come from the left, but the data still indicates that most of it comes from the right. So you can bring up these instances, but the data still says what the data says.
Okay, the burning of the police precinct in Minnesota, did that come from the left or the right?
Oh, no, we can play this game. When they shot up those
No. I'm going off the top of my head. The looting of the Target stores.
Why can't we just go with because here's the thing, dude. You can go
in the last 12 years because
but that's what you pay attention to and what you care about.
Yeah.
I could bring up things that you don't know about. I could bring up things that you don't know about, but I feel like that's not gonna prove anything.
But it's kind of right to use the FBI statistics when you can't pinpoint any of these actual unique crimes. For example, what he just did, he said, hey, there's a leftist crime, the attempted assassination of a presidential candidate, right?
They just assassinated 2 Democratic politicians. I can play the game too. There's 2 dead Democrat politicians. Dead.
So the difference is that you...
So what are we talking about?
Hold on. You guys are doing exactly what's going on with this whole Tyler Robinson thing. You're looking for this dude's voting thing, and the left immediately jumps cover by saying, hey, this guy happens to be a registered Republican. They did the exact same thing with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. They ran and said the kid was a registered Republican when the kid is a clear lefty.
So this is why I'm not trying to debate individual instances, and I'm just trying to go with the FBI data.
No, because you're just trying.
So you want to know, you want to quibble over every single instance of terrorism and try to go through it.
What you just did.
I told him that I don't even want to do that, and then you forcing me to give you examples. Fuck examples, just go with the data.
No, you pointed out the guy in Minnesota.
Okay, bro, then fuck that. Just go with the data. Say he was on the left. I don't give a fuck. He was on the left then, bro. But the data says I'm right.
Think it.
Whatever you want to say, I don't give a fuck. The data says most of it comes from right-wing terrorism. Corey just validated that. Now you want to play semantic games and say that the FBI doesn't know what they're talking about. They're putting shit in the wrong category. Okay, bro. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Okay, we just agreed that a hate crime is definitely not terrorism. Or if we're going to do that, there's more terrorism than...
Why do you sound so hateful, Orion?
It becomes cool, yeah. Anyway, so the fact of the matter is, dude, if we're talking about, just the best way to understand what is the case, typically, is just look at the data. Because we can all debate an individual instance, and, Samoa can do bullshit or whatever. But I'm correct on the data, bro.
Hey, can you find an Islamic extremist that ever voted right?
Why are you at? So respectfully, man, I'm not trying to engage in these little instance questions that you're doing.
You don't
Like,
have
if you
to,
can-
because we already know the answer, because the voices that have came out have already said you won't find that. Leadership from that side said you won't find that.
Cool.
Okay.
So, like, but here's the thing: they do less terrorism than random ass people on the right in America. Islamic terrorism is not the leading form of terrorism. So you're just bringing up random little incidences of
What would you define as terrorism? What would you define as terrorism?
A targeting of a certain group of people.
Oh, did he bounce? Yeah.
My bad, I fell out. But like, here, man. So why don't we just go with what the FBI is defining as terrorism?
I think it's a stupid ass comment to say that a hate crime is terrorism, because I've lived through a fucking bomb threat. I'm going to tell you what, they're very different.
Okay, look, so that's so if you would like to
So it says right here, because the group is designated as a domestic terrorist group, any crimes that come from the group is labeled a terrorist crime. Okay, that makes sense. Because
that's not even true. So you're saying that if they steal a candy bar, they're calling that terrorism. You said any crime. You just said any crime, bro.
Hold on, bro. It says once a group is designated as a domestic terrorist group, everything falls into that category.
It does not say everything.
Because the collective...
There's no way the FBI said everything falls into that category. That's not what it says.
Bro, are you listening?
Yeah.
If a collective is now designated as a domestic terrorist group, anything that group does...
You're not reading what it says. Like, the words that you're saying change every time you say it. It's like, first you said everything
for you,
but you know you're trying to make it some bullshit that it's not.
If you say white supremacists or the white supremacy group, far right wing, is a domestic terrorist group, whenever that group does anything towards another group of people, it's terrorism.
Why do you refuse to read what the website says? Are you like, you're paraphrasing on purpose so you can make it seem like it doesn't say what we know it says?
It says a group that is labeled a domestic terrorist group, whenever involved in criminal actions, is formed of terrorism. It's a form of terrorism. That's why they're designated that.
You're saying so according to the FBI, any criminal action committed by a political group, by a designated terrorist group.
Yes.
Bro, what's the website here? Bro, I'm not even about to get into this with you.
Look it up.
No, here, allow me to just respond, bro. Allow me to just respond, because here's the fact. Here's the fact of the matter. If I was talking to Ben Shapiro, he would just bring up facts and data, and then if I tried to say, well, the data doesn't mean what the data means, and we can't trust the FBI and blah blah blah, everybody on the right would just say, look, man, facts don't care about your feelings, dog. Right? Is there some conspiracy in the FBI to make it look worse than it is?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And all this other shit. So like, so I'm just saying, bro. The data says what the data says. You guys allow me to just the data says what the data says. You guys are playing games because you don't like what the data says.
No, right.
That's what's happening.
Real quick.
I read it already. I hear what the data says, but do you know what the percentages were? Because I read this earlier, and it was like 57%. So it's 43 to 57, I believe, is what it is. So let's just call it a spade here, and say it's fucking a little closer than we like to pretend it to be. But I'm gonna again say this. I want to know, I'm looking at terrorism as it really impacts us. Did it take buildings down? Did you bomb a school? Did you impact us through your violence? And I want to know, in the last 12 years, what political stance has been made that has impacted us the most? Would it be an assassination of one of the party's leaders? Maybe. You could say he's not a leader, but he changed college campuses. The last election...
They killed 2 Democrats this year. Those are Democratic politicians.
Yeah, that was just the other day, right?
Oh my God, bro.
Wanted to speak.
Yeah,
they were local politicians. This is on a mainstream level. They went after a leadership.
So I heard Trump wants to designate Antifa as a terrorist group, right? I don't know if that's true, but I bet you if he does, then suddenly the data's going to change overnight, right? So suddenly you're going to go on the FBI website and you're going to be like, oh wow, Antifa has committed a lot of terrorist acts, because they're going to broaden the term, they're going to label them. And so, I mean, by you constantly saying the data, I get what you're saying, and you may be right now, but I mean, you know, what happens when, a scientist gets hired, right, to say a shoe makes you run faster, and his studies conclude otherwise. They just don't publish that shit and hire someone else. So, I mean, the devil's in the data.
My question to you is, so what you're pointing out is like, if Trump doesn't like the jobs report, he's gonna fire the guy that did the jobs report, start making up shit, right?
No, I'm just saying that.
So it's like, what you're saying, but I'm asking you right now, bro, allow me to just finish asking the question. Like, here's the question, right? I'm asking you, do you have any reason to believe that this data has been skewed in such a way that it doesn't reflect reality? Like,
I think all data is always skewed. There's always a bias. It may be a little, it may be a lot, but it's always there.
No, I understand that. So there's data about global warming, but we can generally say, okay, it's accurate, right? So I'm asking you, do you have reasons to say that this data is so skewed that it is inaccurate?
I have no reasons, but I have suspicions.
Okay, so like, what are we doing?
Especially in a very racial climate that our country has been in for over the past decade, I wouldn't be surprised that if crime data is skewed, specifically like in, let's say, Democrat cities, right? They just don't report any crimes, not any. They don't report a significant amount of crimes. They don't process significant amount of crimes. So the data is skewed. So that's one way to skew the data.
There's certain, but that's not I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm asking you about the particular data that was in question.
I'm not
you're good.
An expert.
I'm not trying to
just giving you something to think about.
Understood. I guess but my thing is like too, like when we talk about crime in blue states being underreported, I feel like if we were just going with like the homicide rate, right?
I bet you rural crimes are underreported in certain areas.
But I guess I'm saying like there's certain crimes that like it's hard to underreport, like homicide, right? It's like if we look at like homicide rate in Louisiana versus California, it's higher in Louisiana, right? It's like I don't know if you can skew the data on like who's being murdered and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, if we really just look at like, I don't know, but this is what the data said. Like, the thing about the right is they pretend to give a damn about data. When it's inconvenient, they don't, right? Which is why like when they don't want to take global warming seriously, even though the data says we should. Like they are the enemies of data. Like if you offer data on any type of subject, they have reasons why it doesn't exist, and it's a conspiracy from the deep state controlled by liberals. You know what I'm saying? So it's like no matter what you say, if you use data, they're just gonna be like, we don't count numbers.
Yeah, but the thing about data is, and I work with it all the time, and I just want to make this one really quick point. I live in Portland, Oregon, right? I'm a centrist. Like this whole thing that's going on right now is like so polarizing, right? But this could just be a kid. He's like 22 or 23 years old, right? Raised in this like super religious upbringing, and maybe he got corrupted online, right? It's so polarizing. Like maybe it's just some fucked up fucking kid, right? And he decides to shoot Charlie Kirk. Everybody's like projecting all these things. The story keeps changing, right? And I'm not even talking about the guns, right? He's just some confused kid and makes a decision. Like 22-year-olds are just completely fucked up anyway. They don't even know what's going on. So everybody's arguing about the data. Is he a leftist, right? Was he corrupted? Was it a religious thing? Was Charlie Kirk shit going on, right? Like it's just this monumental like thing. There is a difference between
how does the left react to it?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Is it the left or the fucking right? Right? Like who fucking cares?
Yeah, but how did the left react to it, bro?
Everybody's like,
what?
Like this is, bro, how did the right react to Nancy Pelosi's husband being assaulted, right, with a hammer?
No.
Right, jokes and memes. So like, stop, save me the fucking tears.
Projected like a hammer.
Yeah, but he wasn't dead. Yeah, but he wasn't dead.
They literally made memes about George Floyd.
But he wasn't dead.
George Floyd was fucking dead. George Floyd died.
No, I'm talking about oh my god, this is horrible. It was controversial on how he died.
All this shit happened.
It literally wasn't. It literally wasn't.
Do you there, bro?
It is controversial on how he died, bro.
You're gonna make everything controversial because you're an idiot.
Let me.
There's an appeal right
take care of some business real quick. It's gonna take give me like 20 seconds.
Oh, you do your thing.
Give me 20 seconds, then you guys go back. Hey, Chia, you there?
Yeah.
So you need to explain one thing to me because I sent you a message a couple of weeks ago. What is up with your country? And correct me if I'm wrong. And then we can go back to what they were talking about. But what is up with the reports that your country is allowing Palestinians to migrate or remigrate to your country? Is that true?
No, it's fake news. It's fake news. We said no. So the Israeli diplomats came to our country about 1 month ago, and they asked us to take 1 million Palestinians, and we said we have a no-Muslim policy to the one Muslims in our country. And we told them no, and then they said yeah, they can stay in Gaza.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. That's all I wanted to clarify. That wasn't happening. Go ahead, some of you guys go back.
Hey, check, bro.
Yo, what?
How you been, man?
How you doing, Samoa?
We protect all Christian lands, so I'm dead serious about that shit.
100%. I said, look, my father is the Lieutenant General in the South African Armed Forces, and I called him and I asked him, are we taking Palestinian? He said, absolutely no, we don't want these people. Right, no, sorry to cut you off, bro.
No, it was, I remember we was in one room and it got a little spicy in the room.
No, it got spicy because you're a smart man, you know? It's true, you know? You only talk to smart people. Unless you don't want to talk to other people, if you're stupid, I don't want to talk to you. But
Basically, learn from Congress and
I appreciate your knowledge. We disagree with
see
some
what
things,
her
but
right
that's
to
the way
see.
it goes. But King Solomon's question, I respect what you guys, and yeah, that's not happening.
Fair enough, because I was pissed when I saw the headlines. I was like, I know this is not true. I know this can't be true.
It's not true. It's not true. If it's the BBC reporting, it's not true.
You said it's who what?
If it's the BBC reporting or CNN, it's not true.
I forgot which outlet I heard it from. But I just remember when I saw it, I was like, oh, I gotta talk. They better not be, importing these people.
But the thing is, King Solomon, they did officially ask us.
Yeah.
Yeah, they asked us, and we said no.
Yeah, no, the Israelis need to stop making Palestinians everybody else's problem. If y'all want to exterminate them, just stand on that. Stand on that, become the demons that you are, and then it is what it is. But don't try to import your problems to everybody else, especially Christian countries. Import them to other Muslim countries. There's 1 billion of them. Go import the Palestinians to every other country you need, bro. So, yeah, there's a Libya. There's a bunch of them. Somalia, right? Take them there. Don't import these people to Christian countries. I'm done with that. These people are retarded.
When I got the headline, bro, I almost got a heart attack. I had to call my dad. And he reassured me that they said no to the Israeli authorities because Mossad and the ISA and the Israeli government came to them. They were like, yeah, the only taking over Palestinians. And they're like, no, fuck no, that's not happening. And then it was all reported because it was leaked by Al Jazeera, but it's not true. I can rest assure you that it's not happening.
That's very good to know. It's very good to know.
I believe in deporting all theocrats.
Well, we believe in deporting you.
Yeah, try it.
Oh, we will. Oh, trust me, we will.
Yeah, I'm with the Congress.
You're getting deported now, bro. You're getting
deported. Yeah, try it. The Constitution protects me.
No, it does not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you an Anglo-Protestant?
Yeah, the Constitution does not.
Are you an Anglo-Protestant?
Yeah, I'm not an Anglo-Protestant.
Are you? I just say, are you an Anglo-Protestant?
No.
Okay, then you are not
the Constitution protects.
I'm just letting you know what's coming. You talking about what's now. I'm telling you what's coming. You are not protected. Keep saying this dumb shit. You're gonna be deported right along with all the towel heads. You're gonna get deported right back to Europe, nigga.
Can you read the First Amendment?
What about it? The First Amendment doesn't protect you. Are you Anglo-Protestant? If you're not Anglo-Protestant, the First Amendment does not protect you.
Yeah, you don't know the Constitution.
Yes, I do know the Constitution.
Oh, then read the First Amendment.
I did. I have read the First Amendment.
Okay, read it right now.
You know what else is in the Constitution?
No.
We're able to defend ourselves. We're able,
says.
Necro, we're able to protect ourselves against foreign and domestic enemies, sir.
Yeah, so I'll read the First Amendment since you don't know what it says.
Anyways,
The
like I said,
we will protect the establishment of
foreign
Necro
and
talk, bro,
domestic
that's crazy.
Yeah.
You literally just talk over him whenever he fucking...
Anyways, stop crying.
Necro talk? Damn.
Stop crying.
Yeah, so King doesn't judge the Constitution.
Right.
What's up, man? Fuck you too, bro. Good to see you, man.
Nigga is straight.
Yeah, Necro, what you got to say, bro?
So
What
King
you got
doesn't
to
judge the
say?
Constitution because he's full of shit and he doesn't.
Yeah, what do you have? What's your bottom line? Quick.
Yeah, so the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion.
Okay.
So Christianity
Yeah, that's fair.
Keep reading it. Keep reading.
Yeah, we're prohibiting the free exercise.
Oh, you see how he stopped? That's why I'm telling you, people like Necro are getting deported. I'm telling you. These are domestic enemies.
Your religion.
You niggas are domestic enemies. You niggas are the only way, because here's the thing.
That's
Necro,
right.
I'm gonna just be honest with you. Stop noise trolling. Stop noise trolling.
Oh, now you're gonna say I'm noise trolling because you want to
Stop noise
abuse?
trolling. Stop noise trolling.
King doesn't
Stop noise trolling. I'm only gonna ask you one more time to stop
King
noise
doesn't
trolling.
understand the
Bro, you're not abusing.
So Necro.